Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday. When the long week has ended and it's Friday, as it is next week, or Saturday, as it is now, this is your weekly stop for classic and gaming goodness, and we are at the end of July, and we are at the viewer quest for July. Every month in this program, we have the best chat on Twitch. That is not an every month case, that's an everyday case. But anyway, I'd hear someone in the best chat on Twitch right now, Dolly Finn. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. As I was mentioning, every month we have a viewer request because we have the best chat on Twitch. You're one of them, absolutely. And in that case, I take something off the master list, something you wanted to see, something I've been asked for, or in this case, something that was kind of asked for a little bit adjacent to other stuff was asked for. Yeah, because we're going back to a franchise we looked at about this time 3 years ago. And it's one that actually now does have a modern re-release, so yeah, we're going to take a full look at its original version. This is Top Gear 2. This came out on August 8th, 1993 for the Super Nintendo. In Japan it was December 22nd, and in Europe it was in 1994. It then later came out on other systems, specifically the Sega Genesis on June 2nd, 1994, in the US only. On May 24th, 1994 for the Amiga and the Amiga CD32, that was in Europe only. And it is now on the Top Racer collection, which is on the Xbox One, Series S and X, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Switch, and PC. So what we got here is the sequel to Top Gear, racing game from 1992 for Super Nintendo from Kemco, not Tecmo. I'm getting ahead of myself. Kemco and Gremlin Games, or Gremlin Graphics Software Limited, first known as Finch Post Limited, and then became Infogram Sheffield House. Their experience has games including Top Gear 1 of the Zool games, Zool 1 and 2, Loaded and Reloaded, which are on PlayStation, Judge Dredd, which is also the PlayStation version of that, and Monopoly for the PlayStation 1, along with N2O Nitrous Oxide. And then later they made stuff we played before, like Wacky Races on the Dreamcast, also Superman Shadow of Apocalypse, and one of the last games was Micro Machines for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. They had an element as far as racing. Yeah, scrolling racing, not Mode 7 variants going on here. We'll see that in a little bit. Yeah, we played the first one a couple years ago. I'll have a link to that below when we edit in a couple days. Lekfors wanted to see it, and when we did that show, Lekfors said to me, hey, I'm glad to see this one, but I also have even more memories with its sequel. So I took this as a case that, hey, we're going to do this as a viewer request for the second game, and I had such a great time doing Top Gear 1. It's one of those games that, now that I've thinking about that 3 years after the fact, I was thinking back to that game like, yeah, that's a really good game. When that Top Racer collection came out, I was ecstatic. By the way, the reason that was called the Top Racer collection, not the Top Gear collection, is because Cubite Entertainment, who made that collection, would have to pay money to the BBC for the Top Gear series on that channel. But this has nothing to do with it. This came first. So they took the Japanese name, that being of Top Racer, and they changed some stuff around in that collection is a case where you can't go into the main menus of this game. Well, fine, you have to run that in the collection. We got the Super Nintendo original tonight as we have Poochie rolling in with Gemini 96. So good to see you tonight, Gemini 96. We're playing Top Gear 2 for the Super Nintendo. So it's also on Sega Genesis, the Amiga, and the Amiga CD32, which seems one of the better games on the console. If you're familiar with that weird thing, for sure. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Feel free to let any memories flow on the Top Gear games. There have been a ton of these. I don't know if you played the three that are on the Super Nintendo, which is Top Gear 1, which we played a couple years ago, Top Gear 2 now, and then Top Gear 3000. And later ones on Nintendo 64, PlayStation 2, Xbox, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance. And now the Modern Collection, which if you have not played any of these games, I think the Top Racer Collection is well worth your money. So, we're doing some racing tonight, so good to see everybody for sure. And thank you, Lekfors, of course, who made this request for this franchise, saying 3 years ago, can we see this franchise? I said, sure, let's play the first one. It's great. And I remember, and he had memories of the second. He's like, we're here at the second. Okay, let's talk about the second. By the way, you're wondering, where's an intro? There's not really much of one. So I'm sitting on the screen with this really cool music, which was done by Paul Hilly, who worked on the ZX Spectrum back in the day. Stuff there was on that console, or PC as you should say. Specifically their ports of Sega games like Altered Beast and Galaxy Force 2, as well as Lost Caves and Moving Target. Also did music on Zool for the Game Boy, and was a programmer as well on Loaded for the PlayStation, Hogs of War also on the PlayStation, Stuntman Ignition for Xbox 360, PlayStation 2, I don't think that was on PlayStation 3, and also the modern Spider-Man games. He actually works at Insomniac now on Spider-Man 1 and 2, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Also, music was done by Pat Fellan, who did music for both of the Zool games, Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing, Lotus the Ultimate Challenge, which, by the way, as we're pointing out, the Top Gear franchise is something that's kind of adjacent to the Lotus racing franchise. It was big on the Sega Genesis in Europe in particular, and some games in that came over here. And has since done audio direction on Forza Horizon 2, Little Big Planet 3, Snake Pass, Crackdown 3, and Team Sonic Racing. Actually, a lot of stuff with Sumo Digital. And the music was by the programmer of this game, one of the programmers of this game, that being Ashley Bennett. This is the only music he's done, but he programmed Top Gear 1, 2, and Top Gear 3000, which is the next time we'll come back to this. And then went on to other racing games like the Extreme G games on Nintendo 64, Outrun 2 and Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast from Sega, Sega Superstars Tennis, and was technical director on Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed, Forza Motorsport 7, and Hasbro Family Game Night 3 for the Wii. The game itself, though, was programmed, as I mentioned, by Ashley Bennett, who's a man, by the way, just to give an indication, Ash for short, by Richie Branham. Or Branman, I should say. We programmed the first game we played, Zool, Comic Rally 2005 for PC and the PSP. I want to show those Comic Rally games. There's some really cool ones in there, particularly the third one. As well as F1 2015, Dirt Rally, and designing a Newman Haas Indy race car featuring Nigel Mansell. Definitely a lot of racing background. Looking like, yeah, not much on the menu so far for racing. We'll get to that soon enough. We're going to take a look at our options to start. There's a lot that's going to go on to this, because the way this game's going to work is we have two options right now. It's turning on music on or off. Now, so we're pointing out the Super Nintendo version. This is the original version of the game, and they ported it to Genesis and Amiga CD32. Only the Amiga CD32 version and the Super Nintendo version let you race with music and sound effects at the same time. The Sega Genesis and the Amiga version do not, which is very weird. So yeah, good we're playing this on the Super Nintendo. Actually, at this point, I couldn't play it on the Genesis if I wanted to, because mine's not working. We can keep that on for sure, because the music is really, really cool. Difficulty, we're going through the championship mode, which is the main mode of this game. On amateur, professional, or championship, we're going to run through all 64 of this game's courses. Yeah, there's a lot of courses in this, which is double the amount of the first Top Gear game. On amateur, and it's one of those games like we mentioned with Rocket Knight Adventures Respawn, we gave the preview of that last week, where you have to beat the game on its higher difficulties in order to see progressively better endings. But the good news is this game has a password system, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show all the courses on amateur here, then we're going to go to professional and championship to do the last 4 races over, and then we will show off everything fully. For Alike First, hey-o, so good to see you tonight. We're playing Top Gear 2. I know when we played Top Gear 1, first off, thank you for getting us to the Top Gear franchise, for sure, for the show. I appreciate that. We played Top Gear 1 a couple years ago. You said you have even more memories with the second game. Here is the second game on Super Nintendo. I guess that's the one you have memories with. Feel free to go into it, Alike First for sure. Anything else you got, Top Gear 2, Top Gear, or anything racing. Because the way we're going to do this, as I mentioned, we're going through all 64 courses on amateur. I'll put passwords in at the end to show off the endings for the championship and the professional difficulties. I'm going through all the countries, running one player, although there's 2 players. I'll show briefly what 2 players looking like. But I think with that, as far as I'm looking also, as far as other information about the people who made this game, which Top Gear 1, when we played that was only 4 people who made that. Or no, 6 people were on the development team in this one. This one is 16 now, so they had 10 more people. Some of whom were on the first game, some who were not. And they have another winner on their hands, I would think, and one that maybe has aged better than you might think it might look it has. And I'm in a unique position because I came into this game late. Actually, a couple years ago, I bought this because I said, hey, we had great time in Top Gear 1. Like for saying, wanted to see Top Gear 2, or had memories with that one. So I said, we're doing Top Gear 2, and we'll do 3,000 of the other ones as we go along. It's so good to see everybody as far as on the show tonight. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our options. We're going to take a look at speed. And how we're going to do that is hit the A button, or the B button for selection. You select it in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. We're going to go miles per hour to start on this baby. Then you have controls, which, unlike the first one, you have, well, like the first one, you have options for setting your controls. You don't have the left-handed mode, which is weird, where you turn the controller upside down in this one. You have 5 types specifically here. I'm going to do with the default, which has accelerating on the X button, nitros on the A button, B and Y button for braking, and then gear shifts on L and R specifically. This is one of the first games we were playing, especially with my mom. Oh, wow, okay, so this goes very personal to you, I guess, specifically. So, good to hear that. I take it was this version. I would think so, because I get the sense that this seems to be the one that people remember. And with the Top Racer collection that's out now, it is the Super Nintendo version they ported in, along with Top Gear 1 and Top Gear 3000, specifically. And, yeah, we're going to use that to play Top Gear 3000. We'll get to that for sure. And I am so happy to see that collection, and because Because I played Top Gear 1 and now this one, like, yeah, great to get it to more people now, on every one of the consoles now and on the PC. So I'm gonna run that control, but you can also run it having accelerating also on X, but braking for A and B for nitro. There's also braking accelerating on the L and R buttons, if you want to use it that way. As well as nitros on the buttons of B and Y, and then gear shifts. I will briefly show that specifically. My dad bought this game whilst they were married. I got it. Okay, so the idea that's one of those you get introduced as far as, I guess, being bought for you specifically, and then getting a sense of, wow, this is something that really hits you. I mean, and sometimes that happens, you know? I mean, sometimes some of the games that come to you might be a case that maybe you don't expect it specifically, and then you're like, oh yeah, I remember this, and you have that special memory for sure, special memories. There is an option to use B button for accelerating, which I tend to like to do on Super Nintendo, but for this one you have to use the L and R buttons for steering, which is interesting. I'm like, yeah, I think I got a D-pad this baby, use up and down on gears for that one. Or you have nitros on the L and R buttons, and then accelerating on Y. I'm going to do the default on this one of type 1. And gears, which are going to be, you can run manual or automatic. I'm going to show manual later, but I'm running mostly automatic. My mom was the first to beat the game, and apparently my dad didn't take it well, so the idea that she got into this one, said, hey, this is the case of going through this, and this is not necessarily an easy game to beat. It's actually surprisingly longer than I thought it was, because it's double the course, it's 64 of them compared to Top Gear 1, which at 32. You're going through the whole way, and we are going through the whole way. I'm going to have a great time for sure. So we're going to put name in. Usually I do SOG specifically, but this is long enough I can put in longer, so I'll say Super... fine, that's a 0. You know what the hell, let's put the 0 in there. Get not elite on this one. Actually, no, fine, let's go full elite. Let's do that, because they say what elite speak is, we replace the 3, the E with a 3. So it's the driver 3 case, a way worse game than this, that's for sure. Where's that R? Okay, R, super old, and then G, because yeah, I can't fit too much more. GS, fine, we'll put a 2 on it, because I think that's, fine, 2. Alright, that's as much as it's going to fit. For the case of that. But I get that idea, like the idea that, hey, you get a game and everybody wants to play it, everybody in the family wants to play it, and the idea who can beat this game first, who can get further first, and you have a good case for that. Good to hear that for sure. Like, feel free to hit us with anything else you got, or anybody else, of course, in chat. And thank you, of course, for the requests specifically. Okay, so we have 16 continents we're going to, I think. Yeah, I think it's 16. Apparently, he was like, this is bullshit. Oh, fine. Apparently, he was like, this is bullshit, this is my game, according to my mom, the case that he bought it, and then she was the one who picked up and got through it first, so I guess that idea of, like, the battle that way. We're going to Auckland to start. Now, you saw there you have weather. Now, unlike Top Gear 1, you had a selection of 4 cars. Doesn't sound like much, but, Top Gear's a little bit of a different franchise as far as this 16-bit era, in that, in some ways, the selection of cars is not really the point, and honestly in this case it's not the point because there's no selection of cars. You only have 1 car, but the deal is, and this is the big hook on this one, I get the sense that Gremlin is a company that came out of the United Kingdom. I think they might have been paying attention to Rare specifically. Apparently my dad was a sore loser. No, I get that for sure. We've had cases of that on the show. For certain things, we have guests as far as it, but I get that idea, like, hey, you know, the thought of, this is going to be the game I'm going to be getting, I bought this, and then, like, you think I'm going to be the one to beat it first, but, no. I get that for sure, but, yeah, the idea is you only have 1 car, but you can upgrade your car as you go along to, various aspects, including the engine, which I believe does upgrade your acceleration. Wet tires, because you're going to have weather. We saw there, it was nice and sunny, you get a little bit of a preview, what's the weather going to be on the course when you first see the name before, and you can't go back and look at it, so you have to remember what is the case. At least I don't think you can go back. But yeah, you can do wet tires when it gets raining or snowing. We'll see that later, which is really not the only case of this game where it uses Mode 7. You're thinking Super Nintendo racing game, especially this one after Super Mario Kart, you would get a case that the scrolling of all this would be Mode 7, but not for this game. And actually, Top Gear 1 didn't do it either. Top Gear 1 did it on the title screen for the logo. This game does it for the raining and the snowing, and I don't think Top Gear 3000 did it either. I don't know, like, for anybody's in the chat, you play that one. It's actually more expensive, which is the reason why I'm going to go with the Top Racer Collection, which does port these, although, as I said, a lot of the stuff for the games are, as far as their menus like this, are handled in the collection itself, because they have to, I guess, they can't include the Top Gear logoing as far as the licensing, which is why it's Top Racer, which is the name of it in Japan. But you have the dry tires and the wet tires. When you get to cases of getting money, we'll spend money on these specifically so you can run them. through courses of easier turning on dry land or cases of where it gets wet or snowy using those nice, I guess, chains on your tires. So there you go. As well as the gearbox, which adds an extra level to your transmission, and when you use it in concert with the engine, it means that you can more effectively utilize these by having the acceleration the engine has and the feasibly higher speed of the gearbox. Then there's the nitro, which is feasibly one of the things you want to pick up first, feasibly, because what happens is you get 6 nitros in a race. You got 3 in the Super Nintendo original. And what happened for that is that you use that to boost yourself in a jam. You have to manage these things unless you have courses where they are dropped down the course, and we'll see some that have that. So you have variances of them. You basically keep going, and as you win races or get at least 6th place or better, you get money, and you can save that up or use it when you get it on whatever you want. And then side armor, because you can crash into the enemies, or they can crash into you or crash into the sides of the courses for side, rear, and front armor. And then paint shop, which is free. So you can paint your car any way you want. There's also another game from my childhood I've never beaten until I became an adult. I guess because of what specifically? I guess the idea of the difficulty of it is because this is not that easy of a game. It's also something that when you lose a race, because how this is going to work, like a lot of the other Top Gear games, you start in 20th place and you have to go your way up to the top. You have to get 10th place or better. It's hard as hell. Yeah, and even on amateur, it's no picnic either. And we're going to be running amateur for most of this, but I'll show the endings on championship and professional. But it is because if you don't get to 10th place, the race is over. That's an instant game over, and then you have to go back to the menu. But the game does run on passwords, and it does hold the password that you had. So you go into the continue option and basically just keep continuing as much as you want. And the last part, as I mentioned, is painting. So, Electrus, do you have a preference on color of the car? Because that's the idea of what we can do. We can change the color, and you think, well, this is cosmetic, and it is. It doesn't actually do anything for stats. But because this game ups the ante when it comes to, I guess, weather, and also in terms of nighttime driving, there's the black car specifically, or black color. You might not want that when you're going out in, the nighttime, because it might be harder to see on the screen. I'll switch between blue and black. All right, we'll start with blue then, I guess. So fine, we'll do blue and then black. We'll do that, and we'll swap off. We'll see all the colors specifically as we get running. So all right, let's get started. Okay. Good choices for sure, and yeah, get ready to feel the need for speed. There you go, and you're gonna see your name every time, just like with Top Gear 1. You get this great kind of techno-y music, and then here you go. So you're going through, and you start in 20th place, and then you say kick it whenever you hit the boost button, which is on A, the way I've set. But also, yeah, be careful as far as hitting other cars, and yeah, seeing it scroll, it looks choppy, but here's the weird thing, and this is the thing I think is very fascinating about this game. You'd think looking at this, if you never came to this until either now or even when I first played it a couple of years ago, you'd think, man, this game is choppy, and maybe choppier than Top Gear 1, but it's something that the sensation of speed is still really, really good, which there's some entries in this franchise that have trouble with that, particularly Top Gear Rally on Nintendo 64. But it's also something that the controls still feel really good. It's something that you can still tell what a lot of stuff is around the course. You can see where those signs are telling, like, hey, where's the turns gonna go? You have the map up there, which you're gonna have to start using that later on as you go to make sure you can read the course and go through on the number of laps, and the number of laps will change based upon the race you have, sometimes based on length, and sometimes they kind of do whatever they want. Yeah, my uncle and my mom's brother, rest in peace, was there and witnessed and told me as well that, I guess what, you switch the color of the car, this game is really, really hard. No, I get that, and, a great memory as far as your uncle. I'm going to assume your uncle was definitely a very nice person for sure, and had, I guess, if nothing else, it shows the idea of this, which is the case of what does it mean as far as gaming in a family? And that tends to be an interesting thing. I guess it was interesting to me too, growing up that way. As far as, I mentioned this before, a lot of cases it would tend to be myself who would play games more than anything. And yeah, if you hit like that, you spin out, which is a great effect as far as how it looks. And also the way that the car is modeled. So it actually looks really nice. And it's full screen this way, as opposed to being split screen the whole way. I get that for sure. I also told my mom that I beat it, and she was like, oh, no, you didn't. Really? Ask your brother. So, like, she didn't believe you, so she knew, fine. She knows how hard the game is, or how hard the game can get. And it's one of those things also, this, is that I'm on the 4th lap. You're seeing up there where first is. That's where the first place racer is. 1 up is you. And you can also do the whole game in 2-player if you want to, as we're pointing out. But the thing is that, yeah, she understands the idea of, like, how difficult this is, but here's the other thing, is that, yeah, I feasibly waited too long to use my nitros, so at that point, I'm not going to feasibly make a case to win because they got so far ahead, and you go, banzai! because, fine, one of the strategies of this is around the final lap, is to feasibly use your nitros to start and then basically get as close to the top, or get to the top as fast as you can, quickly. But then again, it's also something that maybe you don't want to do that because, like, hey, certain cases of curves in the course may be hard to take. Also, if you don't have a boost or a nitro, you go shoot. As far as that, I do like that fact that, oh shit, I'm winning. Okay, I didn't expect to win as far as that, so I totally contradicted myself. And even on amateur, this happens as far as it. So it's not a case that, is this cheaping out by going on amateur? And the answer is no. And somehow I won on my first case of this, but yeah, this game's getting way harder because 1 down, 63 to go. But I get that for sure. The case that, hey, there you go, and you qualified. So yeah, if you get first to 10th, you get a qualification. You get points. You get a point. You get a point for each position. Or fine, in that case, I got 10 points for first place, 6 for second, 4 for third, 3 for fourth, 2 for fifth, and 1 for sixth, and 0 for everything else. And then you get money based upon the points. Each point is worth $1,000. So since I got 10 points, you get $10,000. You can use that to build your car up. And there's your championship table. It's worth pointing out, weirdly enough, there's another thing that's kind of interesting about this game. You technically don't have to win the race. You actually just have to kind of stay in the top positions enough to get to the next set of races. Even at the end, but still, it's not going to be a picnic. I've also been dealing with allergies for almost a month. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're doing all right, because I know this can throw people for a loop. I know Nocturne's a case like that. I sometimes be in cases like that, but sometimes it depends on what it is. Hope you're doing all right, and so good to have you for sure tonight. And given your memories on Top Gear 2 specifically, in my case, I said, the memories I have of this game are because of you, and I appreciate that so much as far as what we've done for the show. Or fine, Top Gear 1 and now 2. Although I said some other ones I played before, Top Gear Rally on Nintendo 64 and Overdrive also on Nintendo 64. I think those are all of them. Oh, we're going to Ayers Rock next. Yeah, it's a length of 1.1 miles and laps of 5. Yeah, right now my throat's scratchy, my nose keeps running. Oh, I'm sorry for sure. We are sending our best to you for sure. And I know you're taking care of yourself for sure. And thank you for joining us for sure. We do appreciate that. The idea of, even in a case like that, like, I get the idea is like, hey, if you're not feeling great, take care of yourself, no problem. But we definitely appreciate you coming by for sure and have a cough. Well, as I said, we're sending our best to you and to feel better for sure. Because, yeah, you're an important part of the Super Bowl Game Saturday family. In fact, everybody in our best John Twitch is, for sure. But thank you so much for sure. As we got more sun going on, not going to feasibly help, I guess, with the case of an allergy case. But again, hope you're doing all right. Because, yeah, I know how that can be and other stuff for sure. But anyway, let's get going next okay, so the way I tend to, thank you, of course. I mean, thank you for everything you've done for the show. You and Gemini96 and Dolly Finn, everybody comes by and said, it means a lot, the idea that you'll say, hey, this is kind of a small show, but you want to see something, and we come in and say, you make a request and say, you know what, I took that very seriously. I take that very seriously as far as doing that, but also the case that you say you want to see something. I said, you're taking time out of your life. You're feasibly, in a way, case of this, fighting off an illness, saying you're coming to this show for that. That's showing a dedication. That's showing a case of something that really, I'm honored for sure for that. So I said, that's why I'm like, whatever you want to see, you'll want to see. In fact, you're the reason why. You're the reason why I do the view requests the way I do them. I said, you're getting whatever you want to see, I promise. And we'll go through this. And thank you for this request for sure tonight. Now, for the upgrades of the car, I guess you can feasibly do this any way you want, because I could say, no, I don't want to spend any money, and save up for something else, like that Nitro box. I could get the next level of it, but I could say, no, I'm going to be in line of another one soon enough. I can just grab that, for sure. I also missed the Rocket Knight Adventures element, though. Those Mandel pills knocked me out. Oh, I get that for sure. I mean, we have that up. I have the edit for sure on the YouTube site. Also, I realized, it's not doing it now, is it? I actually realized that the stream kind of went out on Twitch's end, but not on the recording, weirdly enough, for parts last week. I didn't know it was happening. I don't know why that happened, but either way, it's like, that was just to let you know on the Rocket Knight Adventures Respark thing. That's a preview. We'll come back to those games for sure. And I have edits going on for that because the stuff I actually got wrong as far as what difficulties looking like on those. It was good to get a case of that for sure as a little bit of a preview. Okay, so for this, you tend to, I guess, want to go Nitro as soon as you want, but fine, you can do anything you want, really. I mean, I think what I'm going to start with is I'm going to get my tires set. I tend to want to run tires as quick as I can, so I'm going to get the best dry tires. So at that point, I have enough money to spend, go for that, and hit the A button or the B button to select them. So I have the best dry tires, so my handling is going to be best on where I got. And at this point, I mean, I don't have any reason to run wet yet. they'll tell you as far as what it is, for sure. So at that point, I think I will take Nitro level 1. Yeah, Mom spoke to the pharmacist to help with allergies and recommended 24-hour pills. No, I get that for sure. You do what you gotta do for that, and it definitely is a good case for that when you understand that. The idea, hey, you know, understanding as far as how to handle that specifically. Like, yeah, sometimes that goes well. But either way, I'm so glad to hear you're doing all right and everything's going all right. And your family's doing well also. Because, like, hey, they have memories too, for sure, on this game. And I bet your mom was jumped on the show before when it's come to some of the stuff, probably saying, like, oh my god, they're playing Top Gear 2 on this show. It's like, talk about unlocking all those memories or bringing all of them rushing back, for sure, which I always love for that. Okay, so we got the Nitro and we got the dry tires. Let's get going. And by the way, Nitro, the power-up for Nitro is for not adding extra Nitros so much as it's giving more of a duration to when you use them. And then the tires, as I mentioned, basically are going to make you steer a little better, and you won't hear that screeching of the tires as you go as much. But if you're going in other cases, like, hey, you know, yeah, you got to understand the turns, then, yeah, it will kind of go that way. And for running these, oh yeah, and leaping, I love that. You go over the wooden logs, you get that, it's actually really cool. It's like, wow, it kind of took me aback. An interesting case, I guess, for some of the changes that went over Top Gear 1, a couple I kind of miss, I'll admit, of Top Gear 1, but you also pick up Nitros on courses where they have it. You get the N symbol. That means you get an extra Nitro that you can use when you want to. There's also an S icon, which is a dash, or find a instant Nitro that will actually replenish on each lap of the course. So you can keep hitting that on each lap to keep getting a free turbo for that. And then there's dollar signs. You get that and you get some money, but not every course has these items. They were saying on Top Gear 1, the one thing Top Gear 1 that this doesn't is it had the pit stop, which I believe that's the only game in the franchise that, well, okay, sort of. Top Gear 3000 is something similar from what I've seen of it so far. Specifically, I think you have like different paths you can take and you can get upgrades to your car. Because we're going in the future, as it is for the next one specifically. I guess they said, hey, you know, going around the world as far as this is kind of, I guess, that's where it's going to end for this, I guess, for the time being. So they said, fine, we're going in the future for the third game, which it was a late one on Super Nintendo. Yeah, what Top Gear 1 had was it had the pit stop. You're seeing we have fuel. That is still a factor, at least in this version. Sega Genesis version, it is not. But what happens is that you can run out of gas, and unlike that one where you can go in the pit stop and you can sit there and wait as your gas gets filled up, you also get the choice to leave when you want to, so it actually adds a lot of strategy. This one is strategy too in the sense that, hey, if you crash too much, you feasibly run out of gas because you'll be driving so much. The fuel consumption concept of the original, as far as like, hey, the cars are doing that, I don't think it's a factor in this, although I do believe that some of the other upgrades of the transmission and the engine, I believe, give you extra. They make it so you don't run out of fuel as fast, I believe, because I think that's the idea. On some of these courses, you're going to see I'm going to be kind of close on running out of gas. If you do run out of gas, you're done, so don't let that happen, specifically. I really like the soundtrack, especially the one that comes after this race. Oh yeah, the music in this game is awesome. And this is feasibly the best variants of it, even with a CD version of this music, which is on the Amiga CD32, if you remember that console. There's the Angry Video Game Nerd episode that went into that thing. I'll put a link to that, but when he looked at that, Top Gear 2 was Europe only for that console, so he did not actually look at that version. So at that point, he's like, fine, he didn't see this. It has pretty good music as far as what that version sounds like, but honestly, I don't know. I still think it maybe sounds better on Super Nintendo. And on Genesis, it's weird too, because Genesis has the same music, but Genesis also has this very weird issue to itself, which is when you race, you only have the option to listen to music or sound effects, but not both. So you have to choose to turn off the audio completely, so you race with the great music but no sound effects, or the sound effects only and no music, which is very weird. And the only other version that lets you have that music and sound effects at the same time is the CD32 version, which is bizarre. So I was like, okay, yeah. Feasibly a preview to a Console Wars episode, potentially, if they ever do on this one. Sound perspective saying, like, why does Super Nintendo have music and sound during the race, but Genesis doesn't? What happened there? Or something to that degree. Okay, so for our next race, we don't have anything going on with, Rain, I don't think. So since I have some money for it, I'm gonna spend on the gearbox. Okay, and then I'll also change car color. I keep forgetting to do that. Oh yeah, this music, oh you're right, Life vs. Music's terrific. It just calls this Star Fox sound to it specifically, but I said it's not even just that. And it's one of those things that really accentuates what the Super Nintendo's audio capabilities really did well. And even you think like, hey, you know, some of the stuff that the Genesis could do, like with bass and drums, even then it sounds pretty good, but like listening to it back to back, I'm like, yeah, you know, Super Nintendo definitely is a case of this. And to be fair, there's admittedly not a whole lot of music to this game. There's only about 4 or 5 tracks when you're racing, but it's also something they split them up every so often as you go, and you're glad to hear those songs again as we were driving at night. And here's the deal about night, and this is what I'm saying as far as the tech of this game, which is that, hey, you know, you can see like the brake lights and like the headlights, sort of, fine, the backlights, I guess, specifically, or taillights, I should say. There you go. Gotta get the right car lingo going on here. Of the other racers, so you can get a sense of like, where are they? So it gives a real sense of depth and distance in a way that you would think it would not. And even as far as the way the tech is working, as I said, I think this game holds up well as far as how it runs and how it looks. I'm also surprised they did an episode on the homebrew game that's on modern consoles and PC. Yeah, there was was Xeno Clash? Yeah, they just premiered it today. I did watch before the show because like, hey, what are they doing? And it was interesting when they said like, hey, the sound is the same on both versions. Like, wait, it is? Like, no, it isn't. But like, except Super Nintendo has more voice acting because they released it like 5 years after the Genesis homebrew. Even it's like, by the way, it's also on the PlayStation 4, the Xbox One, the Switch, the PC, the Dreamcast, the Nintendo 64, the iOS, the Android, all these consoles. What? That was unique to kind of see that and get that, you know, comparison going on the idea that, hey, they're technically the most limited versions they're looking at. But yeah, you ever play that game? Wait, was it Xeno Clash or Xeno? No, it's not Xeno Clash. It's something else. Feel free to let me know. Correct me on the name, or I'll correct myself in the edit, or both. As I'm saying, crash and burn. So yeah, your driver, or if you want to look at it this way, the car itself, will talk based upon you crash into stuff, or you do the boost like Bonsai, or if you crash into the other racers, like, hey, get out of my way, or something like that. Or when you pass by, saying, find nothing in this case. Sometimes, Xeno Crisis. Okay, thank you. That's the name of the game. Yeah, it's kind of a top-down, like, shooting game, kind of like a Smash TV, or Geometry Wars, or Robotron 2084, or something like that. It actually looked really, really cool. So yeah, definitely have to take a look at that specifically. And I guess also request on version, feasibly, assuming that the other versions, I guess, are not hard to get. Yeah, Move Over. So yeah, that is his favorite. I guess the driver or the car's favorite Janis Joplin song in this game is Move Over, specifically. So there you go. I'll link to that as well. Of her final album, Pearl, from 1973, which I believe it was posthumously released. It seems like the game's up my alley as far as Xeno Crisis. Yeah, I mean, looking as far as what it was, I guess I get the idea. And fine, you mentioned Robotron on this show before, and we've shown it a little bit. We'll definitely show stuff with Geometry Wars, no question, as we go. Okay, so there we go. So we got the next case of it. All right, so far I'm winning each of these races as we're going to Sydney in Australasia. Except this course is longer. It is 3.2 miles. It's 2 laps. It is raining. So what we want to do, we want to get those wet tires, which are right here. They're only $3,000. So yeah, they're the cheapest things. So easily we want to go for those first. And it's also, as I mentioned, you have a strategy here saying, hey, you know, I have some money. I could spend this on side armor or front armor or rear armor, or I could say, you know what, I want to wait. And in fact, also, since you're going black and blue, we're doing the black now as far as the cars. Let's go on for sure. Yeah, if you're putting on that, because fine, this is going to be sort of the whole game as it is. Seeing what's different on the courses and getting the Mode 7 rain. Yeah, the rain is a Mode 7 effect. It's always, I guess, interesting when we think about Gremlin with these games, and actually, no, I'm thinking about this. Of the other games they made in the 16-bit era that were on Super Nintendo, I'm trying to remember if Zool had Mode 7 for gameplay. I don't know if it did. So I guess it's maybe that thought that, hey, you know, they said, fine, for the case of something like this, we're going to have, I guess, a traditional, it's like the Super Scroller racing concept, kind of like how a lot of Sega games would do, like Super Hang-On and Outrun, and, I guess a lot of the arcade games like that of theirs, and other games that would take from that for modern stuff, including Substream, which I know Mel Dalker mentioned on the show, saying, hey, that's really, really good. I picked it up. It is really, really good. We should definitely show that. And also Horizon Chase Turbo, which I still have not played like first. I know it's been 3 years, but it's like, yeah, I haven't played that, but we'll get to that one. I'll definitely want to play that for sure. And honestly, maybe also want to pick up Robotron again. Yeah, looking at something like Xeno Crisis, I get that for sure. And we definitely should take a look at Robotron again. Maybe something fully dedicated. I mean, also I guess, because fine, there's those a couple of remakes, and there's the money bag. It is worth $1,000 when you pick one of those up. And sometimes they're in line, so you can basically go in and get a couple of those, so you don't necessarily have to win the race to get anything going. And also, you see the water puddles. It's not like Pole Position, which I guess is another game that kind of like a scroll-in case like this with its graphics for racing, where you hit those, you kind of slow down. It pushes you to the side, so you kind of you can just barely see them as you're driving, but you can see them enough. So it's like, wait, that doesn't look right. As far as what's in the road, it's like, okay, it looks right enough as far as being able to tell what it is. So he's like, yeah, get out of the way. I get that. Yeah, so going back to, I guess, the Robotron thing, yeah, I would think we should feasibly do that. I guess dedicate you Robotron 64, perhaps, or I'd like to see Robotron 64 on the Switch Online expansion pack. Yeah, that'd be interesting. I never played Robotron 64. It's the remake of it, and I don't remember if it has the original in it. Oh, the original itself is on Nintendo 64 in the Midway Greatest Arcade Hits collection that came out very late on the console. And as a dual analog mode, at least Robotron 64 does. Put two controllers in, you have dual analog, you can dual stick the game. I also can't believe we got the Densetsu no Starfy games. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that, because I know when we did Wario Land, you said that, just like, hey, you know, where are games like this, they could re-release these, and like, where did they go? In fact, actually, when we did part 3, I can say I have to remember how many parts of Croc have we done so far. Part 3 of Croc, I actually found a bug in Densetsu no Starfy 2 when I was playing where I got crushed very specifically, and I actually had the game crash completely, which is very bizarre. I don't know if it's in the original game or not, specifically, but I just have one complaint, which is going to be, I'm going to assume they didn't translate it. Is that right? Is that what, as far as those Densetsu no Starfy games, the fact that they're all in Japanese and we don't know what the story is like? Yes, that's it. Okay. I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, that's definitely, I guess, a weird case of it, because actually, now I'm thinking about it, I'm trying to remember, actually, if, when it's come to Japanese releases on that, okay, no, I was gonna say, have there been Japanese releases where they had a translation going on to them? And the answer is, yeah, there was. We did Magical Drop 2 for the Puzzle Showcase. It had one, too, but yeah, I get that idea. Like, hey, you'd want to see what the story is, especially because the only game in the franchise we got was that legendary Starfy game on DS, which I think that's the 4th one, is it not? Specifically, we can definitely show those specifically. If you're the type to explore, I guess it's not a problem. But then again, I guess it's the other thing, because this has been a fascinating thing. Is we're getting a password every 4 levels. You get a password. 4 races, if you get through them, specifically whether you're in good rank or top rank or not, you get a password, and you can write that down in that nice 22-character perspective of itself. Not horrible. And you can do that. Or if I say lose this next race, say, what'll happen is that I will go back to the main menu, but I can just go to the continue case and that password will be in there. Oh, actually, it will adjust the password, because actually the passwords are randomly generated in this game based upon your money and based upon the power-ups you have or the parts you purchased. Yeah, I get that idea as far as that idea, but then with something like this is the question that sometimes I get asked when I do Switch Online demo day. I say to my coworkers, whether you like it or not, but they do like it, so I do this still that way. Like, let's take a look at what they released, and they're saying, like, what's going on here? Like, but I don't know, I'm sorry, I can't tell this, and Kazan22 is in a good case being able to learn Japanese to kind of understand. It's like, I can sort of understand some of this, but not enough completely. Yeah, if you're not and want to complete the level quickly, you can't necessarily do that. I mean, I guess if you're going to explore, you're getting a sense of, okay, what am I doing? But then I guess it's also the question of, hey, you know, you feasibly want to enjoy the story, which I think that came up when Mother 3 came out for the Switch Online expansion pack for Japan, where, fine, it's in Japan, so they didn't translate it. And for here, fine, they didn't release it to us here. But then in that case, like, yeah, you either need to know, or you have to be having a translated fan cartridge, or, yeah, reproduction fan translation that Gemini96 in chat, he has that, for sure. So we're going to do that for Mother 3 when we get to that one. I'm also going to change car color. I'm going to hold my money for the time being. As we're going in fog, by the way. But yeah, I get that idea too. Like, hey, you know, I want to understand what this is. I'm saying, okay, fine. They're saying, well, who's the Starfish guy? I said, okay, I knew who he was because I'd heard these games. I heard the DS game, which I never played. I heard, fine, he had cameos and things, the spirits in Super Smash Brothers. There's a reference to him in Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga for the Game Boy Advance, not the DS version. They just took it out of the DS version specifically. So, yeah, I guess a little bit of a case. I mean, they can translate it as they did with Fire Emblem 1. Yeah, because they did do a re-release of that one. They translated it, and then they delisted it. I was like, wait, what? Why are you delisting this? I bought it before they delisted it so we can show it, but it's also one of those cases, fine. So we can show it, but also because I want to have this. But it's also one of those cases like, wait, why can't I buy that game anymore? Why is it, why can't anybody buy the game? It was a limited release, which, fine, if it's a licensed thing, maybe, but like, well, wait a minute. You own this game, why is it a limited release? I'd like to buy it again, feasibly, or fine, have it to other people, like, hey, if you missed buying that, downloading that, you're probably just coming here and saying, like, wait, they translated Famicom Fire Emblem and released it, and it's downloadable, and I can't get it anymore. Yeah, I know. I mean, fine, consider the preview to 2 days from now, or as I'm editing this, or when I upload this for the edit, it'll have been done already. The end of the Xbox 360 store, which shut down on July 29th, or at the time of the edit, will have shut down already. So the case that, hey, feasibly stuff getting lost if it's not backwards compatible, so that idea of like, hey, the game preservation, I get that understanding for sure. Still works for me because I do own it, but I know people who don't. Yeah, exactly. It's the idea of, it's the fear of missing out case, and the thought that, fine, sometimes I'll buy a game for that purpose, but also the case that, fine, I kind of just want to get it anyway because I'm saying, hey, this is something I don't have. It might be a cost reason. Fine, Top Gear 3 is a case, or Top Gear 3000 is going to be a case of that because I'm buying the collection for the purpose of that, and I'm upset for them. No, I get that because, like, hey, you want to get them to get a sense of it. Because, fine, I'll show people games, or people show me games. In fact, Gemini96, he showed me a great game called Animal Well. He showed me this, like, this game looks awesome. And it's pretty new. It came out a couple months ago. But the thought that, hey, if you don't get a chance to get something and it goes away, it's like, what are you going to do? Which is why I always will feasibly blare the alarm whenever something is either going to get delisted or when specifically something is going to be released. It's like, oh, by the way, this is coming out. Do you want this? Like with Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection that's coming out. If people were saying like, oh my god, they're re-releasing all these Marvel vs. Capcom and versus Capcom games out. But are you going to do this physically so we can get this? And the answer is, yeah, we are, thankfully. Yeah, Animal Well's going to be hooked. So Gemini96 says, yeah, I'm going to get Animal Well. He has it on the Switch. He showed it on the Switch. I was absolutely fascinated by this game. I don't know, Chad, if you played this yet. It's kind of a Metroidvania platformer with this almost Commodore 64 style in terms of how it looks. And kind of in terms of how it sounds, but also very minimalistic. It's there's also a Hollow Knight vibe. If you like Hollow Knight, you might like this one too. And it has some ingenious puzzles to the side, some of those ingenious puzzles to the side of Fez or Limbo or Braid or something like that. And it's really, really cool. It's one of those, as far as my case of buying this game, I might, for the purpose of just comparison, I'm thinking I might get it on the PlayStation 5. It's a $25 game, based on what I'm seeing. I'm looking at this thing. Yeah, it seems like this is totally worth the $25. I might take it on PS5, though, just to get a sense of, like, difference on version. But that case of, yeah, something interesting, being shown something, and in the case of, hey, this looks cool, I want to buy this. And when you run into a case of something like the Fire Emblem release, that's gone. And they also shadow released SNK versus Capcom Chaos. Yeah, they did. That was the other day. And they're doing a physical release of that one, too. Yeah, which that came out, that was PlayStation 2 and Xbox, I believe, and there was an arcade version of that. And they're doing a physical version. Lunar Run Games is going to do one, specifically, and the digital version just came out a couple of days ago. You ever play that one? I never played that one. Actually, the games in that Marvel vs. Capcom collection, the only ones I've played are actually, honestly, the only ones I've played are the two Marvel vs. Capcom games and Marvel Superheroes, which, by the way, I will, as we're going to Britain, so we're in London, England, and it is not raining. So that idea, they're Boston stereotype that way. I will let one thing slide as far as we're doing on the delisted Xbox Live shows. I'm not going to announce every game we do before we do it, but I'm going to show a preview of Marvel vs. Capcom Origins, which has Marvel vs. Capcom 1, and it has Marvel Superheroes in it. So get a sense of, like, hey, this game's gone, but now there's a re-release, so by that time it'll probably be out. So at that point, we'll be set. Okay, so for what I want, I'm going to change the purple color. Now, for upgrade, I want to see where I'm at. Okay, my engine's at 3,000, or 30,000, I should say. I have the tires set. Gearbox, I'm a little off of that. I get the next Nitro. In fact, I'll get the But I'm also close to that one. It's one of those things that maybe I want to hold off. Now it's the same with the armor. You know what? I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna see what happens on the next race. But yeah, you're right. That idea of all these things coming around, like, hey, you want to have these. And I guess with Capcom, or SNK versus Capcom Chaos, fine, that'll be a license thing too, although it's a case that it's been released a couple times at least. And I don't know, as far as that new release, because it's on Switch, but I think it's not just on Switch. I think it's on other things as well. As well as getting tunnels. That's a case of what we're seeing a little different on this compared to Top Gear 1. Also, yeah, sometimes I pay attention to like where the signs are going. It looks like they might be pointing direction it's not, but also you look at the map up there, that can help as well. Also, getting a sense of like when's the best time to use your boosts or your nitros, using them specifically. This is usually where my run ends, here. I get that for sure, because like, hey, you know, fine. One thing I'm not doing that I should be doing is running nitro specifically. Yeah, because that, fine, we're showing that for sure. No, I get that because, yeah, these get kind of hard the way they're going, and also the way you have to kind of go in the tunnels. There's one course, not this one, but there's a later one. When you go, you sometimes will, the curve is so tight you will feasibly hit into the wall. If it's not this, it's the snow fog level. Oh yeah, absolutely. And we showed a little bit of how the fog's working, but it's also something that's a great effect too, but it's also something, yeah, you gotta keep your eye on the road. It's like driving in the fog, which honestly, now I'm thinking about it, I don't know if there's other racing games I have played where the fog aspect is that well done. I mean, maybe some of the rally racing games I played, like Rally Sport Challenge 2 on Xbox, and actually Colin McRae Rally... oh no, Rally 3 had it, and I want to show that one. Colin McRae Rally 3 is an amazing game, which it's on the Xbox and the PS2. I still got a copy of that. It costs next to nothing, which is sad because it's a terrific game. It is perhaps the best controls of any racing game ever made, and I know that's a bold statement, but my god, the controls in that game are so good. They're unbelievably good, but also the idea of the atmosphere. But yeah, that's something this game's doing unique too, that is upping it from Top Gear 1, but also, yeah, it is something that it makes it a lot harder, for sure. Yeah, going back to that Capcom vs. SNK Chaos, I don't know if the new version has new things to it, specifically, or if it's, like, street porting the old one, or street porting the arcade game. I also can't tell if the map looks like a unicorn head or a shoe or a hippo opening his mouth. Okay. Oh, there you go, because remember, we had that when we did F-Zero X, another one I know you wanted to see, and we had another great time doing that one, for sure. How to figure, like, which F-Zero we're going to do next, specifically, and, okay, I have another Nitro if I want to use it. Yeah, oh yeah, feel free to give the idea of, like, I'm getting the unicorn thing because of the horn, maybe, and maybe they had that on their minds. Fine, fine, we saw that also with F-Zero X on the context of, if you're not with us for that play, it is on the YouTube site, so it's available to you there, but also, because we're in X Cup where it's randomly generated, we didn't know what the course designs are going to look like, and you have the map up there, so the question like, hey, what does it look like? Sometimes that'd be a funny idea, like, hey, what does it look like? It feasibly could look like, actually, I can see the case of, like, the opening mouth, too, now, so, like, hey, I get that. Actually, it's interesting. Through all the practice I did this game, I didn't necessarily stop and think about that, but good eye, for sure. And also, one thing I did not mention, fine, I'm out of nitros. It probably is not a good idea to do that. So I don't know if I'm going to relive your your bad memories, I guess, of losing this race. I hope not. Just because I want to go through everything. Fine, if I get into trouble, I do have all the passwords I took on my practice written down, but I will not use them until I have gotten to the end of the race. Oh, right, fuel low. Yeah, I think I can get to the end on this one, feasibly. But, yeah. One thing is that you do have damage. You're seeing, actually, the car damage over there on the left. The green areas mean you don't have damage to it. The orange ones mean you have some damage. Red means it's really bad, and if it's nothing, you have nothing, and if you hit that part of it, you will feasibly spin out or crash. I see the horn, but the bottom of it looks like the bottom of a chute. Yeah, I see that too, as far as, like, the end, like, the heel part. Yeah, absolutely, I get that. Okay, at least got 8th, so fine. It doesn't matter, and I got through with enough gas. Yeah, right now it doesn't matter. I don't think it even mouth. Or else like the mouth opening. Yeah, I get that too. Oh, but if you do get 8th, or 7th, or 9th, or 10th, no points for you. But that's feasibly okay, because the thing about this game is AI. I'll say this. Like versus right, this is not an easy game. But it's also something that, as long as you're kind of consistent, and since you only have four races to a leg of the championship mode, you feasibly can afford a 7th place like I got, or an 8th place, and be okay, as we're going to Sheffield. This is something I want to, in fact, at this point, I am going to try and boost something up that I haven't. And in this case, you do need to take a look at the pictures of what you got. So I'm going to buy that Nitro box, and I'm going to also I'll buy some front armor. And then I will change the car color to, let's go the other side for that. So, okay, so I have the second Nitro thing. I have the first gearbox, the dry and wet tires. Those tend to be the things you want to run first, because that does help for sure. And you can feel the fact that it's helping, which is something that you'd think with an upgrade system like this, you sometimes think to yourself, hey, wait a second, am I going to be feeling the differences? But the answer is I am. but the good news also, since I didn't do that hot in the last race, they do put you up a little further in the starting positions. And also, like, yeah, where's straight away that I can use my my Nitro? I was saying, yeah, the city of Sheffield over there, which it's not like, hey, we're running through the actual streets of that. That would be whenever we play the, well, okay, fine, I don't know if Sheffield's covered in the Getaway for PlayStation 2. There's a lot of London that's covered in that, like accurate London, specifically for the case of that game. But it is something, yeah, you do see enough kind of landmarks of it that you kind of can get a sense that, oh yeah, we're going here. As, yeah, for this map as well, yeah, looking at what the picture's looking like now, in this case, I guess it looks like, I don't know, like a snail or something. We're talking classic arcade games. You know the snake thing that goes across the screen and leaves the mushrooms in Centipede? The do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. When you see that going, I'll have a picture of that as I go. I'm always looking a little bit of that, specifically. And we're going into the tunnel fully. Like, yeah, it does, yeah, see, that's the thing about that. You're looking as far as how it looks, like, maybe this looks like it's really choppy as we're getting a long roll of money. So that's the other thing. There is money in a long row that way on this course. And also there's the bear cage, which if you hit them, you slow down, but it also means that on the next lap, they will not be there. So that also can potentially be good if it's cases where you really need to be careful on the turns. And the other way to also be sure you're gonna be all right on the curves is go as far to the side, the other opposite side, and then turn into it as much as you can, so you can feasibly take it with Nitro, although sometimes you will have to slow down. So you have to do, you have to manage that specifically. Basically, for the boosts, I would say, if you can find a straightaway, use that, but there's some cases like mine, you might not be able to afford that, and since you only have 6 unless you're on courses where you can pick up extras or get the S1 on each lap, you want to conserve them, and probably, I'd say, the best way to do it is probably conserve them to have enough towards the end of the race if you need them, but feasibly use them at the start, so then you can also be in a case of saying, hey, you know what, I can at least get myself, if not completely out in front, close to out in front, so that feasibly you can hope that the computer will do poorly in a way, or make a crash, or your boost is strong enough that you can just completely go through and hear that great sound of the engine as it goes higher as far as you're going fast. And then yeet, and then you go over the jump that way, it goes yeet. I was like, yeah, there's some really good sound design in this game for the purpose of that, and also with the music. I mean, the music's awesome too, but just in the case of that, and also one thing you're noticing, when it comes to that gearbox we bought, it's a 4-speed automatic or 4-speed manual when you were running by default, but when you get the new gearbox, it upgrades to 5. But when you get that, you want to get the engine feasibly when you can, but the engine costs a lot of money. It's the most expensive thing. So sometimes, if you want to put it off, put it off. It also seems like the Nintendo 64 game, after the Nintendo 64 games, this series kind of disappeared. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit when we played the first one, which is, yeah, as far as where Top Gear went after Nintendo 64, which is where it had the most entries. Because there was Top Gear Rally, there was Top Gear Overdrive, as my fuel is low, and I have an extra nitro, so feasibly at the end of the race, in fact, this is the race, this is the very race I'm thinking of, where at the end of it, you pretty much want to wait to the last straightaway and just use it in case, like, hey, if I'm going to run out of gas, you'll be set. Yeah, because there's Top Gear Rally, Top Gear Overdrive, Top Gear Rally 2, and then there was Top Gear Hyperbike. I never played that one. I didn't play Top Gear Rally 2. And then after that, as far as where the series went, there were other games, but you're right, there was something about how prolific it was on Super Nintendo and then on Nintendo 64 as well that the other ones didn't maybe get as much attention as you'd think, because there actually was one close to the launch of the PlayStation 2, that being Top Gear Daredevil. I never played it. I don't know, like vs. Chad, if you've played it. I think it's like really cheap. I think it almost was looking like a Midtown Madness direction. And then there was Top Gear Pocket 1 and 2, which were on Game Boy Color. That was alongside the Nintendo 64 games. I honestly never played them after this one, or after Top Gear 2, or after the Super Nintendo era, or 16-bit era, I guess. because there were other ones, but my experience, actually the only ones I played were these two, 1 and 2 on this system, and then Top Gear Rally and Overdrive. I hadn't played the other ones, but honestly, given how the feel of these are, I kind of want to think, I think we should feasibly go through a bunch of the other ones. Including the other ones, like, yeah, they're kind of going in different directions, like with Top Gear Daredevil. I didn't know about that one actually until today. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I don't even know if it's a good game or not. It's like one of those things that, okay, it exists, like, wait, there's a Top Gear game, it's on PlayStation 2, I was like, what is this? But also the unfortunate timing, I guess, of coming out around the time Midnight Club and Smuggler's Run came out. So at that point, when the launch of the system was, and they're like, and Ridge Racer 5, so at that point, like, I don't know if people were going to pay attention to that, or if it even was seen as really good. Let me see what I got on upgrade. You know, I think I'm good for now. We're going to keep going. And then the other ones, as far as that, there was Top Gear Rally on Nintendo 64, or no, well, there was on Nintendo 64. There was on Game Boy Advance, which is not the Nintendo 64 game, something totally different. I might need to check it out. Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to see it. I'd be curious to show it for the show. I mean, I think we should just go through the whole franchise, specifically. As far as what they are, and fine, after that there was... Fine, technically the last game in this franchise was Top Gear RPM Tuning. Talk about another case of bad timing. It came out right before Gran Turismo 4 did on PS2. It was on Xbox and GameCube. No, it's Xbox and PS2. And I think it was actually kind of going like the import tuning case, like Need for Speed Underground and LA Rush and, well, fine, Midnight Club, especially at that point, specifically, as far as what it was. But there were not many cars to it, which, especially at that time, like the question, like, wait a second, like, there's only 8 cars in this game. I wasn't know the Game Boy games until today either. You know, see, here's the thing, I'd heard them, but I never played them. And they're also weird ones for this show because they have the rumble feature. They're amongst the games on the Game Boy Color where they built in a rumble pack to them, where you put in a AAA battery and you were able to have rumble. Although when you connect that to the Game Boy player, or if you connect Pokemon Pinball to the Super Game Boy, because that is the only rumble feature game on Game Boy Color that works with old Game Boy or Super Game Boy, the rumble just doesn't go off. So it's one of those cases where it's like, okay, fine, I can't necessarily show you the rumble going off, and it won't go off in the GameCube anyway. I believe they do something to turn it off. Maybe it's like, hey, you know what, we can't have it rumbling while the game's going. I don't know if, like, there's a tech reason why that is or not, but there is that. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting for the case, like, where's this franchise gone? And also, I made a mistake. I edited for this when we did Top Gear 1. I made a mistake when I did that show, saying, like, what was the last game in the franchise? The last game in the franchise, I said, was Top Gear Downforce, which was on DS. Well, okay, it was going to be Top Gear Downforce on the DS. That game was actually canceled. Because after I did that show, I said, I took down notes, like, how many games of this franchise were there? There were actually a lot. I think there were like 14, 15. So, and when I did that, I looked, there was this DS game, Downforce. Like, where the hell is this thing? What is this all about? I looked around, I was like, I can't find a copy of this. What's going on? Is this insanely rare? And I looked, like, wait, then they canceled it. And fine, they're technically sort of kind of a new one in the Top Racer collection as far as the collection itself, and also Top Racer Crossroads, which is a... Fine, even Nintendo Life called bullshit on the concept of, is this actually a new Top Gear game? Saying that basically what it is, it's Top Gear 1 with redos to it to add cars and aspects of sorts from Horizon Chase Turbo, which I believe it was some of the people who worked on Top Gear 1. Not many worked on this one, I believe, made those games, which had a feel to them, and there is a connection. Hence why you have that extra aspect when we do that. And when we do Top Gear 3000, we were going to use that collection for it. We'll show Crossroads off as a case of it. But maybe that case that, yeah, from what I've understood, this is a franchise that does have a niche appeal as far as nowadays people kind of come into this. In fact, like, for sure the reason I came to these two on Super Nintendo, and I guess Cubite Entertainment saw that and they said, fine, well, all this weird stuff we're doing as far as our re-releases, stuff like Zero Tolerance, stuff like Radical Rex, and some other stuff, they said, why not Top Gear or Top Racer? And we got them. As we're going to Canada now in Banff, I believe is the name of it. Okay, so where am I on my parts? Well, I don't want to spend money on my parts because, hey, I'm close to a nitro box and I'm feasibly close to a gearbox or an engine. Fine, I have not upgraded the engine. I probably should upgrade the engine, but fine. But you have the choice to say, hey, do I want to take what I got? Can I manage the next race? I'm seeing a straightaway at the beginning, which makes me very happy to see this. As we're going in the snowy area, which when it's not snowing specifically, the road will not be affected by that. And the game is smart enough, I believe. Feel free to correct me if this is not right. The game is smart enough to select the tires that you to select the wet or the dry tires based upon the weather itself. You don't actually have to select them. Just when you buy them, you have them, and then they activate when you're on the course they go. But yeah, crap, I unfortunately didn't do so hot on that. Fine, because I'm too close to the way, or to the curve, I should say. Yeah, and then he comes, you say bonsai, and then fine, there's the S. So like, okay, so the auto, or the super nitro, you that go through, boom! Yeah, I do love that. Yeah, hold on, it's one of those, I'll tell you what this game is, and feel free to go on this as far as, experience with your family and everybody and yourself. This, for me, is one of those squeeze your controller like crazy games. You might even hearing me almost, not necessarily snapping the Super Nintendo controller. And since the default accelerator is on the X button, like, I have my thumb stuck on that X button, although actually the way I've been playing this for the practice, I've actually had my index finger on it. It's like, use that so I can manage that when I do the turbo case. I believe you don't choose the tires. Okay, so the tires are automatically set, because you have your sets of wet and dry, so basically based upon that, you'll have it set, but the effectiveness of them will be changed if you have the better tires. Okay, thank you. I thought that was the case, because I also looked at the PDF of the manual. I have a link to that for sure in link list when I edit, to get a sense of, okay, what do the manuals say? Because I want to make sure that, hey, how is this looking? And since now we're in an era where, fine, instruction manuals tend not to exist massively, although fine, I showed for Rocket Knight Adventures Respark that they gave you a nice one as far as a little bit of an idea and a comic inside. All of the manuals feasibly for anything can feasibly found online to get a sense like, hey, what are they saying specifically for it? And get in some cases like, yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's kind of the great thrill of a lot of Top Gear games I played, but also this one in particular. But yeah, you're going like, yeah, there is that first case, yeah. And even in that case, since I'm so close to the edge of that, I'm holding and hugging the side of it, I feasibly can go set to that. And fine, you kind of have to pay attention to both the road at the same time as you pay attention to the map up there. So it is kind of interesting how you have to kind of go and manage that fight. Oh, that's him. Woo! But yeah, as I'm seeing, yeah, turn and then the S turn. Yeah, and since we did hit the bumpers, by the way, as we went along, they're off for the next lap. Also, one other thing worth pointing out when it comes to that, yeah, they go away on lap, but that S thing, that does not go away, so you can pick that up again. And also, something else I was thinking as far as that with, also, if you crash too much or crash in a specific way, you'll kind of flip the car. It's kind of like Outrun. We'll get to that when we see it. Okay, good. That's not... Okay, fine. It's somebody I laughed. Okay, fine. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, right. That's... Okay, that reminded me. Okay. As I'm low on fuel, but yeah. You'll usually be okay for fuel, so you don't have to worry too much. But, fine. Especially because we're at the end of the race. Okay. Yeah, because... Fine, that's the other thing. The items on the course, the computer cannot pick them up. So you don't have to worry about the case that, hey... They'll get the boost, they'll get the money, they'll get the extra nitros, and you can't get them. They can't pick them up. So it's kind of like Top Gear Rally and Nintendo 64. There's shortcuts, but they never take them. Going to Niagara Falls, and it's gonna be rainy for sure in that. So let's get our wet tires out. And also, fine, let's buy an engine, I guess. Fine, let's also take a look as far as I got. I got level 1 gearbox, level 2 nitro. I could buy the third one right now, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm kind of barren on my armor, so I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Buy the next engine, and we'll feasibly go through enough. You'll be able to get all the engines. Since it's raining, we have the red paint job. Front armor is level 1. I'm gonna do side armor. You do have the rear armor in the sense that, yeah, guard that rear bumper for all you Daytona USA people, but that doesn't come into factor as much as you think. I mean, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, there we go. So there's Niagara Falls, and fine, it's not the falls they're doing that, but you do get the side of the falls. And, oh, by the way, flashlight warning sorta on some of these courses because you get lightning in them. Nothing really, really bad, but still, I'll give a warning of that. I'll give the thing down below for it, because it's enough. Not horrific, but still a case that, fine, I'll give it. And I don't know if the Top Racer Collection tones it down or not, or how, like, the engine of that works, because, fine, Rocket Knight Adventures, the collection of that, those 3 games, they have flashing light elements they didn't tone down, but they do give you a warning head, by the way, saying, like, yeah, don't, be careful on this. Actually, I realize, like, a lot of the Konami collections I have do that. Because that one does it, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection does it, I think the Castlevania collections do it, the Contra one does it, and I also believe, alright, I guess we'll see if Suikoden does it. Please, on Suikoden, as far as how that is, because fine, I was literally on camera begging for it last week on Chasm 22's behalf, sort of, kind of, but also on the case that I want to play it too, the point where I'll go on PS3, I'll buy the couple that are on the PS3 just to say that, fine, see what's going on. We want to see Suikoden come back, because, like, he said, I want to do Suikoden for the show. And we also came to this very weird epiphany on that one this week, honestly, which was, we said, hey, it's been 2 years since they announced that, because what it's going to be a re-release, a remaster of the first two Suikoden games from PlayStation, which are strategy RPGs, and I realized it was announced September of 2022, so about 2 years ago now. When that happened, he was out of the country on a vacation, and he actually said to me, he's like, I'm going on a country on vacation again at the end of the month, or end of next month, I should say. And I said, wait a minute. I came to the realization, I said, they announced that collection when you were not in the country. So he said, like, I have to leave the country in order for them to announce the new release date of this thing, because they delayed the release of that last year. They said, release it, they said 2024, and then they have it kind of at nothing specific. And also, fine, at this point, Yuan Chronicle 100 Hero, which is the spiritual successor to Suikoden, that came out. There's new DLC they announced for that's coming out later this year, and I guess if you did kickstarting on that, I guess you get it? I don't know, I'll ask Kazan 22, because he kickstarted it on the Switch, and he said, this is so awful, I'm buying it on PS5 now, as far as it, but he's like, he still has it on Switch, and they're updating it, fixing it specifically as far as how it runs. I don't know if, hey, it's like Shovel Knight, where it's like, hey, the DLC is going to be part of that deal for that. But that being said, it's something that, yeah, we're waiting to see something like that. I mean, because I guess if nothing else, it's one of those things that, I'll tell you, this is the similarity I'm seeing between that and fine, a lot of franchises, and then now Top Gear, which is that the idea of a modern re-release, the idea of, like, the value of a modern re-release of a lot of things, even just to understand, like, what was this game all about, even the Plumbers and Were Ties re-release they did, or the Bubsy Perfect collection they're going to be doing. Another case of, like, understanding a point in time of gaming, a game series, and then bring it to a new audience, which I think is a good case to doing in that. And other people like, oh my god, I grew up with it. Like, Kazan22 said that with Suikoden. He said, I love this game, I love these games, generally speaking. And like for you saying with Top Gear 2 here in particular, saying this formed a lot of my earliest racing experiences. The case that my family was a big case of this as far as playing it. A lot of people in my family have this connection. So at that point, the case of being able to then share that with other people as I just got on the line enough. Oh, no, I didn't. I got second. To get money. Yeah, because as long as you get 6th place, you get money. But if you get less than 6th place, you don't, and that's the idea. So, alright, we're going to Toronto. Let's take a look at, again, our money situation, which is... Okay, so fine, I got that side armor. I can also, that's the other thing for waiting, because like, hey, at that point, like, I can get that one, but fine, I can afford the other rear armor. But it's also something, as will take gray, where, you know what, yeah, I'm gonna take the front armor, I'll tell you why. Since I do boost to go ahead, as far as how it is early on, if I can, I, generally speaking, will want to have that. So I can at least, because what the armor does is it will reduce the amount of damage, I believe, of what I've seen in my practice. Because what I've been doing on this game, just to give you an idea, I've practiced this game all week after work, in a sense like, hey, what this is all about, what are we doing? And that was also the benefit of having last week's show. It was like, hey, you know, it's easy for me to get that set. I was able to edit that really quickly, feasibly, and then practice more on this game, get ready. For what I'm understanding, I believe it does reduce the amount of damage you take. So at that point, it'll make you better as far as, you know, if you take crashes and things like that, the parts of your car will not go down specific. And one thing, I guess, is worth pointing out, this is, well, fine, Top Gear 1 was the first example of managing aspects of your car with fuel and things like that. But this one also had like the damage element, which was kind of the earliest case of it for this franchise and other games that would go back to this. Specifically Top Gear Rally 2 on Nintendo 64, which I have not played, but it's one I've also heard mixed things about. People like, hey, you know, it's a game that kind of wants to be like an arcadey rally racing game the way Sega Rally is, but it's also something that has a simulation aspect where you have car damage, but also the case that you have car damage that's random, so it means that when you're doing the time trial mode, if you're driving specifically, if you drive weird, you might, for some unknown reason, your tire will blow out, and you're like, wait, what did I run over? It's like, there's not spike strips on the course. It's not like that. It's not like, hey, you know, you're driving around, I don't know, a military thing or something, and like there's like spike strips on them. Do not reverse your car on those. It's not that. It was like, yeah, sometimes it just bursts, and you're like, wait, why did my tire go out? And sometimes it'd be funny when you like crash into stuff in other games that do that, like those Toka Race Driver games. I love those cases where you can basically crash the car so much your tire falls off, and you either lose the race in that one, or I know some of the Forza Motorsport games, particularly Forza Motorsport 3, as far as the ones I played, that I know do this. The wheel comes off and you're basically racing on the axle, which I love doing that as far as those games. But yeah, it's, from what I understand, I think it was kind of random with that one. And then Top Gear Rally 1 takes the paint aspect of this one, they go all the way, saying like, hey, it's Mario paint, basically. You pretty much can paint anything you want on your car. And I've seen people do these incredible things, including I think Nintendo Power even had a contest for something where they did this, saying, hey, can you give us your best designs of car in Top Gear Rally? And you had people who were like painting stuff for Yoshi's Story, stuff for The Lion King, stuff for Mario. And it was impressive. And that's despite the fact that the mouse of the Nintendo 64 never came out in the US, and also the mouse, actually, you know, I don't know if that's been tested. Is the mouse that came out in Japan only for Nintendo 64, is it compatible with Top Gear Rally? I would think it would be, because I know Derek Alexander of the Stop Skeletons for Fighting channel, he has like 2 episodes of his show based on that mouse. He's like, I have 2 of these damn things. I'm showing these off, and it's like, I'm playing games like Smash Brothers with this, I'm playing Superman for Nintendo 64 with this, I'm playing all these other things. I guess you feasibly could use it with Top Gear Rally on Nintendo 64 to move the analog stick around and then click for the A and the B buttons to do painting. Except I don't have one of those things, and I don't know, I think they cost money, because what happened with those is that they came with, as I'm gonna grab, nothing, I'll hold with what we got. I'm gonna grab, nothing, I was saying, grab nothing. They came with Mario Artists, or the Mario Artist games that were on the 64 disc drive in Japan only. And they also came with SimCity 2000, which I think it did, which is on Nintendo 64 in Japan only. Weirdly enough, it never came out on that console here. And it's on Super Nintendo, even. And I have it on the PC. I want to show that PC version specifically at some point. I just got to figure how am I scoping that as we're driving at night again. But yeah, that mouse only came out there. They never released it here. But it is something that feasibly, it is region-free, so you can use it that way. But how well it works with Top Gear Rally for that, I don't know. And then for racing with it, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't cost too much. I could figure something for it, but outside of that, I don't know. In that case, it might be easier to see if... Actually, that's another avenue I'm wondering. I know I'll say, hey, we'll go as original as we can on certain things, but it's also something that one thing I'm thinking is that... In fact, I might ask Edwack this. He might know. Do the Nintendo 64 emulators, do they have an option that feasibly replicates the Nintendo 64 mouse in that you can use it as, I guess, a movement device for the game you're playing? Maybe. I mean, I'll follow up with him. Maybe he has an idea. Or, Chad, if you know, like, hey, if you run, Project 64 is the emulator, I think, the big one for Nintendo 64 for the PC, I believe. If there's an option for that, because I don't know if there is. Yeah, we have more night driving going on. Whoa, or night driving. Which is also a game in and of itself, but that's not, fine, an Atari game, but alright, fine. Crash and burn, and it's a thunderstorm, so like, okay, fine, yeah, there you go. But I gotta say, I do like the idea of the night driving. It creates a great atmosphere, and it is something that yeah, you do have to be careful as far as how driving is, but it doesn't necessarily seem like it's an unfair case, like, hey, I can barely see anything. You sort of see the city in the distance where it seems like there's a power outage, hence why I guess the lightning storm is all about. We also sort of see the stuff in the distance of, like, the turn areas. Yeah, they are bright, like when you're driving on the actual road at night, and the side signs that are lit up with the Chemco logo. But also the idea of, like, reading the map, because they, as you mentioned, read that map, which looks like a pair of kidneys, I guess. Ow. Fine, yeah, the car's not saying ouch. Sometimes the car will say ouch, and we've shown them saying ouch when it crashes, specifically. I believe it is someone inside of the car, as it isn't. Fine, there's a volcano. Uh-oh. Fine, the volcano will not erupt. That would be funny if it did, but, yeah, I guess that's gonna be the question. I guess also, maybe we get another Top Gear game. Feasibly, that Top Racer collection is doing really well. By the way, when we do that for, 3,000, I'm gonna buy it on the Switch, and the reason I'm gonna buy it on the Switch is because I can use the Super Nintendo controller with it, and from what I understand... Oh, shit. Okay, that's the other thing. Sometimes looking at the signs, it's, something you might not necessarily get a sense that, hey, you know, it's going to exactly where you need to go, but that's also the benefit of, like, watching the map. Although, the map's not necessarily guaranteed either, because sometimes you're looking at it, it's like, hey, it looks like it's a straightaway, but sometimes it'd be very quick, like, S-curves, kind of, sort of, as I'm not doing so hot. Yeah, let's go. But yeah, the car is going, so let's get our way going. Yeah, oh, yeah, fuel low. Fine, we'll be fine, we're on the last lap. Oh, I think, probably for the hell of it, I should probably show what happens when you run out of gas. And also, I guess, show you how reverse works, because, yeah, you do have reverse in this game, although, in fact, I'll tell you this. I found this out only, like, a couple hours ago when I was doing an audio test for this, because I said, what happens if you crash? Because I got into cases when I was doing my practice, I'm able to drive off the track. You can sort of off-road this, but not completely. But I was going slow enough, I realized that, yeah, you have the shifting for manual transmission, as we're going to kick it, but, even on automatic it works. When you're going really slow and you're only in first gear, it goes into reverse, so you can feasibly reverse, and there's honestly only one case where I can think you'd really potentially need to do that. And I think that would be... There's one curve, we'll see it as we go along, where somehow I'm still first on points. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You could feasibly be okay getting like an 8th place and be alright as we're going to Egypt over in Abu Simbel. Is that right? We have 9 laps because it's not even a mile race. But I don't have much money, so I'm going to feasibly hold on what I got. So let's go specifically. Yeah, we're going on our world faring adventure, no question. Hey, yeah, you do see like the pyramids and the ancient artifact. So yeah, we are in Egypt that way. So yeah, we're going all around the world tonight. So yeah, this is a worldwide program, no question. It's fitting for the start of the Olympics yesterday, as it's been, whoa, in Paris, and we're going to Paris as well. So yeah, we're going everywhere. Fine, to quote the Johnny Cash song, I've been everywhere. Fine, we'll have been everywhere feasibly tonight that way. All right. And crash and burn. Yeah, this case also, yeah, we got the gray look as we get, yeah, 8 laps. So yeah, we got a lot of laps to go on this one. But it is short, and yeah, the thing about this course that's hard is that it is short, as saying, ouch. Yeah, they're tight curves, so what you want to do is oh, right, okay, now I remember from my practice. It's treat it like a NASCAR race. You're turning left all the time. I find, like, the official, NASCAR track and things like that. So stay on the outside line. I think that's going to what I think, above anything else, the more I'm thinking about every game in this franchise I've played. Which mainly isn't many, but still, the ones I have played, especially these 2 on Super Nintendo do this. You really have a lot of strategy you have to think about that really makes them interesting, makes them so replayable, and gives you a sense of, like, why do these have the fandom that they do, in terms of the fact that they got a re-release of it, which was not around when we played it the first time, so I guess people realized, hey, Top Gear's cool, let's re-release it. And also from what I understood, I know the SNES Drunk channel, he loves this franchise. Especially the first one, but he likes the other ones too. And he was mentioning, I'll have the link to his video about this, or videos about this, saying that, eat my dust. Well, fine. He usually says that, I guess, as far as the idea, like those nice taunts. But also the case that apparently this is a big franchise in South America, in the sense that there is kind of appeal to it that way. So I get the sense that, yeah, Top Gear's kind of been an interesting one as far as these games, I should say. And there's not a game, as far as I'm aware of, based on the Top Gear BBC show. Which, by the way, if you're wondering why is it Top Racer Collection, not Top Gear Collection, that shows the reason why. So it took the name of this in Japan, which was that eat dirt. So yeah, thinking of the Earthworm Jim perspective that way. I'll find the quotation of him from the cartoon, voiced by Dan Castellaneta from The Simpsons, and also he has the same voice in Clay Fighter 63 1/3, and Sculptor's Cut, which I do have Sculptor's Cut. We'll show it at some point because I do actually own a legitimate copy of that somehow. One of those, yeah, how did I find that along the way for the price I found it along the way? But yeah, we'll show it, and never getting re-released that game again for sure for the racial elements in that, but fine. We'll show it for context as we always do, and also show that, hey, you know, this insanely rare game that I own, and give that perspective of it. And sometimes it'd be a funny thing, the idea like, hey, you know, when you've been playing games for so long, the idea like, what becomes rare that you expect to, what doesn't, and then also, what are the games that you picked up and you realize, wait a second, this is worth a lot of money, I want to hold on to this. Yeah, that is the rarest thing I can think of as far as the stuff of mine, and as far as Top Gear is concerned, I think the most expensive one is 3,000. 3,000, by the way, as far as how much it costs in Super Nintendo, is about, I've seen like $80, $90, sometimes a little over 100. I think it's come down a little bit. I think maybe that Top Racer Collection helped it, but I don't know if that's specifically what the reason was. Let's see. You know what? I'll hold on what I got, but I will change up color of car, because why not? Yeah, it is the rarest game in the series as far as I know. Yeah, because I don't think the other ones cost that much. One was like $15, $20. This was like $30, $40. Oh, I think I paid like 30 something for this a couple years ago. And then 3,000, because here's the weird thing on 3,000. 3,000 was one of those cases where it was really late for the Super Nintendo. It came out in 1995, I think. Oh, no, actually, if I remember correctly, I think there was this weird... maybe this is not right. Maybe this is something else. There was like a licensing thing as far as getting it released. Maybe I don't think that's right. But either way, it was 1995 for Super Nintendo. It was a long, long way afterwards. And the PlayStation and the Saturn, I think, had already come out for US by then. So it's something that kind of flew under the radar. So I think the idea is that maybe they didn't make many copies. Maybe it's something that people didn't hear about. I mean, I heard the name. I remember seeing it was a Nintendo Power. I think I saw the name of Top Gear 3000. In fact, that and Top Gear Rally on Nintendo 64 was saying, ouch, and we're going to burn rubber. Those are my introductions to the Top Gear series. The first one I played was Top Gear Rally for Nintendo 64. I was not a fan of it. For personal reasons, fine, I'll mention it because my parents were going through a divorce at the time. I feel definitely differently about that nowadays, admittedly, but as far as it being not as much of a depressing case as it was at the time. The music, which is totally different in the Japanese version, by the way, the US music is insanely depressing. So maybe that was one thing, but it's also something for the game itself. There's so many racing games on Nintendo 64. That one, the sense of speed didn't seem there. I like the paint shop thing, but it was also something that, I don't know, I'd played other racing games at the time, and there was a glut of them in 1997, especially at that time. Stuff like Extreme G, which is one of the people who worked on this game, programmed that game, or this game programmed that. And somehow that's on Switch Online expansion pack, so, like Rich is saying, how about Robotron 64? I don't think there's a potentially off case if Warner Brothers wants to, let them have that, because that would be a Warner Brothers decision at this point, because they do have the rights to Robotron, because they have the Midway collections that have it, and they've released the ones that have it, or the modern ones that have it, I should say. Yeah, there was that, there was San Francisco Rush, there was, Automobile Lamborghini from Titus, which I think I even like that one a little more than Top Gear Rally at the time. I don't know if I think that now, if I went back to both of them. There was Multi-Racing Championship. I think that's a better game. I know that's a case where that's one where I know St. Aspartame, he's always like, I know he was with me when I bought that game. Specifically, he's like, that game is so crap. He's like, well, I mean, I don't know, maybe, but there's some interesting things that game's doing too. It's just insanely limited. That's not going to be a long show when we do that game, for sure, just to give an idea of that. But there were so many racing games at the time. There's something about Top Gear Rally or Nintendo 64 Top Gear Rally that, I don't know, just didn't do it for me, and But it's one of those things that, look, I'll say, as far as the trajectory of this franchise, as we're going to Cairo at night, so I want to make sure that my car is, like, shining, like, from the moon or something like that. So let's get the red one. When it comes to the order of the games we'll play, I guess we'll play them in order, so I guess then 3000 is going to be next, and then Top Gear Rally Nintendo 64 would be the next one in the line, I believe. Let's chat. Feel free to correct me if that's not the next one after 3000. I believe it is. Unless you want to see the Lotus games first, but the Lotus games are Top Gear adjacent. They're not part of this franchise, but they're by the same people who made these. If these would be a separate thing. So usually Top Gear Rally Nintendo 64 would be the next stop after 3000. So at that point I would, if I want to get a copy of it, not that it's expensive, and then say, like, fine, I'll face my demons as far as my growing up and see that maybe it's a case that come back and I have a different perspective. And as I said, it doesn't matter if I don't like a game or do like a game. If you want to see it for the show, I don't care, we're going to show it. If it's a game I totally hate and you totally love, or I love and you totally hate, or we both totally hate, and we want to see it for the show, we'll see it for the show. I will show it for the show. I have no problem showing it for the show. Even in cases where you said to me, no, I don't want to see, no, I don't know you should play this, like Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis and the Game Boy Advance, I'm probably going to say, like, no, we're going to see this. To put it into a context, you have to see this. Sometimes that you have to see this to believe this case. And it's also why the April Fool's Day show next year is Plumbers That Were Ties. Go back to that again. It's like, yeah, we are going to show that. You have to see that game. That is a brace yourself game. Like, what is this? You have to see that. It's one of those things that, I'll say this. I have not yet been to a party with some of my friends. Actually, they're throwing one next week. Which, by the way, is the reason we're going to have a Friday show. I'm just going to openly say that. But I've not tried clearing a room with that game yet. Specifically because I didn't have it with me at the last time. It was like, everything from my Switch fit in my bag except that one game. It's like, and I forgot that one. Like, yeah, I was gonna clear the room with that. It's like, fine, I'll show you Night Trap. That didn't clear the room. They're fascinated by that game. But like, yeah, fine. Try clearing the room. It's like, fine. If Ed Wax is like, it's time for everybody to go home, we'll say like, yeah, everybody is like, no, I don't want to go. It's like, Ed Wax, you want me to put in Top? Oh, no, you put in Top Gear. Any case, they'll probably want to stay around, maybe, but. Put in Plumbers That Were Ties, they'll probably like, no, get me away from this, or fine. They might just be, I don't know, will they have trouble sleeping the next night? That's gonna be the question, specific. I don't think so, although I will say, when I did play it, as far as getting that collection, and I do have it physically, you bet your ass I bought that game physically, I said, after an hour and a half playing that game, I'm a changed man, but actually in a good way, and I do appreciate the experience, and fine, you're gonna want to see that experience. It's quite something. So that case of being like anything we show. So at that point, as I said, going back to Top Gear Rally, that would be then our next stop. And then at that point, yeah, I guess we do the Nintendo 64 games, and then Daredevil, and we do the Pocket games, and Rally on Game Boy Advance, and RPM tuning. And fine, we'll do the Crossroads one as part of 3000, although I don't know how long 3000 runs. This one runs a lot longer than I thought it was going to, but I kind of think that's a good thing. It's like, fine. Yo, dude. Yeah, so there you go. Yo, dude, I am in first. But I said, when it comes to viewer requests, like, yeah, I want to give the game as much as I can do as far as, you know, what I can manage for it. If it's something really, really difficult, so I'll practice it. Fine, I'll practice this, of course, for sure. Then it's like, how we see this complete as much as we can, and this is how we're doing it. Okay. So there you go. We got our championship table set, and we're going to Husitan, I believe is the name of it. We're in, that's the last area of Egypt. But I think we have money for an upgrades. Oh, damn, we have tons of money for upgrades. But, okay, so let me take an inventory. So, I have the second engine. I have best wet and dry tires. I have the first of the gearboxes. I have the second best nitro, so get that. It's one of those things. I think I also maybe want to. I don't know if I want to upgrade my engine before I get this. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the best nitro, and I will stop there. Except we'll go green, and then we'll go back to blue. Okay, so yeah, we'll see one more shot of the pyramids. You take some water specifically for it. Yeah, by the way, I do not have alcohol for this because fine, I'm driving. Well, actually, I'm trying to think if I've ever done that with a driving game. But maybe I have, maybe I haven't. But either way, like fine. I was thinking to myself, like maybe I should have a drink tonight. But fine, I did the angry video game nerd thing when he looked at the Desert Bus game out of Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors for Sega CD, saying like, no, I'm driving. It's like, yeah, you're right. I'm driving. I can't be in that case. Yeah, oh, fine. I'll quote to quote Iceman from Crazy Taxi 2. Okay, let's kick it. Yeah, fine. That's probably what I should be doing every time I get one of those things. Fine. Did the eat dirt thing already. That's a second, and then. All right, so 3 laps left. Okay, fine. That's the other thing. I probably should be quoting every single racing game when it comes to like the 3 laps left thing. Or fine. Fine. I'll do that for. That would be like the Ridge Racer thing. 3 laps to go. And we do need to still show Ridge Racer on the show at some point. Yeah, so fine. Unfortunately, I'm spinning out. I do love how the car looks. So that goes to the tech of this game over Top Gear 1. Because Top Gear 1, it's a lot of sprite stuff it's doing from what I'm understanding. Or what I'm seeing of it. But it looks like the way that the modeling of the car in this one is. It's more of, fine, I guess it is a sprite, but it's also something that it has more rounding to it. And you do notice that more when you spin out. And also, I guess, notice a little more as you drive, including the kind of subtle detail, the way the tires are spinning, in that they're kind of, sort of flashing a little bit if you look as far as below there. But the idea that it does create that great sense that, yeah, the tires are spinning, and it's also kind of a smooth look of it. I mean, I don't know if they're Mode 7ing that part of it. It honestly looks now, the more I'm thinking about it, maybe it does. Yeah, move over. Eat my dust. Yeah, also, I'm gonna be curious when, just in my case, when I go back on the video on this one, saying, are you hearing the squeezing of the controller as we go into final lap? So yeah, the Diddy Kong Racing case. Fine, just think of every single racing game where you have a voice acting case of it and think of what it is. Also, I guess then fine, that was the other thing. On Top Gear Rallies, on Nintendo 64's case, not much on voice acting, although fine. These games don't have it. Well, actually, okay, that's not true. This game does have voice acting in the main menu theme. There is actual voice spoken on there, which we heard, I believe, earlier on. So in that case, it sort of is. 3000, I don't know if it does, and then... Actually, no, Overdrive does. Because Overdrive kind of goes a little more of an arcadey route, a little bit like this one. Well, it's one I kind of just want to play again myself, not even just for the show. Just to get a sense of, now that I have the Super Nintendo games, the first 2 under my belt, what is it about that one that is kind of tying back to this? Because I know there's like... Actually, the thing about Top Gear Overdrive, if you ever played that one, that's an interesting one because it has this really heavy metal guitar music that sounds great. It's really high quality as far as Nintendo 64 is concerned. And it's also something that... The voice quality as far as like the Yahoo! When you crash into stuff, it actually sounds really cool. Alright, so there's our password for France. So yeah, we're going to France now, as mentioned in Bordeaux. And it's a 5-lap case going around the lake. So we got $3,000, or 30,000. Like, no, add a 0. So what can I get? Get the next gearbox, I got the nitro. You know, at this point, we're gonna take the next gearbox. There we go, and we'll change color, we'll go to blue. And you only have those 8 colors, but that's fine. But it's the idea that you're not locked into it. And like Grand Theft Auto always said, like, yeah, the color is complimentary, so you don't have to pay for it. Alright. Now, a little bit more of a, actually, fine. That looks like the head of a dinosaur, specifically I'm seeing there as far as this course. Pretty short and only 5 laps to it. Yeah, Roadhog. So yeah, there you go. So you're getting that idea of, like, the case of what that is. Whoa. Eat my dust. Also, you're seeing, actually, kind of one of the hard parts of this game, which is when the cars are packed together, especially in a course that has not many straightaways for a while, or many at all, sometimes getting past the pack is actually pretty hard. In fact, going back to the SNES Drunk thing, because I was looking as far as like the research about this stuff, anything I could find about the making of the game, which nothing really specifically stood out. But one thing you're saying, like, hey, compared to Top Gear 1, you easily just nitro at the beginning and you'll be guaranteed to win. But like, I don't know. Fine. In this case, he knows those games so well, I think. He's like, I grew up with Top Gear 1 in his case, and said, hey, I know that one so well. So in that case, he knew exactly what to do coming to this one. But yeah, from my experience, even having played Top Gear 1, I'm looking at this and saying, hey, you know, that's a good strategy to get yourself set to start, but it's also something that, yeah, eventually even that's not necessarily going to be a guarantee. Although in this case, yeah, you know, just keep going. And you also tell that the nitro's still going when you see the or is going whilst the fire's on, but when it goes out, boom, you're done. But fine, I'm first now. Whoa. Yeah, so it creates a sense of adrenaline that, fine, that's the other thing. Fine, I feel like I'm dumping on DenteCariato Nintendo 64. Fine, we'll come back to that game and I love it. I don't know. That's going to be maybe the concept of it. It's not even a Tetrasphere thing. It was like, hey, I knew I wasn't very good at this game. That one I just actively did not like. But I said, hey, give it another shot might be the idea. But for that one, I was like, yeah, I felt this tension playing it, the sense like, oh, wow, I'm out of control. Although, fine, to be fair in that game, of what I've seen as far as the later parts of it, the cars you can get later do have a better sense of speed to them. And there's some very weird ones, including a big beach ball, which you can drive around. There's an ice cube. There is one that's not the high end, but there's actually a licensing aspect with Nintendo Power for one of the cars in that. And there's also a milk truck and a football helmet, which run really, really fast. And we're gonna like, wait, okay, that's kind of cool. As you go through that game, although that game only has 5 courses, although unlike this one, it's fine. This is more like lap races like this. But those are kind of fine, a big environment where you have feasibly a lot of shortcuts you can take. To get more money and doing good so far. But it's night in Monaco, so we're gonna have to, which is a fitting case, I guess, at that. But I'm gonna make sure I got something bright enough. Yeah, let's get the yellow, but that looks like an orange, specifically to me. But, okay. So I think we're good with what we got. So we can keep going. You know, as we go, feel free to go, because, yeah, that's the one thing, I guess, that's interesting when it comes to racing games, I guess, especially, I guess, this one, which is that there's a lot that's been explained on the game so far. It's pretty easy to give a sense of that, but then also the idea that, hey, every show of Super Bowl Game Saturday is open mic night, as I always say, as far as myself, but also all of you in the best chat on Twitch, but also the idea that, hey, something like this is that, hey, there's not as much to explain going on further, except just seeing, like, hey, what's new, specifically, and then kind of going into that. So it makes it good for a case of discussion. And in all honesty, I'll say this. Especially when I have multi-part games, it's a case that usually when I have it with other people, when I'll travel, I basically will listen to the show in the car. You're like, hey, you're a massive narcissist. Like, yeah, ooh, fuck no, not me. But still, trust me, I'm not, absolutely. But I also do it so that I remember, hey, what did we do last time? And also get a sense of, what are some of the discussions we went over? What were some of those things are? So you could feasibly take this as, I guess, a little bit of a podcast case, but like, fine, there's a game going on here. So like, hey, we're given the perspective of the game, but everything else as well. I do really like this game. So yeah, another good find as far as Electros is concerned is another good recommendation, specifically. And one that has said, even as choppy as this looks, like, you'd think this game would age like milk, but it doesn't. It really does still feel really good. The sense of speed's really good. You can tell everything as far as what's going. It doesn't seem like it's necessarily inhibiting the experience to get that going, as we're going to let it rip. And it's one of those things that you feasibly could look at a game like this just from the surface and say, this game looks like it would be impossible to come back to, but then you play it and you realize, actually, no, it's not. And fine, I'm one of those people, I can attest to that because I didn't play this game for the first time until 3 years ago. I had such a great time with Top Gear 1. I said, I'm buying Top Gear 2. We're doing Top Gear 2. No question. And here we are now. But it's one of those things that even then I said, yeah, it's a bit choppier, but I said, yeah, this game's still really good. And it's definitely cemented completely whilst I was practicing it, saying, like, yeah, I'm getting this, and like, ouch! So yeah, there you go. Yeah, as I said, you can feasibly look at this one of two ways when it comes to the word bubbles. I do love that from Top Gear 1 and also in this one, which is that either the cars are sentient and they feel emotions or feel pain, like the Cars movies of Pixar's, or there's someone in there and they're like, hey, you know, they're feasibly having maybe a massive underreaction when you crash and say, ouch. Specifically, it says like, oh, my head or something, specifically. But it does also give it a great identity. That's the other thing. I think the Top Gear franchise, when you think about it, there is a nice identity to all of these games. Which does make you remember it, I think. And it made me remember Top Gear 1. I've been thinking back to Top Gear 1 a lot over the past couple weeks. And also the past couple months where I said, yeah, as far as the schedule case, when we're doing Top Gear 2, and now being the case, I kept thinking about that. I said, yeah, this game, I was like, yeah, I'm at that point now where I kind of think back and like, yeah, I've been telling people all over the place about this game. It was going to Nice Speaking of Driver 3, but yeah, there's a better case of running Nice than Driver 3, even though Nice is an open city in that game, and I don't remember if it's how specifically modeled it is against the actual place. Maybe it is well, but no, that's gonna be interesting when you start showing Driver. Particularly because that one I know there's licensed content to turn off. I'll have to make sure if we run it, I'll run it on the Xbox. I'll have to make sure my custom soundtracks are not on. Because it repeats your custom soundtracks, by the way, and since you're repeating missions like crazy in that, there's usually one mistake and the race is over, the drive is over, and you have to do it again. It's one of those things that I thought, something happened whilst I was playing that game that I never thought would happen. The custom music I was running in the game, because you can't change it, it just plays when you start the mission. I was starting to get sick of the music I was listening to. I was listening to Out of Touch by Hall & Oates. Like, I love Hall & Oates. I love Big Bam Boom, the album that came off of. I said, I'm getting sick of this damn song because I'm hearing it start every time I have to repeat this mission, which is like 20 times in a row, because the game is so insanely frustrating and insanely cheap. And not even the way Driver 1 or 2 were, or Driver San Francisco, which is awesome. And Parallel Lines, I don't know about that one, because that basically went so much in Grand Theft Auto direction that they basically said, fine, we're gonna have to license, well, fine, they have a lot of licensed music in that game. And also, yeah, I think some of that might be feasibly on the soundtrack itself. So that'd be a question of, yeah, can I avoid playing Pick Up the Pieces by the Average White Band? Fine, I love the artist, but like, fine, you know what it is, it's licensed music, I can't play it, but then I can also say, fine, for edits, here's the licensed music you can't hear, listen to it while you play this game, or stitch it in against the audio that I'm doing yourself, because like, there's nothing against that case, specifically. Fine, the adventures of, I guess, YouTube streaming of video gaming, or fine, Twitch streaming, I should say. I've actually never streamed from YouTube specifically, I just upload there for the show, for the edits and all that. But, yeah, the perils of that's like, hey, how do I manage that and avoid a content strike? Which so far, so good. And fine, the only cases where I've gotten them have been cases where it's been, I guess, fine, either public domain music that's owned by someone and they allow it, or cases where it's music that's also owned but they also allow it. And then cases where it's owned, they allow it, and then they take it off later, like with Parasite Eve. I'm like, wait, what? Why is that happening? Including other parts of the game where they didn't do it for the same piece of music that we heard in the part where they did do it. Like, okay, so that was weird sometimes. So, yeah, that can be an interesting case. But, yeah, with Top Gear, actually, yeah, Top Gear never had that problem. Actually, so fine. Top Gear is actually feasibly the easiest one of the easiest racing franchises to show. It's not like Mario Kart or something like that. For that, because I don't think any of them, well, fine. Maybe RPM tuning does, but I doubt it. And then also, I don't think Daredevil does either. In fact, no, I don't think they do. And I also know at the time, because I mentioned it was going against Midnight Club and Smuggler's Run, which are both published by Rockstar, both developed by Angel Studios, which is the team that would become Rockstar San Diego, and who made, before that, they made the Resident Evil 2 port for Nintendo 64. They made the Craig Griffith Jr. Baseball games for Nintendo 64. And something else I think they made, I'm forgetting. But yeah, they had like their own in-house band they were doing stuff with. So it wasn't licensed, and I don't think Top Gear Daredevil is a case of that. Okay, so yeah, fine, now we're in Paris, but Paris is rainy as hell, so we're gonna have to get our tires out. And see, do I have enough to upgrade anything? I mean, I could upgrade my front armor. You know what, since it's raining, I'm gonna upgrade my front armor, and then we'll have our nice wet tires. There you go. A feasible flashlight warning if there's a lightning storm, although... I don't know, Likeforce, do you know, or if anybody in chat knows this, are the thunderstorms in the background of levels random? Because there's times where I've had rainy courses, or even nighttime courses. Well, I'm not using my boost yet. Like, yeah, I should use that. Okay, fine. This one has a lightning storm, but I got the sense some cases they didn't always have them. Fine, some of the courses maybe just don't have them. And I don't know if there's some kind of element to it. It's also worth pointing out, I don't think the Genesis version has a weather effect. Loser. Yeah, so there you go, the Earthworm Jim case. Or fine, to like the Ace Ventura movies that were not quite out at the time, or almost out at the time of Me Who, They Her. Yeah, and a reward would be good because I drive a high-performance machine. I fill up with premium. But, in fact, okay, there we are in Paris. So yeah, you are seeing the Eiffel Tower over there. So yeah, you are getting your perspective of Paris. So I guess we're on the outskirts of Paris, feasibly where we are. But still, yeah, you're getting the Paris experience from a distance. But yeah, there it is. Okay, and I'm winning. I was like, wait, am I winning? I kind of not. Fine. I'm paying attention to the game and everything, but I'm also, and chat, of course. But I'm also saying, like, wait, am I not paying attention completely to where my position is? Or even necessarily to how my boosts are going. Or fine, nitros. Fine. Boost, nitros, the same concept. And there you go. It's fine. It's a light lightning storm. Yeah. I kind of felt like, I was not gonna. Yeah, that turned well. Although the good news is that you feasibly can recover, although my instincts sometimes tend to be when it comes to this, and this is definitely the case when I was going through the practice on this, it was going through and as soon as I hit something like that, boost, but it's also a case that maybe I shouldn't in some cases, because if I don't have a whole lot of laps going, or I have a lot, I'll waste them too quickly. To basically hold on to them in some cases, so like, hey, if the second place driver gets behind you or gets too close and passes by, you'll be ready to get away. Although, yeah, interesting case there. Fine, crash and burn, but no burning at least. Yeah, one thing actually I just noticed, I didn't really think this through either until I just looked at it now, is, yeah, the indicator up there, it's showing first as far as me in first place, but it doesn't show second place. It's not like Daytona USA where it shows you where second place is. So yeah, you're kind of in a bit of a guessing game, and you also do not have a rearview mirror, so you have to just keep going. I do like that, boo! It almost sounds like a little bit of a bullet, but also something that's kind of, in its weird way, very, exciting here. Like, woo, we're going on now. Especially when the engine noises get high. I love that as far as how they sound. I guess I'm going to lap somebody specifically. Uh-oh. Fine, we're at the end of the race anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, low fuel, no problem. I mean, I will say this, as much as I do like this game, and I don't know if here's the thing, I like Top Gear 1 and 2 for different reasons, I think, in some capacities. I like the enhancements this made over Top Gear 1, but I also like what Top Gear 1 did in terms of the idea of the pit stop, where it was adding strategy that way, but this is adding strategy in a different way, too. So I can't say, hey, there's a case of it, but I do miss that idea as far as, like, the pit stop idea. Okay, so there we go. We are out of France, and we have our nice password. Okay, so now we're going to Germany. We're going to Bavaria. All right, so it's a short race, but it's a couple laps as far as 5, and I want my wet tires. So let's see also. Okay, so I have maxed out on front armor. Let's at least do an inventory here. Maxed out on that. Maxed out on nitro. And the tires, of course. So it's only engine, gearbox, and side and rear armor I have left. And since there are a lot of races, you are eventually going to get to a case where you'll be able to feasibly afford everything, as long as you keep getting enough money for it. But with 64 races to do, that's not going to be a problem. Well, feasibly not, but it's also the case that, yeah, when you get a rhythm down, but fine. I hope, like, first I'm not making this game look too easy feasibly. It's just a case that, fine, I knew you wanted to see this, so I said, I better damn well buckle down. I'm not gonna, fine, if I have trouble playing a game while we do the show, then fine, that comes with the territory. But it's not a case where I'm gonna come to a game saying, hey, I'm not gonna be ready for this. And it's one of those things that even thinking as far as the games I'm gonna be doing in the next couple of months with viewer requests, the ones I've said I'm gonna do, like, I'm not pushing any of those as far as saying, no, we don't do them when I say we're gonna do them for this. I already said what they are, so like, fine, I'll go on the schedule on those later. Actually, until Tom, everything we got as far as viewer requests is going to be involving a car. Because there's a little bit of a change for next month's viewer request. But fine, for Twisted Metal, because we're doing that for October, I was like, I need to be ready for that one. I got to get a sense of more practice on that. And also, showing off all the endings, although I'm trying to remember. Fine, like first, if you know, because I know you want to see Twisted Metal, you wait too damn long for that one. Wasn't there a case where not all the endings were in the game? And the way we're running it, we'll run the PS Classics version. I guess I'll run on the PS3 because I could show the digital manual, but I could run on PS5 if you want to see it there as well. But either they cut them all out or there's a way I have to unlock all of them. So I don't know if you want to see it that way, like, hey, I have them all unlocked, we look at every character for that. see all the endings, if it's even there. I'll have to sit down for that, and that's, I guess, the good news about the next couple of weeks, because honestly, the next couple of weeks I'm not going to have to completely buckle down on too much because it's stuff that I'm sort of familiar with and stuff I already have set mostly. Well, fine, with the exception of game devs like here. But that being said, that's all fine. I'm going to sit down for another reason as far as that, to get a sense of like, what happened the last time we played it a while ago and be set for it. But I don't want to necessarily put off as far as what we got. It's like, hey, you know, we'll be set for when we get to the games. Because, yeah, I'll tell you this also, as long as I'm just going into this specifically. Of course, anything, chat, you have to say, we'll go into it, no problem, of course. I'll say this. I'll talk about, I guess, one thing, I guess I'm in mind this way. Sometimes the mentality of me when it comes to doing the viewer quests, because I say, well, fine, we're doing it because we have the best challenge, which we absolutely do. Everybody in chat tonight is proof of that, no question about it. And I said, I want to give you what you want to see, for sure. Okay, yeah, any way you feel is best right now. Texting friends on Discord, by the way, as far as how you want Twisted Metal. Okay, yeah, because, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that specifically, but I said, I want to scope it so you get the game get the game you love, and, you know, we go the whole way as we do. But it's also one of those things that sometimes I will sometimes say when I do the viewer request as, how much money do I have for something? Yeah, we'll hold off. It's one of those things that sometimes when I get ready to do the show for it, sometimes I will question myself a little bit saying, am I really ready for some of the stuff I'm going to do? Because I do want to show it, but I also, here's the thing. I have no problem for sure, as far as that. But I said, just to let you know, when I say I do a review request, I do take that seriously. It's like, look, I'm not going to come in here and, like, half-ass your game. One thing to say, like, hey, you know, I say we do a review request, but then I say, oh, I don't know, next week we come in and I start playing Persona 3 FES, and I've not played it enough to really be ready to go through it. And I don't know, I drop it after a month or something. I don't know. That's an extreme case, but the case is fine. I pull something out I'm not ready for. It's like, and I say, oh, we have a review request. I'm doing it. Like, and hey, I was like, oh, it's covered. I'm not doing that. No way in hell I'm doing that. I'm absolutely going to say, if you're asking for something, I'm going to go the whole way. So that you're going to come by, you're going to have a good time. It's going to bring back memories. You're going to have your aspects of it. And also then show the game that way. And it's like, enrich maybe your appreciation of it. Maybe you're interested if you never played it. It's like, hey, this looks cool. I'd want to get this and have this experience. And also feasibly mine, because of the case that, hey, maybe I hadn't played some of these things as much going forward, or going backwards, I should say. And then we get to a case of doing it for a show. So fine, in a selfish way, it's a good way of me saying, hey, I get through my gaming backlog, but it's also a case that I don't want it to be that. I want it to be a case that, hey, you're asking for something that way. I'm doing it because I want to give you a good show. That's what I always want to do. That's always what the goal of Super Bowl Game Saturday is that we will go above and beyond for you. Is that you make a great commitment for sure to come to a show and you have multiple other things you could do or be watching on a Saturday night. A small independent show like this, it means the world to me just as far as that. It's like, hey, you've got stuff to say to that. You're liking the wavelength, I guess, of what I do, which sometimes I guess it's always a question in my case, like, hey, do people like that? Or like, hey, turned off by that? What that's like? Sometimes when we come to the guests, there's been a problem. Sometimes it hasn't. What that's about? Do I make them feel awkward saying, like, hey, I have all these things I'm saying? Do they not know how to respond to that? Are they saying, like, hey, they feel worse or something because I'm saying, hey, I have this knowledge of games? Then I'm thinking, like, do they seem like less, or perhaps because they don't? I'm like, no, I don't want to come off that way. I really don't. I want you to join me on this journey just as much you're joining as I'm joining you as far as the journey of that, of what we're playing too, and of what it means to you personally. I've realized that over the years, saying that's why I'm still doing this show. It's like, you're wondering why I'm coming up to almost, well, actually 4 years now, this month doing it. Why am I still doing it? That's why I'm still doing it. Because I never know what I'm going to get as far as what it is. I'm always going to have a great time. It's always going to be relaxing for my case, but also something I said, hey, you know, it might also be relaxing for all of you, but also a case like, hey, you can get that sense of adrenaline going on as far as a game. You'll have a personal case. You want to go into stuff that way, we can do that. Make it more personal, getting a sense of, as I always say, as it's foggy out there, you're never going to get a play of any game like you get it on Super Bowl Game Saturday. I promise that. And I said that's more above anything else, that the idea like, hey, I'll do that. And sometimes I guess I won't. Why? I sometimes will question that idea of, hey, you know, am I going to be ready for what I'm doing? And also, am I going to be able to pull it off? But it's always the kind of thing I sometimes pull back and I think like, hey, you know, even when it's like, I don't know, sometimes like something it's like, am I really going to be ready for this? Not like, oh no, I'm not going to be ready. I mean, fine, if I have a show coming up, I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to practice that, specifically to be ready. But it's also something that I'll say, like, am I going to be ready for that? But sometimes I just sit back and I think, and I say, hey, you know what? I think I am going to be ready, and I think if nothing else, maybe the fact that I'm giving this off as far as being as open as I am, is saying, what am I doing? What's the point of the show? In a sense, who am I really, as far as that person I am? What does it mean as far as gaming? The idea of feasibly breaking the stereotype that gaming is a case of people who are not social or don't have much on their minds. I don't know if that's the thought, maybe, but it's like, well, I don't think so. And I think, hey, I'll say this, everybody here who's been either on the show, as far as in the show, in the chat, however that is, I think they have a lot of things to say, maybe more important, maybe even more astute and more poignant than maybe even I do. Like, fine, I'm telling my story my way, but also you're telling yours, and I appreciate that you're saying you want to tell it here, you want to go into it. I said, I'm gonna honor that. That's the idea of what I do. Why I say we get to a game, it's like, I mean, it's one of those things that sometimes I'll say to people like, hey, we're gonna do a game that way, and the thought like, somebody's like, oh yeah, sure, he's gonna get to this game, and then I realize, no, I'm getting to this. I say that to Brixabri specifically. I say like, hey, she's like, I didn't remember I said like Mario Sunshine that much, but it's like, he's really gonna do this. Like, yeah, I'm really gonna do this. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is to me. And I always have a good time, as I said, specifically for what it is, because like, especially when it's something I'm controlling, it's like, I'm not gonna let this go to as far as it saying, you're not gonna get a game, or you're not gonna get a game in a case where I'm gonna half-ass it. Not happening. That's not happening on this program. So in that way, I do take a lot of, I guess, pride as far as the show, but also the idea like all of you helped make it the way it is. As we're in fog again, it's like, yeah, final lap. And in fog case, what you really want to do is pay attention to the headlights of the other drivers, feasibly pay attention to the map, and also see like where those curve cases going. So yeah, here you have to pay attention to the map more. And it's also something that, yeah, the one thing I guess about this game also is that in some ways, I'll say this, in gaming, it's been discussed, and I think we've mentioned this on the show before too, the idea of what the 30-second cycle is. The idea that when you're playing a game, in some ways there are a lot of games that are based on an aspect of you doing something over and over again, and how they make that something you're going to want to keep doing for multiple hours. And the way this game, I think, does that is say like, hey, we're going to vary up with the tracks you have, we're going to make it varied for the case of being up to upgrade your car, and also the stuff with the weather conditions, which is something pretty neat to have that set just as far as an idea, as we're going into snow. So yeah, we're in Munich, and it's going to be snowing. This is, I believe, our first case of seeing snow. And when you're running snow, you do have the case as far as the changes on your tires for the wet tires. It does cover for snow. And for upgrades, let's see. I'm a little off on the next engine and the next gearbox. So I'm going to hold on that, and since it is snowing, let's get the blue. And I got the front. The armors I can hold off. Honestly, the most useful armor I think is going to be the front one. And also kind of the sides if you crash the sides of the course a lot, I will say. So let's go on wet tires. Alright. You do get the great music. I do love the music. I like what you're right about that. The music is terrific. And yeah, like the rain, the snow is mode 7 effect too, and it looks really nice. And also, you do not have thunder snow. It's worth pointing out. So there's not going to be a thunderstorm when it's snowing, but yeah, it does look pretty nice. Even in areas where it looks kind of basic, it has a nice style itself. Even the little details, you can kind of sort of see a little bit of snow on the signs, a little bit. Sort of, kind of. I mean, some of them are kind of looking the same, but it is just enough of a difference as far as it. And fine, you definitely see it on the logs and also on the barricades. That does look really, really nice. It gives you a sense like, yeah, I'm driving in the snow. Like, yeah, usually it's dangerous to be driving in the snow like this, but in Top Gear world, you have those nice tires, you'll be set. It is pretty thrilling. In fact, now I'm thinking about it, I don't know if there's another racing game where you drive through snow, as a weather condition like this, I should say, quite this fast. The closest thing I can think of is sort of a snow case, but not completely. It's in a game I mentioned earlier, Rally Sport Challenge 2, which is on Xbox. It's by DICE, the people who make the Battlefield games now. Before they were making those, or as they were making those, I should say. Because Battlefield 1942 had just come out, Battlefield Vietnam had just come out, and they're still making that rally racing franchise for Microsoft. They have an option which is ice racing, so you basically drive on ice, and it's almost like, it's a little bit of a ballet, not like it's a drift competition like, I guess, I don't know if Top Gear RPM Tuning has it, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Like Need for Speed Underground, I know has like a drift mode like that. But the case that, yeah, you have to hang on as you're like sliding on the ice. Yeah, you don't want to drive on the ice usually in real life, but in a game, like, hey, yeah, kind of a cool idea saying, hey, let's have this as a concept and then turn it into a mode, and it's pretty fun. And you do feel like, oh god, I'm going to be sliding on the ice that way. Like, you've got to hold on, and it's pretty thrilling. And that's a game I'd like to show. Because, yeah, it is another underrated game. Another case that, yeah, that's one that I played Rally Super Challenge 1, I liked it. But 2 was a revelation. 2, I think, is better in every respect. It just enhanced so much. That just was fantastic. To me, it is one of the best rally racing games I've ever played. It's that, Sega Rally, and the Colin McRae rally games, particularly Dirt, and also Colin McRae 3. And 4, I like 4 as well, but 3 is another one. 3 does have the case you're driving on snow and ice, and that's also really cool. That's another one I want to show. So yeah, the idea, like, how can you make a racing game show on the show? That idea that genre doesn't matter. Some people think, hey, do I want to see a game in a certain genre? How do you play a certain game in a certain genre? We got the way. If I know it was, crap. Fine, I'm in second. You know, I'm fine. Actually, I don't have any more nitros. But either way, that's fine. I was going to say, okay, no, I'll be fine. I'll make sure. How far back am I? I mean, you're not going to get a case where you're going to run out of gas, like, on the second lap. Like, oh god, I'm screwed. Unless maybe it's a really long course, but even then, it's really if you're crashing a lot, I guess. Yeah, but as I said, yeah. So in other cases, it's like the question of like, hey, can you really let's play a racing game? Fine. The Super Gaming Brothers channel, I know they went into this when they did Sonic R. They said, you can't really let's play a racing game unless your brain's scratched. It was like, I think I can let's play a racing game. We've let's played a couple of racing games on the show. Well, these Top Gear games, both F-Zero X, Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, and feasibly others down the road. So I'm like, yeah, we can do that. There's the next password as we're going next to Greece. So we're in Greece, home of the Parthenon, the Acropolis, the Eiffel Tower. Dave, the Eiffel Tower is in France. Yeah, we were already in France, so that's a factor. Okay, so let's take a look at our stuff. All right, so we're a little off on the next engine. I want to save on that engine, so yeah, let's go. Yeah, fine. The thunderstorm, as far as in where we are in Greece. All right, here we go. At this point, fine. When I'm done with this race, I'll get a sense of like how many more continents we have, just as an idea, because I think I'll say this: when it's come to the practice of this game, I haven't exactly practiced this game all in one sitting, but it's also something that I said, okay, for the purpose of that, I said, I actually took the pictures actually on my phone of every one of the passwords I went. So I said, hey, you know, if we run into trouble where I'm going to lose a race or not get to at least 10th place or better, whoa, shit. Like maybe this one, especially I'm running with 6 laps on this. I was going to say, hey, I'll at least have a backup for that. But as far as I mean, we'll do this, we'll be able to do this in 5 hours. I think we'll be able to manage that. But it's also something that, yeah, so I don't know necessarily how much time is going to be on this. But we're not going to need another part. Like, hey, if we did need another part, I'd figure something, I'd switch some shows around so we get a full part, or full play on this that way. But that's also why I'll do a scope on a game, specifically just because of, you know, do we need another part? And also, fine, for something like this, say, if it's something we can feasibly do in one show, but there's other stuff, do we have a reason to come back to it another time that I can get that set for another show? And for this one, I mean, I think we'll be able to show everything to it. I mean, fine, we can sort of show it again when I show the Top Racer collection, because fine, whenever I do a collection, you know what that means. It means we take a brief look at what we got in it. And fine, since there's only 4 games in it, technically, it's not going to be an hour and a half like it was when we did the Genesis Mini 2 showcase. But fine, I still love doing that. And coming up with ideas as far as like other stuff to see on show and other stuff I want to be set for out. And other stuff I said, fine, when we get to that those games that we showed outside of the main one we played there, I said I'll be wanting to get ready for them. Specifically Ranger X, that being the big case. Like, yeah, I'm going to do that one. I'll practice to be set to do it so we can have a full run. That is unless, Chad, you ever say, as far as a game you want to see, you say, I want to see you play this game, but I also want to see you run it blind. If you do want to ever have that happen with anything, wherever it is, say the word, I'll do it. At that point, I'll say, well, let's see it blind. So fine, that could be another thing. It's like, fine, I guess maybe I'm running the assumption when it comes to a viewer requesting, hey, you're requesting this game because you have memories of it, or you want to see, like, a full look at it. So it's something like that. It's like, I want to make sure that I'm going the whole way and being ready to show it to you. But if you're saying specifically, maybe with me, hey, I just want to see your first-time reactions, that can be a fun thing, too. We're seeing that with Croc now, as far as what we're playing with Nocturne, but then also with Pokemon Generation 9, that whole play has been fine. That was my decision as far as why I want to do that with that play, but still, in case that's something kind of unique. And even, I guess, not so much with the showcase shows. But sometimes it has been. Where I maybe haven't seen it completely myself. Okay, so I'm down there with nothing. As we're in Meteora. Okay. Still off. Alright, I need to drink some water. Yeah, that's what talking straight for 2 hours will do, but that's also why I have tons of water. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, this is really curvy, so I gotta be careful as far as driving down this. Which I guess looks like... Okay, fine. This is the course I was saying when it comes to that. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Shit, no. Crap, I might actually lose on this one for this very reason. Okay, this is the course. All right. So, that's the one. When you make that turn not right, like I did. So I'm glad I got to show that then. You will hit the side of the tunnel and be in trouble. And I tried to reverse to get my way out, but that ended up not helping. So, I gotta be very careful when it comes to getting my way out. So that means use those nitros very specifically. Now, let's get a sense of where I am, because yeah, here's the thing, you do have the 1-up, that does tell you it's you, but it's also something that sometimes I look at that 1-up and first, like, wait, which one's mine? But it is color-coded, so if it is you and your color, you'll be set. Yeah, okay, so while you want to take that, you want to basically be on the outside line on that turn. Fine, at least I got to show what not to do as far as it, because that did happen the first time I raced this track. Shit, I'm doing it again! Crap. Fine, now I gotta use this. Now I gotta buckle down and get going. Yeah, I just need 10th. I was like, okay, so fine. Hold on. So yeah, there you go. This is going to be the climactic aspect. Like, yeah, can I get to 10th place in a lap and a half? I don't know. I'm pretty damn far behind, so we'll have to see. And it's worth pointing out, if you do lose the race, or fine, if the first 10 players go across the line before you do, it says race over. And after a certain amount of time, you just can't finish. And I only have 1 nitro left, so I gotta use this very wisely. Okay, at this point, as long as I get 10th place, I don't care. In that case, be set that way. I'm gonna right there. Coming up here, make that left. Okay, fine. Shit, I hit on every one. I'm not winning this. Unless... Gonna let her rip. Come on. I mean, at least I'm gonna be glad if I have to show this off, at least I'll be glad to show off once. But fine. At that point, then all I'll do is I'll show you how continuing works, and we'll get back in the race. But my penalty for this is going to be I'm gonna have to start Grease all over again. But it is only 4 races, so it's not horrific. And I'm running low on fuel, so alright, fine. I'm not having a good time. Fine, it's the sort of kind of coughing fit sort of I got into. But I'm okay as far as how I'm feeling, but... Yeah, I'm not winning this. So we're gonna see how losing works. Race over. Alright, so we see that. You get to the end like I did. You did get that. So you failed to qualify. So in that case, it's game over. You were done. You only get 1 try. And the music does not go back. So, but what you do, though, is you do technically have an unlimited continue. So what you do is you go to continue game. And it has the password for the area written down. But it's also worth pointing out it will change based on any money you might have gotten in that race. So in that case, we go back. It does take you back to this main screen. So if you do want to change your speed to miles per hour, kilometers per hour, you can do that. Or your control method, or your gears to manual automatic. Your player name, it does hold the last one you had, so we'll hold that. And then race to go back. But yeah, in this case, we do have to start at Athens again. So at that point, I will also go one other thing, which is... we're a little under halfway. But at this point, I'm going to see. Is there anything I can do? And yeah, the lack of music here is intended. Or fine, I guess they just don't have it. So, above anything else, I don't really need anything that what I did on the last race would help. Yeah, but I do have to start this again, and it's worth pointing out, I'll say this. If I do run into trouble, but I do show off all of the courses in an area, what I will do is I'll put the password in for the next one. But it'll only be if I get to all 4 areas. We're going to show off every course, I promise. Ow. Okay, fine. At least this is 6 laps, so I feasibly have a boost a lap if I want to run it that way. Yeah, because I'm still in 20th place, but fine. There's still enough time to catch up. But that goes to what the challenge this game really, really is, which is... Well, fine. Understanding the courses, being able to keep your car upgraded enough to stand a fighting chance, which is not too bad to do. I mean, that we've been doing. But also... being able to read the curves, and also being able to know when to get out in front as much as you can, or use your nitros to be able to get that happening, just so I can at least rank. And also try not to bump into the back, because then that shoots them further ahead. Yeah, we'll get this eventually. So yeah, I'm still in 11th, so yeah, I gotta keep going. Alright, so that's better. And it's also one of those things that, yeah, I'm not braking yet. There are cases where you have to take turns and you have to brake. But not completely yet, so let's go. Yeah, there I am, just wanna make sure. Where am I? It does color code it, so yeah, pay attention where your color is and you'll be setting shit. I'm bouncing around a lot. Ooh. This is going to be embarrassing if this is going to be the case, then I'm losing the race I already did. Whoa. But nothing else is also the case of, fine. You're seeing the difficulty of a game, so that's what I meant. It's like, hey, I practiced this game enough, but hey, if I have trouble as far as something that comes that way, I'm fine with it. There's nothing else, as I said, we play a game specifically to show the experience of it, and also like, hey, if I'm making a game look easy specifically, sometimes I'm glad when I get in a case like this, because that shows, like, fine, I'm not making a feasibly a liar out of the chat and saying, like, hey, this game's hard. Like, fine, maybe I'm not making it look hard enough. So much so, I think we're going to have to do this again. The other thing you do also, by the way, it's worth pointing out, you press start. I'm not going to do this. Press L and R, you can go back to the main menu if you want to. I'm not doing that. But I'm going to have to do this again, so we'll have to get that set. And nothing else, I'll just show this, which is race over. So when race is over, if you don't get to the line in time, it just ends. Okay, so fine. We're going to have to get through on Greece. So fine. Greece is going to be where there's going to be a trouble. So fine. Let's get racing again. Let's just see. In this case, you know what? Fine. I'm going to try and see if I can't put something into upgrades that I can afford. Or what would actually be good for me. I mean, honestly, the side armor. You know what? I'm going to take the side armor. I'll tell you. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to build the armor up completely. Because fine, if I'm bouncing around so much, that's the problem. So fine, I'm going to use my money there. As we're pointing out, if I get a game over doing this, it'll save me with $7,000. Because what happens, as I mentioned, the password's randomly generated. It randomly generates it based upon not just your position as far as in the circuit, but also based on whatever upgrade you have. At least with no armor, I'll be able to feasibly bounce around less. Yeah, my problem in this case is, yeah, they're so bunched up, I can't get past. In that case, fine. I guess I gotta start using the brake around the corners, but yeah, you have to be careful using the brake because then they'll easily blast past. Yeah, in that case, yeah, it's also that because, yeah, I wanna get past him, but it's also something that, yeah, I have to swerve out of the way, but then I can also hit the side, and that'll be a problem, too. Alright, so how many I have left as far as nitros? I have 3. Okay. Sometimes it'd be hard to tell. It's notches up there, by the way, as far as what they are. But you do get double of them in this game than you did in the other one. The other, in Top Gear 1. Top Gear 1, you got a 3. Ah, crap. In this case, just let me get 10th. That's all I'm going to say. In fact, I'll say I'm going to hold this specifically for where the straightaways come. The thing is that, oh yeah, straightaways are the best place to use this, but it's also something that, when you look at the straightaways, fine, it's not completely a straightaway there, because it's kind of curving a little. But also the case that you go through them really fast when you're boosting, so, and I'm out of boost now, so I think I'm going to have to lose this race. Feasibly, as long as I, you know, don't keep myself going more. I don't know, I mean, I just have to, yeah, I just have to hold on, basically. That's what I have to do. Fine, that's also what can happen. Like, hey, you get nervous when it comes to doing a boost. And you get stuck. Yeah, fine. In that case, I gotta just hold off on the side. I just have to know the curves a little better. Yeah, I was hitting that side of the wall of the tunnel kind of was what did it for me. Yeah, if easily the engine could help is okay. Here's one thing also to indicate this. Fine, the race is already over. So we're gonna go off track. Fine, that's one way to avoid those signs, but that's not how that's gonna work. Okay, so let's try this again. But one thing is worth pointing out, it's not that I'm necessarily behind in my upgrades as far as why this is necessarily happening, and yeah, as I mentioned, 7,000. It's just that, yeah, they got past me specifically, so fine. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to use every case I can to get myself into the front. Pay attention to where they move. Go to the side. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, as long as you can get good passage from them, you'll be okay. So in that case, I did. So as long as I hold myself and I'm consistent enough in going, I should be alright. In that case also, since I was braking, fine, there's the car there. He passed me a little bit, but not completely. There is also, it's worth pointing out, and I think Top Gear 1 had this as well. There's a bug in this game where if you can feasibly cross the line, it shows you with a case where your position marker up there on the upper right-hand corner of the screen and the one that shows when you get past doesn't match, and feasibly will take the one that's the lower one, is the way the game will update that specifically. Because it does update them at the same time, or at least it's the idea it's supposed to, but sometimes it's a little off with that. Not that you'll necessarily get in a case like, hey, you're in 10th and you get 11th, but if you do have that happen when that happens, it's not a good thought, or a good thing to see happen. I don't know if the Top Racer Collection fixed that. Or for that matter, if it's a factor in any of the releases of this game. Fine, yeah, they're getting ahead of me. I do want to sort of be in line on this. Yeah, now I'm mad. I was like, yeah, eat my dust, I agree. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's a long turn, so I have to get a sense of that too. Well, okay, 3 nitros I think will be set, but and it's also because of that start I got. The start helped. Because if you can get out in the pack further ahead, even if you're not in first, that's better, because yeah, feasibly you have yourself not bunched up completely. Ow. Yeah, fortunately I got too close to the outside line and I hit into the lamp pole. And they will not break, by the way. Alright, so final lap and I got one more. It looks like I have 2, but it's actually 1, because it's the 1 notch, but then you have that N with the thing on that. Okay, so that's 5th. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait till I get to the last kind of sort of straightaway. It's not completely straightaway, but yeah, that's a tight turn. It's tighter than it looks. So the map will help you, but not always completely. Because yeah, sometimes the turn will be tighter than it actually looks like it is. And we got 5th. Okay, thank God. Now the question is, can I get through that one race? Alright, let's take a look at that. It's one of those cases where thank God you don't have to win the race. As far as anything. So, Meteora, alright, just remember that curve when it comes to the tunnel. Or curves up, there's 2 of them. Okay, so, for this, what I'm gonna do is... Yeah, we'll do that to get myself sort of started. Okay, I was lucky to get out of that way. Okay, there we go. So, okay. You set on that this way, and then... Stay here. Oh, yeah, I was too close again. Crap, not this shit again. No! So fine, I did what I was supposed to do. It's just that I got too close to the side. I hit the sign, I bounced. Alright, so yeah, I gotta do this. I'm not gonna let this one beat me. I mean, I did have a little bit of trouble in my test, but actually not as much. And honestly, I don't want to do the last race again if I can avoid it. And we do have a long straightaway, so take advantage of that. And yeah, the cars look a little, blobby or blomby, say, from distance like that. But yeah, you can tell, like, yeah, they're cars. It's like, yeah, when you see that, you're always happy to see it, because that means that you're close to catching up. Okay, so yeah, I can do that. Just remember, don't stay on the outside line again, but not too close. So right there ought to be enough. There we go, perfect. And at that point, I'm like, fine, I can use my nitro and feasibly get past. Except unless it gets in the way. Oh, this point, yeah, that's better. Okay, so there we go. We're set. Fine. That one curve there, as far as that thing in the tunnel, that's absolutely the worst one. So don't hit that. Fine. I'm in 11th, but I don't care right now. And 12th. Got 2 more of these. Okay. In this case, just take advantage of that massive straightaway. Yeah, as long as I get 10th, I don't care if I get anything higher. At this point, I'll coast through, for now. And here's final lap. So yeah, just hold on, we'll do this. Perfect, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna hold that boost till I really need it. I'm not gonna use it until later. God, I'm basically gonna wait pretty much to the end of the race, even though now would feasibly be a good time to use it. Oh crap. First, like, wait, I thought it was the other way, but like, okay, fine. It'll be okay. There's a left, okay, just make sure, now we use it, okay. Feels low, yeah, I don't care, we'll be fine. I think. I hope. Whew, finally. Okay, there we go. Now I can get a move on. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I've never taken a 9th place win or light place position in such a high standard. Okay, yeah. I'm down there on points. I don't care because we'll be fine. Okay, here we go. Mykonos. I believe that's how it's pronounced. As far as other stuff you can upgrade, I don't have anything, but fine. It's not the courses we just had. So as long as I don't fuck the next 2 up, we'll be fine. Alrighty, so, plays back on, specifically as far as how it is, but hey, shows with the idea, like, what you gotta do when it comes to this, and yeah, Lifer is right, this game's not easy. And this is on amateur. On, professional and championship, what they do is they make it harder because the AI is, harder, specifically. Although it's still something I'm able to complete the last set of races, which is how we're gonna handle that when we get there, a little later. Yeah, move it! So yeah, at this point now, I'm just, quoting every single case of a character saying in any game who's ever said a line like that. You do get the sense of like the seaside cities of Greece over there, and it does look nice. Whoa! And the boats in the distance. Just keep going down the road and keep enjoying, yeah, the idea like, yeah, we haven't had our summer drive case going on in this, in the summer for this year yet. It was, yeah, not really. Whoa. Yeah, look there. It's like, yeah, you gotta kind of go left then right. The S-curves, which is always gonna be a tough thing. Alright, so we're in 3rd place. Way better as far as how it's been in the last 2 races. Oh, okay, it's going right. It's like, first it's like, wait, is it actually going right? I couldn't tell. And I was like, yeah, watch the map. One other thing I guess about that is that when you're starting a race, basically starting, the question is that, you know, what direction you're going to go. So sometimes you have to wait to get a sense of like, yeah, does that straightaway that looks like I'm on, is that something I actually have, or am I actually going the opposite way? Sometimes when it comes to starting a race, you might want to take a wait on that, see that, okay, what direction am I going to know where I'm set? Okay, so he's in 1st, let's get going. And the hills, so yeah, you do get a great sense of depth when it comes to these courses. Like, yeah, we're going up and down hills, like, whoa! So you get a good sense of, you know, that idea of how there's like, whoa, you gotta keep yourself going, and also be careful of what curves there at the bottom of the hill, which we'll see definitely later. Okay, so there we go, we got the final lap, okay. So yeah, after the 2 curves there, fine, that curve and then the other one. that'll probably be my best place to use those nitros. Oh. Unless he gets ahead, although fine. In that case, I'm going to pace myself a little bit, saying like, yeah, if it looks like he's going to hit too much, pull that out to, yeah, get that Roadhog out of the way. Hopefully not push him further ahead. Get in a case where I can get on the side of him. And then now I'm on this straightaway. Blast past. Well, yeah, we'll make this. Whether we win or not, that's gonna be the question. Because I don't have any more boosts, so if he passes by me, I'm screwed. Unless I'm able to feasibly keep going, but yeah, just keep it up. Made it. Awesome. There we go. And sometimes that's what happens in a game like this. The idea that, hey, you know, you feel like you're easily demoralized by a couple of courses, like, hey, you're not doing so hot, but then you kind of hit your stride, and there we go. Already back in second place against Richie, which I believe is named after, yeah, Richie Brandon. Yeah, most of the names up there are actually people who made the game. Okay, so we're in Santorini. This is the last race. If I fail this, we're going to put the password and go to the next section. But if I don't, we'll just go to the next section anyway. So let me see about what I got on my upgrades. So the armors are set. The paint, I can, you know, well, let's go back to blue. We got the tires, so it's just the engine and the gearbox. So yeah, just save up $50,000 for those cases, because I have everything else. Okay. Okay. So in that case, for this course, it looks a little bit like, maybe like a whale a little bit, perhaps. Yeah, I like the idea, like, when, like, first mentioned that for this, and also for F-Zero X, the idea, like, yeah, what's the course look like? I've easily should come up with stuff as far as, like, what the other one looked like. Fine, fine, my mind in pretzels for that second one, in the sense, like, yeah, what the hell I had to do to get through that. Fine, this is not necessarily looking that much better, but it's like, fine. Yo, dude, yo, whoa! Yeah, look at all those cars in the distance, or as far as in the bunch. Yeah, thank God I got past them. Like, that was the one. Fine, that's a good thing to see in the sense they're bunched up so you can get ahead quicker, but it's also not a good thing, because, like, yeah, if I missed getting through that line, then, yeah, you're not going to feasibly get past, and, yeah, you get stuck in the situations I was before. So, yeah. I don't know, like, what you think on this one, if you want to go into further as far as that idea, or just in general, like, or anybody what you're seeing on this one. I think that has something to do with the difficulty of this game. It's the courses, it's the idea of building cars and keeping them built up that way. But I think in some ways it's also the idea that, hey, can you get to the front of the pack quickly? And for that matter, can you also get past the wide pack when you have a wide pack? And sometimes that's hard to do, because of the way their movement is. Yeah, you have to be on your toes for this game. Yeah, in that case, yeah, you have that as far as the hill, but also coming up the hill, saying like, hey, be ready for that turn, and that turn, and that turn. At this point, I'm kind of somewhere I can be sort of in line, but also careful doing that turn there. Whoa! You're seeing the speed, right? It's like, yeah, it can be pretty exciting, and also pretty harrowing that way. It's just like, oh, gotta hold on, and then you get through, like, woo! It's that kind of a game. A lot of really great racing games do that, but yeah, Top Gear and Top Gear 2 definitely get you in that mindset. Whoa. Actually, it didn't even look like a wood plank. It looked like almost a ramp. Okay, so I have one more turbo after this, or nitro. Fine. I guess I should feel use the same thing, but it's like, I'm using a lot of the different terminologies that way. Fine, the idea is the same. Just keep going. Whoa! Yeah, I almost made it through that curve. Okay, so I know at the time of that one, that's the idea. So you can also feasibly learn the courses as you go along. It's like, hey, you're running laps on them. Because none of these are point-to-point races. Although, Top Gear 1, it was not a point-to-point race either, as far as any of those. Because I don't think they were. I don't remember them being that way. What? I said, even as far as going back to the choppiness once more, I mean, even on the games that I think also run, like, in a choppier case, I think there's other games that don't hold up as well as this, that feasibly have some of the same scrolling case as that. Fine. If I get second, I don't care. At this point, just how much more money can I get to quickly get to the next upgrade for the engine and the transmission? But I mean, stuff like Stunt Race FX, which was Super FX running specifically, that's a game that's a little more pokey than this, way more. Okay, so I got second. There we go. Thank God we are done with Greece. We don't have to come back here again. Now, let me just see something here. Okay, yeah, halfway point starts after India. Going to Amberport. In India, the idea of how this is working is that most of the courses here are short, but that also means they have a lot of laps, but it also means that they also have kind of tight turns. And this first one's definitely no exception. We got 17, or 7. Oh, fine, with 17th place, we have to run 7 laps on this. They're short enough, it's not going to be a case of that, it being bad, but it's also something like, yeah, get out ahead and just kind of hold on and make sure you're going to be okay. Whoa! Okay, fine. Yeah, you are also kind of sometimes seeing inside of your eyes the idea of the other cars there, kind of either getting ready to pass you or passing you. Whoa! Okay, so yeah, we go. Yeah, 5 laps. Yeah, so in this case, yeah, you have more laps and you have boosts. So, yeah, basically just figure out how to manage them. Fine. It's the kind of thing that, fine, you can feasibly into it yourself, and also I guess the other thing about this game is because of the way the upgrades work, you have your choice saying how do you want to handle this. So there's a lot of strategy to how this game plays, but also a lot of strategy about how you want to play it based on what your play style might be. You might say to yourself, hey, I want to go for speed specifically, so save up for those heavy cost items. Or say, no, I'm going to just get what I can to start because, hey, I have money, I want to use it. And feasibly, if you can get results that way, there's feasibly not going to be a wrong answer as far as how to do it. Fine, there's that car. That's that's first place. Yeah, I'm away, friend. I have 2 more boosts after this. Fine, as long as I get him off there. Yeah, I'm as far as like that S curve, like, uh-oh, I gotta hold on. Those are one of those things that, yeah, I'm not on camera for this one, but I almost wish I... Fine, I don't have the camera connected tonight. But for this one, I almost wish I could, because, like, yeah, I'm almost, like, kind of wide-eyed just looking and saying, like, yeah, hold on, just keep going. That's just I'm like blasting around the curves. And yeah, fine. I have 2 of these things I've used. So bonsai, let's get going. Whoa! Well, fine. That and also seeing like how tightly I'm holding that controller. Fine. It'll work after tonight's show. Don't worry. Well, actually, now I'm thinking about it. What is the next time I'm playing a Super Nintendo game for the show? Oh shit, it's October, isn't it? Okay, so actually it's not for a while until we're coming back to Super Nintendo again. So I just want to get a sense, like, okay, fine. It has a couple months to cool down as we're going to Bombay. Okay, so we're getting towards the engine, and we're getting towards the gearbox. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. When we get to gearbox, I'm going to get the gearbox first. Because that'll give me another, level of my transmission. It maxes it out to 6-speed automatic. Or 6-speed manual for running manual. And then the engine is a case that, fine, I'll just run the engine. Because as long as I have what I got on the transmission, I'll be set. Oh, it's the kind of thing that, fine, if you don't have any of the engine upgrades, your acceleration with the higher gearbox is going to be worse. Fine, worse than it normally is. But even worse, because, yeah, you're running a more powerful transmission, but your engine is not able to feasibly keep up with it completely. So it's a great attention to detail in the idea of, like, hey, you know, for a game that's as easy to pick up and play as this game is, it is kind of something that kind of plays to a sim aspect that, fine, this company did stuff with on this console, but honestly, not much was really kind of written on it yet. Not that there weren't realistic racing games before Gran Turismo, because there were, but just the case that that was kind of one of the first cases of like what that's necessarily looking like, and the idea of like kind of going like for a full realistic case. Although fine, okay, fine, there is one exception. Fine, a game we played, Hard Driving. Hard Driving was them kind of going with a realistic racing game very early in terms of that feel and the physics. So in that case it was, but fine. You usually don't drive your car over a loop when you're in real life, so fine. In that case, you had some fun with the concepts. But the idea that, yeah, this kind of blurring the lines of, hey, if you want to tinker with your cars as far as a sim case, you can kind of do that. I mean, maybe it's not as deep as maybe other games might be, although at the time, not much was really doing that, quite to this degree. But it's something that I think it will kind of create a crowd that way for anybody who likes racing games as far as what they do. And fine, even if you're not huge on racing games, it's still like, yeah, give this game a shot. Or get that Top Racer collection. I think that's the thing. I'd say that collection, by the way, it's $20 on all the systems and on the PC. If you're liking what you're seeing, not just for this one, but for Top Gear 1 and for 3000 and the Crossroads game that comes with it, the extra one, yeah, definitely worth the money. Okay, there we go, swim first. Right, I have one more lap, we have one more nitro. Yeah, we're also seeing a lot of courses we've seen where we don't have many pickups on them. So yeah, the thing with the pickups, I'll say this, it is a little situational because it's going to be dependent on what the course has. And there's a lot of courses that don't have any items on them to get at all. But it's also something that, hey, when you see them, you're glad to get them, and they'll be of use. So I guess a little bit of reward. It's like, hey, just when you think you have this game set up and figured out completely, you realize, wait, there's stuff on the course I can use. There we go, and I just ran through that tire, by the way, because at that point when I completed the race, I lost control, and yeah, collision detection doesn't exist anymore. So there you go. All right. So next we're in Delhi. So let's take a look at this and see. On money, I'm not quite there. On Gearbox, we'll get that in a second. Alrighty, so we'll take our race around Delhi. I mean, I guess it's fine. It's Delhi, but like, I don't know. Was this because 1993? I mean, fine, really, geography is not my strong suit, despite my years of playing Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego and Where in Europe is Carmen Sandiego. I don't know if there's a difference between Delhi and New Delhi. I think there are people who would know that. But, and if you do, feel free to go into what they are, or anything about anywhere we're going, because yeah, the idea that, hey, we're on a world-faring adventure here. And not the last time we were doing that, even in the next couple of months. Yeah, they're coming on quick. Yeah. Like, yeah, that hill probably going to be one of the best places to go for getting the boosts running. Yeah, I have 3 laps. I was like, how many laps do I have? Okay, yeah, I remember this course in the practice because the idea that, hey, you know, you have tons of those wooden obstacles there. You've easily hit them to slow yourself down, or actually, I think the other racers can hit them. I think they can. So in that case, it feasibly make it easier on the next lap. But yeah, you have to make sure you get there. Okay, there you go. Yeah, use that, but also remember when come out of that, make a left. Blech. Okay, never mind. I guess they don't because, yeah, you just went right through it. Okay, 2 more and I got into the lap. Awesome. So, yeah, as long as I can drive consistently, and if you're playing this, as long as you drive consistently, you should be okay. Crap. Alright, yeah, but also the other thing I'm doing is that it's also the case that when you're playing a game like this, in some cases, the really good racing games do this. You also kind of get the sense of almost leaning with the car a little bit. And I'm kind of doing that as like I'm holding on to some of those tight turns. Especially blasting through at such high speeds. Especially if you do the jump off. Which is worth pointing out one other thing. I don't know if we're going to see this. There's a course that feasibly this can happen in. If you hit the side of the road and then you hit one of those jumps, it actually will normalize your speed. So you actually can feasibly get back up to speed a bit quicker in the courses where you have enough of a case where you can hit into the side of the course and then also there's a turn. But there aren't a whole lot of courses like that. As we're going to the Taj Mahal. I didn't get any money, so I'm gonna have to be running on our own devices on this one. Yeah, in this case also, we're starting at the back of the pack, or fine, sort of middle of the pack, but also fine, at the bottom of the hill. It's like, wait, what's over there? Yeah, a turn, so it's like, alright, fine. He's attempting, as soon as this race starts, hit X and then hit A to get the nitro going. But in that case, I said, wait a second, let me gauge this. So this one you do have to think on your feet a little bit. Fine, a lot of racing games you have to do that because you have to steer and, you know, figure out how to take a turn and all that stuff. But in this one, fine, it goes to the strategy this game is running for. And it does complement it very, very well. Ooh. Now, is that case that, yeah, I think I can make that, but it's also the kind of thing that I don't necessarily want to break if I don't have to, because, yeah, I don't want to give any other cars an advantage. But fine, I get an advantage anyway. If I say no, we're going to pull the nitro out. Let's go! Whoa! Yeah, and also you're probably noticing one other thing, which is that not every course that will have the, I guess the flag case of the finish line, or fine, at least not have the gate over it. Some will, some won't. And some are cases of feasibly you can't see them, but other ones are cases where fine, just not there. But this is one of the ones that is. Kind of a little thing, but that's the thing about this game. It is a lot of little things that kind of make it special on top of the big things it gets right. I said the idea that when it comes to Super Nintendo racing games, yeah, we've been given top gear, top billing, really, when it's come to it. We have not played Super Mario Kart yet. We haven't played F-Zero on Super Nintendo yet. But, actually, I don't think we played any racing game on Super Nintendo except these. Now I'm realizing that. Unless I'm forgetting something. Fine, we'll get to those as far as how it is. I guess with F-Zero, F-Zero Super Nintendo would be next, I guess. But, still, it's like, yeah. Top Gear has been getting attention that way, fine, because it was requested, so in that case, no problem. But yeah, we'll get to those for sure, and as I said, when we start Mario Kart, I'll say that we start with Super Mario Kart for Super Nintendo. I've been wanting to do that. The idea is that, not that I necessarily need to figure out how to scope that, because the way I'm going to handle that one is, we'll go through all the Mario Kart GPs, doing races with everything, but I also I want to feasibly see who would want to be in to do that one. Because it would be only one person, because the only game in the franchise that's two-player. So at that point, I'd want to do that to show off the match race and the battle mode. But we'd show off every course. I'd show off the completion of, yeah, the special cups, so that then we see the credits and all that. All the courses, all the characters, all the secrets I can find, and all that stuff. So yeah, I'll ask around if anybody's calling dibs on Super Mario Kart, if that's the one, because fine, we're starting there. And then we'll do the other ones, and I'll figure what that's going to look like. And I guess with F-Zero, then, as you're going to Ireland, we're in Dublin. And I do have enough for the gearbox, getting the big gearbox. So there we go. So our speed's going to be bumped a little bit. Our transmission is nice with 6-speed automatic now, so here we go. And for Ireland, yeah, it looks like a scuba mask, or it looks like the mask of the, like the enemies from Dig Dug a little bit. This one has a lot of straightaways, but it's also the case that, yeah, you also have to kind of be careful as far as some of the turns here. They're tighter than they might look. Yeah, as far as F-Zero, yeah, F-Zero, I guess I figured that the same way. As far as doing that one. And I gotta figure about GX. You know, GX is story mode. There's Maximum Velocity, which I have and is now in Switch Online expansion pack. The GP Legend, which I don't have. There's Climax. I'd love Climax to come back. Speaking of the Densetsu no Starfy games coming out over here for the Switch Online for us. That'd be a cool one to have. There's 99, which fine, I could show F-Zero 99 as far as how that is. I'm so happy that game exists. It's one of those kids that, yeah, it's been forever on F-Zero. Like, yeah, they turned it into a Battle Royale concept. It's still going, and it's still a lot of fun. It's like, yeah, it's really, really neat. And the question, like, yeah, what do they do with that next? And then also, what we do with it next, specifically. Alright. Okay, no, I'm winning, alright. Yeah, double's not too bad as long as you just hold to these curves. And honestly, this one right here is actually a harder one to pull off than you'd think, because, yeah, then you have to go left and then right. Although, the good news is that one thing to indicate with the turns, as far as in tunnels, there's nothing really, really tight coming out of a tunnel. Or coming in it, going through a tunnel, I should say, when it comes to turn. Coming out, yeah, there are tight turns coming out of a tunnel. But when you're in a tunnel, the turns you have, if any, are not going to be a big deal. So it won't be something like, oh yeah, you're going to have a quick curve going around and you'll crash into the side of the tunnel. Alright, there's some cars I'm going to lap, but I want to feasibly avoid that. Oh, fine. Well, I only avoid it because I don't want to hit into them. Because I guess I'm far enough ahead, it doesn't matter. Fine. Now it's wider as far as the way to go. It's like, fine. Okay, there you go. There we go. Awesome. And you're seeing there also, yeah, when you're getting the boost going, yeah, your speed will go up higher, and with the transmission, it also makes it so that it's going to be higher as well. So there you go, 10,000. Now, at this point, what's going to happen really is that, and this is what happened in my practice, we're going to Galway. I basically had it where as I went along, I pretty much just was able to win a great number of races in a row. So at that point, basically go for the biggest engine. Also, one thing that's going to be weird, you're going to see this when we do the show-offs of the extra difficulties at the end of this. You're hearing the sound of the engine, even with the highest transmission I got. I think even when I got the engine... Fine, we'll see this when we get the engine. And that is that the sound of it is actually really loud with the highest engine, but not always. Because when I was doing my practice, I didn't hear the loudest sound of it. But when I put in those passwords that I tested them before and said, hey, I want to show off the full endings when I got through the amateur circuit. I said, the engine seems way loud on that, to the point where actually when I did my audio tests, I said, I'm going to actually have to turn the audio down more because of that engine sound. It's so damn loud. But it wasn't happening when I upgraded everything in my main run of the game for practice. I mean, maybe it will for this case, and if it does, I'll turn down the volume a little bit. But something kind of weird as far as that. So yeah, you'll notice that when we get there. Visa that'll come up soon enough. As far as what this course is like, or what it looks like, I don't know. It looks like I don't know, like one of those. Okay, there you go. There you go. You see the actual like flip. It's exactly like Outrun, specifically as far as how the car flips in that game. But it actually does look really, really cool. And you do recover from it way faster than an Outrun, so it's worth pointing out that way. Fine, it looks like one of those, you know how around Halloween time you have those, like those ghosts you make, like got a toilet paper and you like stuff something in the head or something like that, and you have like the ribbon around its neck with the red ribbon. It almost looks like one of those. Yeah, not always switch, because, yeah, where's the finish line's positioned? Yeah, so out of my way, 5th place car. Whoa! At least one player, or first place, is pretty close. So at this point, I should be able to hold on and get past feasibly. That means I'm going to wait for that tunnel. Oh, fine. Wait. No, fine. Wait for the actual tunnel. Fine, because that's an arch. You can go underneath that. Which Alchemy 1 did not have arches, so that's a great case to see that here. Alright, so go. Okay, I keep coming out of that turn and thinking, or that tunnel and thinking I have to make a right when I make a left. At that point, I don't think I'm going to get first off of this, but fine. As long as you're going this way, you should still be getting a decent amount of money by doing placements. So fine, I got third, so that's a good case of it. Alright, so that was $4,000. Alright, I'll go Killarney, except it's raining over here, so get those wet tires out. You get the nice Mode 7 rain again, and I gotta tell you, I was kind of taken aback by when I was practicing, saying, hey, first off, there's weather, so that's new, and that's cool. But also that, I think it looks really good. I think it looks surprisingly nice. Especially compared to the other versions of this game that I've seen. And I also have in the link list, I think it's, I'm trying to remember what, I think it's RetroCore is the name of the channel that did this. They did a look over of all the versions of this game, that would mean, except the Top Racer collection, because that was not out at the time they made that. Which is this Sega Genesis, Amiga, and System 30 and CD32. I said System 32. Like, no, not System 32. Also, kiddies, do not delete that. It does not make your Windows run faster. It makes it break completely. That being said, they did a look over of all of them. I was looking at this like, yeah, I think Super Nintendo's probably the way to go on this one, and hence why I guess they ported in the Super Nintendo version for Top Racer Collection. Fine, because that's the only one they have a choice in, because all the other ones are Super Nintendo only. Yeah, because actually until, in fact, yeah, it's, only this and Top Gear RPM Tuning have multi-platform releases. Oh, fine, 1 and 3000 have now, because that collection, but, before that, yeah, only 2 games in this franchise were multi-platform. The other ones were all only on one console. Or one handheld was the case with the Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance games. Yeah, and Top Gear Rally on Game Boy Advance and Nintendo 64 is totally different, so fine. It's technically a different game. In fact, I don't remember if it was called Top Gear Rally for other parts of the world. Or fine, even like, or Top Racer Rally. I don't know. I'll have a check on that, see. I got the sense it wasn't. Alright, so yeah, we're seeing the nice, I guess, Dublin landscape. Fine, we're in Killarney, we're not in Dublin. The Irish landscapes, the Ireland landscapes. Not exactly the idea, like, hey, this is your driving around thing exactly, but it does give you a sense, like, yeah, we're going on this adventure, like, hey, this is where we are. Which in some ways, I guess, as far as stuff like this at the time, is probably the best you could hope for. But, I mean, the fact that I'm saying, like, okay, I can look at this and say, yeah, this is Ireland, this looks right. That is something feasibly that, yeah, they did some homework that way that definitely gets you into it. If easily they didn't have to, they just like, fine, we'll just put up some buildings and say, oh yeah, this is what it is. Like, yeah, you notice stuff, and we'll see that as we go along later. Okay, there we go. 3rd place. And we're done with Dublin, so next up on our itinerary for the night is going to be Italy. Oh, fine. After we do Limerick, then we'll go into Italy. Okay, so let's get going, and we'll see if we can come up with a... I guess I'll see if I come up with a Limerick for the purpose of, if I win. Yeah, that one looks like... I don't know, you tilt it on the side, it looks like a head of Buddha, I guess, maybe. let's get burning on the rubber. Okay, whoa. Yeah, in this case, yeah, you do have to be careful of the wall there, because feasibly you could crush into it. But yeah, they're bunching up way more than they did on my tests. I mean, not that they weren't doing it on my test. They were. It just seems like I'm having that happen much more just playing tonight. And there's some money. Yeah, it's been forever since I've seen money on the course. At one point, if you don't get all the money on your first lap, come back on the next one and you'll get the rest. Okay, yeah, how many boosts? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was like, yeah, I've already used like half of them already. So yeah, I gotta be careful on this. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm curious looking back on that. It's like, hey, that just came into view probably as I was going. Yeah, just gotta hold on, that's the idea. At least I get more of the money, so fine. As long as I rank, which I should, I'll get more money. And by the way, each of those is worth $1,000. So it's the case they find. You don't even necessarily need to be ranking in 6th or better to get some money that way. Like I said, it's limited on what courses are going to have money lying on the track. Let her rip. Fine, in that case I was still really close to the edge and I veered off. Ah, crap. Fine, that's not even the last lap, so fine, I don't want to use this yet. We get to enjoy this kicking music. I mean, and I said, even with only a couple tracks to it, since they vary it up on the races, you hear them every so often, and then you come back like, oh yeah, this is still really good. And you don't mind hearing it over and over again if you have to go through multiple races over and over again, like we did in Greece. And that's not even halfway through the game. It's like, wait, yeah, the other areas are probably going to be really tough that way. Yeah, in that case, yeah, I basically had to be right on the edge, but also because of how fast I was going there, that also had a factor. At this point, yeah, I think I have no choice but to let it go. Feasibly straightaway might have been better, but as long as I can feasibly get over here just to get some more money. I'd like to get 6th or better just so I can get some more money to get that engine, so in that case, yeah, we'll be fully powered up by then. Okay. I mean, we're almost there to being powered up, so it's not going to be too bad. Okay, so that's 1,000. I mean, at least it's something. Alright, so fine. We were done with Ireland, now we're going to Italy. So we're going to Florence. Okay, so yeah, we're far away as far as that. And it's one of those things that, as I said, I think I'm going to pretty much just wait to get that. We'll just check everything else. Which you got that. Yeah, and the armor's set. Yeah, I haven't actually had the armor set this way when I did my test, so... that was one of the last things I upgraded. Alright, so fine, let's give Italy a spin. Yeah, a fitting case as far as racing that way, but fine, anywhere really is. Because fine, racing is a universal language. I guess that's the idea of what this game's really saying on top of it. There we go, okay, that's probably the best thing I could hope for. I say, yeah. Fine, I've done it in 4 laps on this one. It's like, yeah, is that really necessary to do that? Well... I mean, I'll have time, so, like, fine, I can wait. I just feel as I'm saying, yeah, can I get first quickly? But fine, I can wait a little bit. And feasibly, that is probably the best place to use that. So he is also sort of within distance. Yeah, with my max transmission, my max engine. If I no, I don't have the max engine yet. The max transmission in Nitro. I feasibly can catch up to him a bit quicker. Whoa. Yeah, in that case, they also have those on the sides of the course. So yeah, basically just eye the needle it. So fine, if I have to sell for second, I can sell for second. It's not going to be that much of a problem. And me not having the upgraded engine fully at this point is not much of a factor either. In the sense that it won't cause me to lose races. It's fine, that's all I got left. We got everything else. Yeah, we got other people's, like, yeah, no. Yeah, you beating us is not allowed. You have to go. Fine, first place racer, he might have to beat us. I was like, fine. Everybody else, no, you can't. Okay, so yeah, 2 of these I can run, so fine, we'll do that there. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I still had it running, because, yeah, with the Nitro going as long as it does, it actually does sort of make it a little harder. Fine, he won already by far, but that's fine. I'll take $6,000, no problem. Also, you heard there, that track actually does kind of stop and then it restarts itself. I think it's the only track in the game that does that, actually. Okay, so there we go. So next we're going to Pisa. It does have the Leaning Tower there. We'll see it again when we get in the race. And fine, let's complete the look as far as Italy. Yeah, the red Lamborghini look. Or find any, you know, Italian sports car. The Maserati, I guess, feasibly too. Yeah, nothing licensed in this one, actually. There's nothing that's licensed as far as cars, I don't think, in any of the top tier games. At least I don't think so. There are cars that look like other ones, and I think they either had to play on it because they said, fine, we can't pay the licensing. Or they just said, hey, we want to make them look like this. The examples that come to my mind are, I think Top Gear Daredevil on PS2. I don't remember if they modeled the cars after the Mini Cooper on purpose, but it looks like they did. At least I think that's what they are. But yeah, that was before the Mini Cooper came out in the US. Because I think it is. And then the other example is Top Gear Pocket for Game Boy Color, where what happened with that one is they had, I think they had, like, Subaru-ish cars, but because they didn't have the license for Subaru, they called them Sugaru. And I remember, actually, I think it was a letter Nintendo Power saying specifically, like, why they named the car that as far as on the box and within the game? My family has one of these things, a nice car. Are they trying to insult my car manufacturer? Like, no. They said, no, it's not that. Like, they had to pay a license and they didn't have a license specifically. So fine. They gave up a fictional name that they wouldn't be sued by, I guess. And yeah, it wasn't a case of something like that where, like, hey, there was like a litigation case of anything with this franchise. Or I guess anything feasibly necessarily salacious, which I guess is a good thing in one way. It's like, hey, you know, as we're gonna get going, whoa. But yeah, that case, fine, that's been an aspect of it. So yeah, nothing necessarily saucy to talk about when it comes to this franchise that I'm aware of. Is it also even in terms of making some of these? I don't really know if there's too much else aside from some of the stuff we talked about on it. Well, chat, maybe you know. Maybe somebody in chat comes by and is like, hey, I worked on this game, I know some information or something. I don't know. And I don't think it's worth pointing out on that Top Racer collection that there's really too much in the way of, like, developer interviews or something like that. It's fine. You can see some of these collections that come around, especially by digital clips. Stuff like the making of Karateka and Lamasoft, the Jeff Minter story, especially those two. And Atari 50, which, by the way, they are doing a new version of Atari 50. They're taking their licensing within Intellivision And I don't know if they're putting Intellivision games in that. No, they're taking their licensing with, because actually, no, they do have their licensing with that now. They even said they're going to take Intellivision games and put them in there. But those are their M Network license now. So Atari 50, which I said is amazing, is one of the best classic game compilations in modern era. They're doing a new version. And for people like me who bought it the first time, they're adding DLC, which lets you buy the extra content for it. And they've been adding new games to it as it's been as free updates for a bit of time now. But they're adding kind of a new release. It's coming out later this year. And they're also doing another like gold, I'm saying, why am I blanking on the term that, of what, Edwack loves? So it's steelbooks, thank you. Like, I just had to say something Edwack loves and something that the Crusader 64 loves once of a certain thing. A steelbook. They're doing like the gold steelbook again, like they did with the first release of that. Yeah, more of it, so fine. I said we're going to need multiple parts to do Atari 50. We're definitely going to need multiple now because, yeah, at that point, I'll get that update for the purpose of that. So at that point, we'll show off everything it's got. And fine, we'll go into tons of those interviews. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, the Top Racer collection doesn't have a whole lot as far as that, which is fine as far as what it is. As far as the idea, from the games, from what I understand, the game's reported pretty well within it. There's not a concern about what that's going to be looking like. That is, unless you want a one-to-one on this, in which case, because the licensing reasons, I guess, they don't have all the menu, the in-game menus and things, so you actually kind of have to skip them. So it's not 100% going to be the release that you can get on Super Nintendo. Worth pointing that out. But that being said, from what I've seen, it seems like, yeah, they did this one right. But it is basically just the game, which is fine for the case of that. Fine, if you're looking for something more advanced to that, yeah, maybe that's not going to be the case for that. But fine, these games are good, so yeah, it's still probably worth the money. And as I said, I will buy it for sure for the purpose of the program eventually. Yeah, these night tracks, yeah, I'm realizing, yeah, the night tracks are actually causing me more trouble as far as on show than even they did in my tests. Although, fine, some of them did, even in my tests, so there's that too. Just as, hey, for this one, it's not like I'm losing so much as like, yeah, am I going to be able to get through as far as how many more do I have? Okay, I have. Oh no. Yeah, ouch, yeah, that's definitely the right thing to say, car. I find person in car. I don't know if it's person in car. We can't see if there's anybody in there. And actually, I don't think... Well, fine. Other games in this franchise do emphasize that there's a person in the car. In fact, actually, Top Gear 3000, let's give you a preview when we get to that one. That game does have a story mode, it's worth pointing out. And it does tell the story of, like, what happened as far as, like, why are we in the future all of a sudden. And also, I guess, what's going on with racing. I don't want to lose this. Yeah, but they do kind of go into some aspect of that to give an explanation of, like, why are you doing these futuristic races. Actually, in some ways, it's not completely dissimilar to F-Zero in certain ways. Not completely in the sense that it's going all the way that way, like a futuristic, you know, hover car case. You are still driving actual cars, but they're year 3000 cars. And they're not flying, so you're going to be on the ground. So, yeah, don't think like, hey, you know, we got a flying car in that. We're just going to have on-ground races. But as far as cases where you see the people within the cars, fine. Top Gear Hyperbike is a bike game, but you see them on that. And then I guess some of the later ones. As we're going to Sicily. Actually, you know what? I have enough for this engine now. I said I was going to wait till this one. Screw it. We're getting it now. So, alright, fine. We're at $1,000 now only, but it's like, fine. We have the next engine. Because that's one thing that it will see do. It enhances my acceleration. Actually, I think it also did change my engine sound, so... I don't know why then in my test I felt like I didn't hear it. When I was doing my, when I had it fully built up. So, yeah, I'll look into that. Fine. First place, yeah. Hold first place so I can get up to the 80,000. In that case, as long as I win like 8 races in a row, we'll be set. it's just enjoying the ride. And that's the idea when it comes to something like this. And more stuff on racing this is going to be, because, like, yeah, we got, as it turns out, the way that scheduling is going to work, I'll go on this a little bit. Not completely till we get to the end of the show, but just to give an update as far as it, because next month's viewer requests, I was trying to get a sense of would Edwack want to do Smart Ball, because I know that's going to be his next game. He's busy as anything, and I know that he's got a lot coming up as far as how it is. So I said it would feasibly be either that or be next year. I said, yeah, he's too damn busy. I'm not going to insist that on him. Fine. It's also the case that, fine. When it comes to the guests on shows, I'll say, like, hey, what are you thinking as far as what you want to do and also when you want to do it? And then we have to schedule and all that stuff. And when you're ready. So, like, I know he feasibly could pull out Smart Ball pretty much out of nothing because he grew up with it and he has a lot of memories on it and all that. But that and how busy he was, I could tell the other day because I work with him, as I mentioned multiple times. He seemed like he had tons going on himself, so I was like, fine, you know what? That's the idea, fine. He's throwing his party next week, just in general. It's like, yeah, he needs that more than anybody, specifically. In fact, he should probably relax his own damn party that way, which he will. But that being said, I said, fine, I'm not going to push that one. So instead, what I'm going to do is I decided I'll pull another racing game out. Electra, she said you wanted to see Outrun for show. I still feel bad that when we did Outrun and Super Hangout for the brief show-off when we did Tony Say earlier this year, they had the audio problems, and hopefully I'm not getting that on tonight's show. I hope I'm not. I haven't gotten it specifically since we moved to this new Super Bowl Game Saturday studio. But I said, fine, I want to do that fully for a show anyway, and to make up for that. So next month we're going to do Outrun, as it is. And I'm going to use the Sega Ages version on the Switch to show that, because it is the definitive release. Has a bunch of extras. It actually has better frame rate than even the arcade version does. The only thing it's missing is the Ferrari licensing. It also has new music, and the only other thing it lacks is the 3D from the 3DS release that it is basically an enhanced port of. And that 3DS version was unbelievable. It's too bad the only physical version of it is only in Japan. And 3DS is the only Nintendo portable system that is not region-free. So you cannot import that collection, and you can't download that game anymore. It's only in Japan. Fitting, the game is hearing me as we're going to Hiroshima. So let's get our race going on in the land of the rising sun and the land of having Outrun 3DS. Fine, the 3D Outrun on 3DS. On physical media, only over there. Honestly, I'll try and see if I can do what I did with one of the Pokemon parts where I recorded the footage of Darth Loctus and I having a fight in Generation 4 on basically using my cell phone to capture my DS, just to show, like, hey, I have this video saved, let me show that. I'm going to try and see if I can't do that with Outrun on 3DS, to try and see, can I show that 3D off on a video somehow? Because the 3D on that game, oh my god, it's unbelievable. In fact, I don't know if this is going to be a hot take time, perhaps, but 3D Outrun on 3DS might have the best 3D of any game on the 3DS, which is saying something, because there's impressive games that use 3D and show off it. I'm thinking stuff like, a lot of the Mario games tend to do that, like Super Mario 3D Land, and the Zelda games on that, like Link Between Worlds. Pilot Wings Resort, of course, because goddamn, I love my Pilot Wings. Clearly, I love that franchise to death. Specifically. I mean, I can't go a single show without mentioning that franchise, I guess, feasibly. But even when I mentioned the fact that one of the people who was involved in the programming this, or music on this, worked on Stuntman Ignition, I was like, oh yeah, it's the people who made Pilot Wings. It was the last game, Pilot Wings 64, the last game they made. But yeah, but it is a great showcase of 3D. And other stuff as well. Yeah, Outrun, my god, that is unbelievable how they did that. It was M2 ported, who also ported the Sega Ages version. And yeah, that is a fantastic version as far as it... Fine, if you have a Japanese 3DS, there's a Sega... Fine, actually, there were a couple of those Sega Classics collections. Fine, we got one of them here, which is actually Japan's second. And then Japan got two other ones. I think it's the third one that has Outrun on it. In fact, yeah, it is, because Outrun was one of the later ones that came out. And that was a fantastic release as far as that. Fine, that 3D classic line they did they knew what they were doing. And in a lot of cases, not with Outrun, but I know with some other ones like Sonic the Hedgehog, which is in the collection we got here in the US, which is the Sega 3D Classics collection. I know they basically had to pretty much go in and paint the 3D, or basically paint the environments to reflect 3D for that entire game, basically from scratch. Like, really, I could not believe it. I mean, it looked awesome as far as what they did, and I guess they did the same thing with Sonic 2, which also had a version that was like that. As we're going to Kyoto. But it was really impressive to see that. Like, it looked awesome, but with the Outrun, fine. Outrun, that was not their first rodeo going 3D with it, because even on the Sega Master System, you're like, wait, Sega Master System can't run that. Oh, yes, it can, because they have the 3D glasses, which actually does make it look and run really well. Like, yeah, the Sega Master System can't handle Outrun, and fine, maybe its base form not that great. But, yeah, those 3D glasses, oh man, that's a different story. But then again, even the Genesis could run Outrun pretty well, so I don't know. I mean, there's something like with this game. It's one of those things that it's limited when you look at it, sort of, as far as the idea that, hey, it's not the arcade version. It's not the smoothest thing you're going to see, I guess. But you kind of forgive it because you realize, wait, this is doing so much. It is really impressive, and I need to get my ass moving. Basically because we only have 2 laps on this one. I'm already in 18th, or back in 18th, so yeah, we gotta get going. Yeah, when we do that, as I said, I'll see if I can't figure something for an edit for that, but for the 3D Outrun, if I can show that. Yeah, that's the version we're gonna use when we do that next month. We'll talk about that more in schedule tonight, but I wanted to at least let you know that, hey, I wasn't sure on the Smart Ball case, and Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, just to go on that, because I mentioned that as a possibility last week. I said, you know what? I think there's more I'd have to show when it comes to characters for that and other things. Like, I don't think I'm going to be ready for that one. But as I said, we'll do it. Of course, I know I'm going to ask for that one. I'll do the other ones, of course, for sure, as full cases too. But I don't know if I'm going to be ready for that. But with Outrun, I definitely can be, because I have tons of familiarity with it, and with that version, and with other stuff. And feasibly also that means that I'm going to do a switch on when I'm going to be doing that view request. I'll do it feasibly the last weekend of the month, but I'm going to push that up a little bit. I'm going to have Game Dev Tycoon at the end of the month. We'll get into that later, but that being said, just want to let you know on it. Since, yeah, we're doing the race case, see what's going on. I just have to hold my ass on for the rest of it so I can at least get through. Whoa. Okay, I do have enough nitros just to kind of hold my way, right? Because I just want to make sure that I'm not going to lose here. Fine, there's another one. This is a rare course. You can pick up tons of nitros on the course itself. Fine, it's 9th place. I just want to place. That's all I want to do. Alright, so there you go. So 9th place, I'll take it. I didn't get money, but it's okay. We'll get that nice engine later, promise. Alright, so next up, we'll hit this. Yeah, so yeah, we're seeing the city out there. So yeah, we'll just have a nice day drive. So yeah, I guess we're driving all around the world. It takes a while. So fine. Sometimes we just run at night. Yeah, this is another one of those courses where yeah, you got to be ready as far as like yeah, which way am I really going? And fine, this is only 2 laps, but honestly, it's not super long. I mean, I was gonna come on here and say that hey, you know. The number of laps you get is maybe dependent upon if the course is long, but fine, this course is not that long. So in that case, not really. So it can vary. But I think they do a good job of picking how many laps you want to run on a course. It's not like you're ever going to run on a course like this and it's going to be like, oh yeah, 9 laps and something like this. As we're pointing out for the 2-player is basically 2 players running through the circuit like this. So it's not like, hey, you can just laps on a course. Yeah, so far going okay. Yeah, but anything else, yeah. In this case, the only reason I want to win is so I can get more money quicker, so we can get the best engine, and at that point, also fine, not get into 10th place or below 10th place, because yeah, 10th place is the baseline as far as that are fine, the cutoff. So if you get less than 10th, you lose. But if you're at 10th, you will just barely pass. So yeah, I think I can afford to be using these things a lot. Fine, in that case, yeah, how fast can I go? Yeah, 255 miles per hour. Jesus Christ, look at that. There we go. Okay, awesome. Alright, so we're at Yokohama next. Yeah, sorry, $47,000, so almost there. Only a couple more victories and we'll be able to get that best engine, and then we can basically blast the rest of the game, but you do still have to kind of bring your A game. It's not a case that when you get everything upgraded, you're like, yeah, you're going to totally steamroll it. But it does help. Yeah, the Roadhog, fine, Roadhogs up, because yeah, they're blocking the way. Okay, there's a free nitro. It's worth pointing out also, the nitros do not come back after you pick them up, because I missed it, I can pick it up in the next lap. Yeah, the only item that does come back on lap is that super turbo, the one that basically, what it does is activates the turbo for you. Alright, fine. So I'm at least doing okay as far as this. So yeah, I'm in a better groove that way. Yeah, Greece was just a case like, yeah, that was the weird case of it. That's kind of where I think, so fine, not to that degree, but yeah, what happened that way on the tests also happened here, but either way. Yeah, right there. Yeah, just go back to the thing with the, like the gate at the front. Yeah, this level doesn't have one, even though it's in the day. I don't know why it doesn't have it, maybe a memory thing, maybe, yeah, let's make it a little different, I don't know. It's fine, at this point, yeah. And usually when it comes to the items, they always are in the middle of the road, but sometimes they're after turns, so sometimes you have to be in the middle when you come out of a turn, which makes it a little harder to get. And it's worth pointing out also, you're like, hey, what's the reasoning of the ordering of the countries you're going to? It is in alphabetical order, so that's kind of how it's running. So actually, we're going to end up in the U.S. That's going to be our last stop. And then we're going to do that 3 times because I'm going to show off with the other difficulties. Because I do have a password for that. We're not going through the whole game again. But I will show the different endings. And in all the endings, you do get credits. So yeah, going back to the thing we had last week when we came to the Rocket Adventures from Spark Collection, was saying, hey, how it changes that as far as the difficulty of the US. Fine, I was kind of wrong as far as how it did, just labels them differently when it comes to the first game. But the other ones, yeah, it doesn't. But yeah, and fine, they added a bad ending for the US that the Japanese version didn't have. So basically, our children is their normal, and so on and so forth. And then crazy hard is just our normal hard, like, so they downplay what that is. But yeah, unlike that one where when you beat it on the lowest difficulty, you don't get a good ending. This game, it does. You get the credits, and you do get a message saying try the next difficulty. But it's something that's still feasibly satisfying. So like, hey, you know, I beat this way. You don't have to necessarily feel like, hey, you're lesser because you went easier. In fact, this game is not easy regardless of how you pick it. You're going to get a consistent and fair challenge regardless of how you go. Which is nice that way. It's like, hey, you know, it's something that's not insanely hard, but it's also something that it definitely is hard. And as you go along, it's something that you can also keep playing and keep getting better. Now we're going to Scandinavia. So we're going to Copenhagen. And by the way, after this we have Yeah, only 4 more. So yeah, only 4 more countries to go. So at that point, yeah, we'll definitely be done like by 5 hours, which I thought is how long it was gonna go, just as far as like an estimate. All right, so yeah, we're almost there as far as our stuff. I'm gonna change color up. Let's change back to blue. Why not? There you go. You got this great music again. All right, so let's get our way going. And see how Copenhagen is going to handle as far as our aspects of it. In that case, it looks almost like a hat or something as far as how the course is looking on the map. Yeah, Move Over. Yeah, I should be specifically singing Move Over by Janis Joplin. Say that it's over, baby. Say that it's over now. Yeah, usually you wouldn't expect that out of a Top Gear 2 play, but either way. Maybe it's also because fine. I'm in the mentality that yeah, end of 360 era, so it does mean that yeah, the Rock Band 3 things like yeah, whatever is running the keyboard and Pro Guitar, they do have that thing. That Pro Guitar is like yeah. Which costs a lot of money now. It's like, yeah, I'm a huge fan of that franchise. I think I don't know if I made it completely clear. It's like, yeah, that specifically just to kind of get that going before they shut the case down of it in a few days. Which I already have set, but it's also the case that, yeah, those Pro Guitar, Pro Bass parts. Yeah, the store of Rock Band 3 is not open technically, so you have to find a backdoor as far as going onto the 360 store where they're listed, but they're not listed when you go on the console, so you have to use their website, and it's a very weird way about how that works. And it's like, yeah, I better figure this out before the end of this is. Just like, fine, I got this thing, I don't want it to completely go to waste. Yeah, if it wasn't for licensed content stuff, I could feasibly show that game, or I feasibly could show that game just by turning down all the audio. I don't know. I might be able to justify it that way, but then at that point, what's the point, as opposed, except for, I don't know, show the fact that it's there, you know? And I'll also say this. I'm not showing this live for the delisted show, the Xbox Live delisted show we're going to do in November. But I did take footage of Rock Band Blitz on non-copyright infringing stuff. Fine, sort of non. It's the same cases like with Game Dev Tycoon or some other stuff where it's license that's owned but allowed to be used, specifically, fine, it's for Still Alive from Portal above anything else. I wanted to test it. What is this going to be? Can I show any aspect of this game? And the answer is yes, it kind of sort of can. Not to mention some of the other stuff, like, yeah, there's stuff from games, stuff from Splosion Man, stuff from Super Meat Boy. I was also curious about the song by Ron Wasserman of who did the theme song of a lot of the Power Rangers series. Because he did a couple songs. He did Fight Back, which is one of them, as we're going to Helsinki and it's snowing. So yeah, we haven't seen snow in a while, so get those snow tires out. But I said, yeah, I have footage I recorded, and I was like, I only did like a fake upload specifically. Fine, I did a private upload to the YouTube site. So what do they give me? Do they say, like, hey, you got trouble? You gotta take this down. You can't show it. And for what I picked, I said, yeah, it doesn't. So I'm gonna stitch that in when we get to that point. I'm also gonna stitch in stuff I said I was gonna be showing that I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna stick on demos. I will at least indicate one of those. Because I mentioned it was something I know Bloodspace Moon loves. Well, to figure as far as how the play of this game is going to go, especially given the Protorova situation. But that being said, Deathspank, I know she loves Deathspank. I was going to just show off the demo when it came to that, but then they put it on sale for $1.49, which still is for the next day and a half, specifically. But fine, when I edit this, you can't buy any of the stuff anymore, so yeah, it's too late at that point for you. But at $1.49, fine, I'm buying this. But what I did is I actually did record the footage of the demo as far as the messages that Deathspank gives. And I'll add those in when we do that show as well. Yeah, so basically, just to give an idea on that show, is that I'm picking up stuff, or picked up stuff that goes to things that people want to see, stuff I have demos that are long gone, stuff that's gonna be gone in 2 days, at least as far as 360 is concerned. If it's available on PS3, it's still easily available to buy. Yeah, in that case, I also did a weird thing when it came to using the Nitro there, where I hit it on the jump, and by hitting it on the jump like that, shutter speed stabilized, basically stayed at the speed I had, and I didn't really gain much from the boost I took. They said, yeah, I've been curating stuff for that. I picked up stuff, but I also had stuff I had for years And a lot of stuff that I know we talked about on the show when it's come to Xbox 360 for Xbox Live Arcade that you've wanted to see, and I have demos of and things I've been able to get a hold of for everybody on the show. Like, I've got tons. And I have enough to do another one of those, so this is going to be Volume 1 of it for this year. And I won't do Volume 2 for next year, but I'll have that in the back pocket for some point. Yeah, there's feasibly a lot that's going to be lost for that, and some stuff I feasibly would have wanted to show off as well, and stuff I'm glad I have. And maybe then the idea of, like, we talked this earlier on, to talk about a good, kind of full circle way, the idea of, hey, when it comes to something that's delisted like this, in some cases it made sense as to why, like a license thing, because of like a store closure or something like that. And a case where, give Microsoft credit as far as what it's been, they know what they're doing on their backwards compatibility. They're the only console company I think that really knows what they're doing completely. I guess we'll see what happens with Nintendo when it comes to their next Nintendo system, console I should say. Do they do a backwards compatible fully on Switch? They suggested they will, and they said when we do a new system, but we'll see if how that comes. Uh-oh. And that is, they made tons of the Xbox 360 library backwards compatible with the new system. So actually, a lot of stuff I had, and I just made it. Thank God, I just made it in the snow. A lot of that is backwards compatible, so looking back at stuff, it's like, wait a second, I don't have to necessarily worry about some of this stuff going away, because as we're going to Reykjavik, I guess, as far as how it is, I didn't necessarily have to worry on some of this stuff saying, like, oh yeah, I can't buy this now. In fact, one of those I did buy anyway, just because I know it's something I was actually asked for anyway. And this is another one of those Edwack games. It's going to be one of the cases where he's going to be in on this, because I know he loves this game. Ilo Milo, which is a puzzle game that came out for 360. I don't remember if it's on the PS3. It is backwards compatible with the modern Xbox console, so it's not going away in 2 days. Or it's not gone now at the time of the edit. And it's a game actually has a very famous person who also champions it, Billie Eilish, the musician. She loves it to the point where she actually named a song after that, and actually confirmed that, yeah, the name, and I think she went to the developers of the game, was like, what's the name, the pronunciation is, it's Ilo Milo. But it looks like it starts with an I, so they thought like Ilo Milo. I think, yeah, her song says Ilo Milo. I think the developers have come out and said that. And he's told me about it, and it looked really, really cool. It's not feasibly a delisted case, because it's not delisted technically, but I have it, and it's something that will go to a show. But other stuff I know, fine. I'll go into right now the stuff I know we've talked about beforehand that I said, yeah, we're going to have. Marvel vs. Capcom Origins is going to be the demo. Some of the stuff is going to be demos only, it's worth pointing out. That's one of them. Death Spank, but it's going to be the full game now, as far as being available to us. Poker Smash, because we talked Poker Smash a lot. Like, first I know you want to see Poker Night 2. I got the demo of that one. We'll get to show that. I think what are the ones I've mentioned. I don't know if I said Boogie Bunnies. I've said I wanted to do Boogie Bunnies for a show anyway. That will be one of them. So in that case, there you go. That's kind of the breadcrumb. I know that's going away in a couple of days. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else that I said already that we're doing. But fine, we'll have a bunch of other things specifically. It's actually also going to be our first of the Thanksgiving Showcase programs where we are not specifically limiting ourselves to a genre. So we're going to see a lot of genres covered in that show, which I think is going to be... I'm looking forward to doing that one, I really am. That's why I went on the buying spree, specifically saying, like, hey, let's get the stuff that I know people want to see. There's going to be representation from basically everybody. Everybody who's ever been involved in the show, there's going to be some representation for them, I guarantee you that. At least most everybody, I think. Even if it's cases where they didn't know that it was available this way. Oh, fine, no, okay, no, I didn't mention that. I didn't mention that one, but I mentioned there's a version of it on this console. I'm going to keep my cards to my chest on that one. I'm not going to go too much into as far as what it is, but at least give you a little bit of a taste. Oh, we got coming up in November for that show. That's November 30th, by the way, we're going to have that. For, this is Xbox Live Arcade Showcase Part 1. But that'll come later in the year. And by the way, also, when it comes to Ty in this game, getting back to the top of your game, it's on the screen. When you're tied as far as that, I think they take you at the top. But we're going Foggy Case in Stockholm. And we're almost there on the engine. There we go. That's all we got left. I just want to make sure that everything else is accounted for. Yep, that's it. So, fine. Since we're in a fog case, I want to stand out. So yeah, the black actually is going to work really well here. Yeah, for the course, this one looks like... Fine, it's like a... Fine, it's like a parallelogram, but it's not really... That's fine. That is shaped that way, but it's not even necessarily that exactly. Okay, yeah, fine. You do see the limitation as far as the engine when you have tons of cars on the screen. Yeah, if I can just get past all of them, I just want to get out of the way of them. Yeah, this is only 3 laps, even though it looks like it's more, and yeah. Let me pass, guys. Yeah, yo, dude, let me go. Eat dirt or eat fog. They're not eating fog. Yeah, this is actually insanely close. Those are one of these things that I put on amateur, right? I think I did. I'm not gonna quit out to check that. I'm pretty sure I did. It's one of those things that now I'm not sure if I did that or not. Fine, there you go. At least, yeah, the thing to know in the fog levels, yeah, if you can pay attention to the taillights of the enemies, or fine, they are enemies now, they gotta be defeated. You can tell that as far as you can see in the distance. Like, okay, yeah, there they are, so just keep going. Yeah, especially now that I'm in second, we're in way better cases. Yeah, when I'm not in, when I'm in double digits by, when I'm getting close to the end of the first lap, I get nervous. Oh, fine, we're on the final lap now, so okay, fair enough. Imagine so many were bunched up on this one. I never saw that happen that way, like, on the tests. Fine, that's also the... Fine, I guess the recording curse or the... Actually, I don't know if it's a recording curse. It's the case that, hey, you know, it's just looking differently now that I'm recording the game. Fine, recording it for the purpose of doing it live. But either way. Okay, so yeah, we should be okay on this. Yeah, it's fog with tight turns, so yeah, that's what makes this pretty hard. You do get to see the turn markers enough, so it's not like, hey, you're completely blind out here, but it does make a difference, yeah. If you were gonna be racing in fog, it probably would look like this, especially if it's really, really bad. Okay, there we go, 4,000 bucks, so there we go. There you go, and yeah, since I'm in second, it's fine, so there is our next password. Next up, we are in South America, going to Chile. Okay, so almost there on engine. Next race, assuming I win it, or at least... Yeah, if I win it, we get it. I guess in one way, I'll tell you what I'm looking on this one at. I guess it could be like a whale or something. I also, my first instinct would see like, yeah, I don't know, like a baby on a sonogram or something like that. But I don't... a little. But fine, again, what is the idea of something like this? It's a Rorschach test. Look at that, like, what do you see? Like, you could easily see anything in there. Yeah, 4 laps on this one. Yeah, I guess you get the Andes there in the background, which... I'm trying to remember, are the Andes in Chile? If they're not, if they're not, I'll say where they are down on Ed, actually. I don't think they're not. But fine, it's mountainous area, feasibly, and there are feasibly a lot of mountainous areas in Chile, including one. I guess I'll put a edit down saying, like, which one is it if the Andes aren't here. I don't know, I don't know why I get the sense the Andes are here. Fine, it's one of those things we gotta do. Fine, I've said this multiple times, we have to do Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. And if we have full play of that game, we will capture Carmen, I guarantee you that. But... It's like, yeah, now I know we need to do it. Not just because I said we're going to do this and we need to do this and all that, but just because, fine. From my geography perspective, I probably need it. Just hang on, hang on. There we go. How many do I have? Okay, one after this. And yeah, I'm not doing well to be able to keep that going. But at least I'm on the first race of this, so if I do screw this up, and I don't want to, just so I kind of want to keep this going, I'll be alright. Okay. Fine. There he goes. I'm out of his way. Whoa. Oh, it does look like the first place player's slowing down, so I might be able to pull this out. Maybe. Oh. No. Okay, fine. I guess I got to guard the rear bumper on that way. Fine, he's in... Oh, no. I just think, where's the safest place to use this? Here, I think. Am I gonna be able to go fast enough to even catch up? Okay, yes, I am. It's like, yeah, at first, like, wait, am I going too slow to get in line? But I guess the answer is, no, I'm fine. Okay, good. Yeah, I can almost taste that engine. Alright, we're going to Mexico. Yeah, $7,000 more. We'll have you very soon. There we go. All right, now I'm right at the beginning. I say, yeah, I think I can justify doing that. Perfect. Now, if I can hold this. At this point also, yeah, because I'm only running 3 laps. Yeah, using that right now is oh, shit, no. Fine, even with all that, I still am okay and in the lead somehow. I don't know how that's happening. Okay, fine. There you go. No, I'm not. I'm not using this again quite yet. I got something. Wait, I got another nitro, I think. It's like, perfect, okay. Whoa! Yeah, look at that, like going up and down the hills, whoa. Yeah, motion sickness is a thing for you, like, oh yeah, that alone is gonna be something like, oh no. Okay, there we go, so yeah. As far as what this one looks like, I'm almost seeing like a, It's like head of somebody, maybe. I'm seeing like parts of an oven mitt, perhaps. I don't know. On its side, or no. No, actually, no. Like a fish with the mouth open. Honestly, now. Okay, that's it. Yeah, it's more like that. In fact, we're driving on the mouth now. Actually, I don't know if go back to that. So, Alexis, again, thank you for bringing that up. I don't know how many cases of game developers have said, hey, you know, when it comes to like a course design for a racing game like this, or F-Zero X, or fine, I know the James and Mike Monday show did this with golf on NES, saying, hey, what does a course in that game look like? And I don't know if maybe the developers have come out and said, hey, we want to make it look like a picture that way, perhaps. Or is the case that, fine, it's something you see that kind of gets your interest going, and something that makes you think about what you're seeing maybe in a bit of a different way. That's fine. I'll hit this. Maybe I can at least, maybe I can get first now. I don't know. Jesus Christ, hold on, everybody. Whoa. Yeah, that should have happened after what I just did. Okay, second place. Sorry, fine. Fair enough. Like, yeah, I absolutely pushed it to the limit, or beyond the limit. And it still helped me a little bit by getting 6 points for second place. Right next is Peru. This is 2 laps on almost 3 miles. One more race win of any kind, and engine. Just get ready, everybody. After about 4 hours, we're gonna have our full car set up. That was a question of what direction we're going. We're going to the left. We're good. If we we are. Like I said, if we're going to the right, that would have been bad because, like, yeah, we have a curve coming up. But even then, it's like, yeah, it's coming up quicker than you think. Right through the tunnel. Alright, fine. Alright, fine. We're getting it anyway because we got $1,000. So yeah, as long as I don't lose this race, we're getting. Actually, no. Even if I do lose this race, it doesn't matter because we start with the same amount of money that we got on this race. So yeah, engine is next time. Promise. In this case, it's very, very curvy as far as the course is. It looks almost like a squat dinosaur or something, specifically, with the kind of the open mouth on the left. Fine, there's our first place guy. Yeah, fine. I don't care right now because, fine, I feasibly are going to have what we want. But we'll have that eventually. Nice, a final lap. Yeah, not many laps on this one. Yeah, can we hold on from that? Yeah, almost. I'm even better if I can win, and also just like, yeah, we celebrate the win with buying the engine. And at that point, actually, there's not much reason to use your money. In fact, there's no reason to use your money. I mean, I guess... I think you feasibly can buy older parts, but unless you're trying to challenge yourself, you probably wouldn't want to do that. Actually, for that matter, I don't know if it's possible to go through this game without, you know, getting any upgrades. I mean, it might be. To get through it. I mean, since you don't have to win races, specifically. I think we're going to be winning this one. Okay, now we're definitely winning this one. Okay, there we go. So let's celebrate our win with an engine. How about that? Ah, there we go. Yeah, win never felt so good now. And next up for Rio de Janeiro, we're doing it at night, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna be grabbing that. So engine, there we go. There's our full engine. There's our full setup. So there you go. The best engine, wet tires, dry tires, gearbox, nitro, side armor, rear armor, front armor, and car. I want to change color this right away. We're going yellow because it's night. Dead of the night because it's 2:25 in the morning. Yeah, it does tell you what time of the day. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it's not the louder sound of the engine. Fine, I'll show that when we get to the extra difficulty show off. Fine, or the password I found. It's something about... Oh, wait, no. I don't know why. Fine, I'll figure it. We'll see that eventually. Yeah, meantime, buckle up. We're fully powered up now. Yeah, see, it's funny. I'm not even paying attention to the course now so much as like, yeah, everybody's going. Yeah, it'd be awful, like, hey, after getting the fully powered up car, then I lose this race. There's an item there. Okay, it's just a regular nitro. Yeah, I remember this course, I believe, does have tons of nitros on it. Ow. Yeah, there's another one. Shit. Alright. Fine, this case is fine. I don't care about, you know, going crazy on my nitros because there's a couple on the course, including a couple I didn't get on last lap. Ouch. Okay, I just want to make sure. I was like, yeah, I'm going nuts on these things, but I do want to at least have an idea, like, how many am I running. You can also still sort of see the items we're pointing out on the road. It's like, okay, fine. When it's there, you can still not be completely out of the way to get it. Yeah, in that case, I missed it again. Okay, so at this point, I don't care. As long as we can just keep ourselves going for the next couple of races, we'll be almost there. And then we're done. We'll show off the last two difficulties and that'll be the end of the night. That is assuming I don't run into too much trouble when I get to the last circuit. Or any of the other circuits we have there. Uh-oh. Yeah, just wait. Oh no, I'm not waiting now. Yeah, it's one of those things, I'm not being careful, but I'm also really nervous. I don't want to lose this. Okay, good, I got 10th. I'll take that. Yeah, I'm also keeping this maybe more exciting for myself than I thought, in the sense that, yeah, I'm having some close calls. Okay, so yeah, where are we at now? Okay, yeah, next circuit. Okay, so where are we next? Spain. So yeah, this is the third to last one. Okay, so we're going to Andalusia. Yeah, it's under a mile, so it's going to take some time to run these laps. So fine, let's get going. Let's also look a little different for the occasion. Alrighty. Yes, me being in 10th place gets me an 11th for the starting gate. So this means only 12 more courses to go. Well, fine, technically for the rest of the show, that would be 20. Because we're doing the US 3 more times. Or 3 times total. Once for amateur to beat it, and then once for the, or twice more for other difficulties. In this case, just keep going. Yeah, I do like the idea that this game has so many courses to itself. I don't know if this is right. I don't know if there's this game on Super Nintendo for racing that has as many courses as this does. At least I don't think there is. I mean, I know Super Mario Kart doesn't have as many as this. I know Top Gear 1 doesn't have as many as this. I don't know if Top Gear 2 has as many courses to it as this one does. Almost. In this case, I'm totally throwing caution out the window. Because fine, I tend to do with this game anyway, but still. Okay, am I gonna have enough to run all these laps? Okay, yeah, I am. So close, I can feel it. So those things, going back to what I was saying as far as the philosophy of the viewer requests and my internal elements of that, I guess. Like, I'm almost feeling nervous now at the end. It's like, yeah, I just want to make sure. Oh, okay, this is what happened on my test. I'm gonna say that you can feasibly hit yourself out of the way of the barricades and drive on the grass. It does slow you down, but it's not easy to get out there. I'm glad I got to show that happening at least. Maybe just feeling nervous, like, yeah, we're almost there. Like, I've been going almost 4 hours on this thing already. which is fine to that. I have no issue as far as like a length case, but still, the case of I just want to do this. I want to make sure that I can get this game going. I guess it goes to my initial doubts, like, can I do this game? The answer is fine. I know we can do this. I know I can do this with all of you, but aside, as far as best on Twitch, I know I got this. I know we've got this. That's the idea. It's not me. It's not just the fact that you're watching the show, watching myself play. We're all part of this. We're all together on this one. Okay, we're going to Barcelona, and it's night. So, let's see. Yeah, we'll get green. Yeah, nothing else that also shows this is that, yeah, you know, I'm kind of glad this game is going as long as it is. It's definitely longer than Top Gear 1 was. And that is that, yeah, this game, you're getting a lot of game for your money on this one. Absolutely. You're going to have a lot of gameplay going on here, and a lot of variety with the course and things, and so it's going to take you some time. Question of necessarily if you want to do it in one sitting, but fine. For this show, like, hey, since we can do this in one sitting, we do it in one sitting. No problem with that. Okay, I do remember, I think when I did my test, I think I might have had some trouble with Barcelona. I hope I can avoid that. This is like Greece again. Like, I don't want that to happen. Fine, I'm gonna have trouble going on anywhere. I want it to be the US. And feasibly on doing the other difficulties. It's not gonna feasibly take long, because you're seeing how these courses go. It's only a couple of minutes. And I'll have the flashlight warnings again in for the lightning storms and all that. Also, yeah, fine. The other thing I'm gonna do is, since I'm far behind this way, I want to gauge when's the best time to use my nitro. Ah, crap. I think I'm getting worse when it's coming to these turns and all that. Alright. I think one of the best times is actually after the lap. Yeah, not hitting those, that's a bad case to be hitting the jumps. In one of those cases, I'll take 10th again if I have to take 10th again. I don't care. No! Oh shit, I'm on the last... Oh shit, I used my last one. Uh-oh. Yeah, move over. I want to win, goddammit. Come on. In fact, I think this is the course I had where I ran hitting the side and then hitting... shit. Crap, I'm going to have to do this one again. Ow. Yeah, I think we're going to have to do Barcelona again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm definitely doing it again. Yeah, I finished it at least before that happened, but fine, we're gonna have to do that one again. Yeah, and this is even with the fully built up stuff for this. So that also means Andalusia we have to do again. As I said, at this point also, if I get to the last race of this and I can't beat it, we'll skip it. I think Barcelona was one of the earliest ones, so I think that's okay. Yeah, I think if nothing else is showing this, which is, yeah, later in the game, those night driving stages are hell. I liked them at the beginning of the game, but near the end of the game, you're gonna hate them. And I think all of the other countries we've got left has one. There we go, that's better. Also, yeah, just get better with turning. It's like, wait, I should be doing that better anyway. Fine, maybe just be better with using the turbos. Yeah, if nothing else, it's showing how harder this game is getting. So it's a gradual build it has as far as its difficulty. In this case, I've got full acceleration going on here, and without boosting. So in that case, I can take that turn at that speed. But yeah, when I start doing my boosting, that's when it sometimes can be unmanageable. Fine, even in that case, I was not able to manage it right there. Okay, so yeah, 2 laps to go. And a couple more on this, sorry, yeah. Honestly, Barcelona's gonna be the worst of this, I think. As long as I get Barcelona out of my hair quickly, that'll be the best. Yeah, there we go. I'm first, but I don't think I'm gonna hold it. I do have one more, so actually, yeah, fine, we are holding it. Alright, there you go. Winning that one. Yeah, if this is only Barcelona. Okay, Barcelona's the second one. Okay, so fine, that's... okay. Okay, so yeah, Barcelona, let's do this. And this is the best place to start boosting, so I'm gonna start here. Basically coming off the line, start accelerating, hitting that A button, and then get out of the way. There we go. Yeah, sometimes a start like that can make all the difference. Not that you can't do well with a start not like that. But sometimes, yeah, you do need to be kind of fast off the line in order to kind of hold on. Otherwise, you're gonna have to be in hairy situations like I had. Fine. Even then, I still am. It's like, fine. And with 5 laps, that's the other thing. Okay, there you go. Yeah, eat dirt, my friend. I don't want to lose again. The other thing I think I should just start doing is watching the course a bit more. Now that I'm not, it's just that, yeah, I'm fine. I'm paying attention to what I'm on the road. You do have to kind of take your eyes off the road to see that, hey, I can get through this. In this case, yeah, maybe don't hit the jumps. And in that case, just stay in the center of the road on this one. It's that, it's the left, and it's another left and the right. I just missed. Okay, I have 2 of these. Yeah, okay, I just made that turn. It's awesome. I definitely feel the tension now. Ow. Okay, I turned too early. I knew that right turn was coming, but then I said, yeah, fine, too early. Yeah, don't panic. I'm gonna hold on to my boosts. Okay, final lap. So yeah, I've got 2 of these. There you go. Yeah, if I don't win, I don't care about winning. I just want to get through this. I keep doing that again. Alright, I'll take 4th. That's way better. Alright, so yeah, now that Barcelona's done, let's get on to where next is. Madrid in the rain. Okay, yeah, in that case you had to start to go past it. I was hitting A, it's like, wait a second, that's confirming for selecting. Alright, rain time. Nice straightaway, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, kind of the same case of it, just like, yeah, when you find something that works, there you go. And yeah, there you go, that is a great breakaway. That's exactly what I was wanting. Fine. To quote, Ridge Racer. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, what game am I quoting on this one now? Wow, what a start! This is just what I wanted to see! And we'll get to that when we get to that game. I do want to start showing Ridge Racer on this program. And we'll start with that one. Well, feasibly, I just want to get the last one of the PlayStation the PlayStation 4 that I don't have, which is Rage Racer. That's the only one I don't have of those. But either way, like, yeah, we'll show that one. But yeah, that was a great start, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so far, nothing's come close, which is good. This is what I want to have. This is what would be perfect for the rest of the game. Also, yeah, this one's actually not that hard. Actually, okay, fine. If nothing else, I guess it's one thing that I'm saying the difficulty on this is gradual, but I'll admit there are certain courses and circuits where some of the earlier ones are actually harder than some of the later ones. Sometimes. The cases where the last one is definitely the hardest. And we've seen some of them tonight as it's been. Yeah, for this one, yeah. After what happened with Barcelona, I was like, yeah, this is a nice breather. The point where I barely used any of my nitros at all, so I have like 5 of them to use on the final lap. Okay, I want to see what I spun out on. I don't know if I hit anything. Yeah, ouch. Like, yeah, it's fine. At this point, I don't care. I'm throwing caution completely out the window because I'm going to win. There's no way in hell I lose this unless I just decide to stop and go in reverse. And I'm not going to pull a reverse on the back line because actually I can't. You can't actually go backwards. Fine, I can't go backwards as far as turning the car around and going back the way I'm coming. You can do reversing in this, but it's basically just going backwards so you can basically position yourself to go forward. There we go. First place by a country mile. Yeah, so much so that nobody got to the finish line before I did. There we go. The last race in Spain is Seville. Yeah, I feel like I can almost afford another engine. Alright, now this course definitely looks like a shoe. As far as the way it's shaped. There's also why I think I remember this, which is that, yeah, you don't have a whole lot of good straightaways to use. Oh, fine, okay, that's sorta a good one. Oh, fine, if you don't have a straightaway, if you have a tunnel, that's the next best thing. Case in point. And in this case, yeah, you have 2, so it's like, alright, there you go. Yeah, that's a tight one right there. Okay. I think we're hitting stride now. We almost got this. But in this case, yeah, I'm just going totally nuts, which I probably shouldn't have done. But either way, I was like, yeah, fine, I don't care anymore. We are gonna do this. I'm having a great time still, for sure. It's like, yeah, I'm focused. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I've got my, yeah, I've moved my index finger to the X button now. I was like, I am all set. I am totally fixated on that. As far as I was looking at that big-ass TV, as far as this. And we're gonna get through this. Yeah, look at that speed. Whoa. Make that curve, then I'm going to use my boost, and then we'll have our nice shot to victory. Victory over Spain, and then we have 2 more places to go. Here we go. Okay, and before we get to the United States, we're going to Switzerland, so we're going to start in Geneva. Yeah, I'll say, yeah, now we're in a little bit of crisscross this way. It looks like, I guess, a swimming mask, like a diving mask or something, like you know, like the mask and snorkel, but without the snorkel. As far as that, yeah, so let's get going down Switzerland's way. Yeah, it looked like there, like, hey, did some of the cars disappear? But, yeah, I think it was just the barricades. There are the barricades there, as it is. Yeah, in this case, they're also kind of close together. So you really need to thread the line even more. But you do love seeing the tunnels, and there you go, there's the nitro pickup. Yeah, this level does have some pickups. And one of them is a super nitro, so you know what that means. Ah! Okay, me somehow avoiding the second hit. That's good. Means that when I come back on this lap, I easily pick it up if I don't miss it. There it is, perfect. In this case, also, yeah, I'm just gonna blast my way past. Oh yeah, but you do hit trees and fine, you do bounce off the trees. Actually, even in my test, I never had that happen, hitting the trees, but fine, at least I got to show it. Also, I guess this is how you're also telling I'm focused. Like, yeah, when I don't talk in some cases, which is definitely an interesting thing, I guess, to hear as far as that are not here in my case. Basically, yeah, I've almost got this, and that's the idea. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, it was a car pass, never mind. Alright, so yeah, good start out of, Switzerland. Yeah, definitely beating John and Tricky, decently enough. You're Grunwald. Looking good for the occasion. Alright, so let's get going. Yeah, this one, as far as the course looks like. Yeah, this is fun. If nothing else, is also a case of, yeah, we got 64 of these to go through. Good case. I guess it looks like a little like a baby cradle, kind of. Sort of. Yeah, I gotta get kicking on this one, because, yeah, I'm behind. There you go. So now we're in first. Yeah, it's one of those things that, yeah, sometimes when you're far ahead like this or finding second, I sometimes am not completely watching the map. So, yeah, how close is the person who's first? Sometimes it blasts by a car. Like, oh, wait, that's a car that's been lapped. It's like, no, it's not in this case. That was close. I thought I was going to hit that. Yeah, thankfully these are curves I can handle going full speed like that. Okay, so there we go. So we're almost there. Alright, we're going to Lucerne, and then we have one more place here. I'm trying to remember what the last place in Switzerland is. Of course, yeah, we got another night track. If there's anywhere I want to get out ahead, it's here. How many laps I have? 3. Okay, I just want to make sure. But a couple of nitro pickups at least here, too. Oh, there you go. I did like to. I'm glad I got to show that. The idea that, hey, I'm going super, super fast. You bounce off of that and you hear that going really loud. Yeah, it's exciting for sure. Honestly, this is not too bad a course, but fine. It's better, I guess, because I got so far out ahead. I'm back. The map looks a little bit like a raccoon hat. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what I'm seeing about that as well. I like that you've pointed that out, because it's also something that, hey, as we're almost at the end of this. We only have about 5 more courses to go, as it is. Because we're almost done with Switzerland, and we have the U.S., and then I'll run the U.S. a couple times just to show off all the endings. Not that it's much, just the screen that's different, but also just the sense that, hey, you know, yeah, show what happens when you beat it on its highest difficulty, but fine. I'm using password for the highest difficulty for the last 2. For amateur, going all the way. Whoa. Thankfully, I'm out in front now, so it's not a case where I'm going to have to feasibly repeat this like I had to with Barcelona. But yeah, that was not pleasant, only because, like, not that it's far into as far as the race, but in case, yeah, I just want to make sure that I can get through this. There you go. There you go. That is your speed right there. Boom. Okay. So yeah, one more place as far as Switzerland, and then we're going back to the U.S. That is our last destination. And with the car fully powered up, there's no reason for money anymore as we're going to Zurich, but it is snowing. So get our nice wet tires. Yeah, look at all the money we have, but we already have everything. So at that point, that's all we got. So in that case, it's good that they give you so many courses in this. It gives you enough time to get everything built up. Alright, this one looks a little bit like... I don't know. As far as the map. I've said the whale a couple times. It was like, well, maybe that again. But I'm like, well, no, I've said that multiple times already. Well, I guess like a dolphin case a little bit sort of too. I guess a thick dolphin as far as the front. Fine. On the right, I guess the idea like, hey, that's like where his dorsal fin is, sorta. Okay, fine. That's not good. I'm in 20th. I don't want that happening. Though, since this is the last case of this, if I do get in a case of saying, hey, you know, I can't do this one, we're just gonna go to the last area. But fine. At this point, I'm okay. Yeah, right. We have 2 laps. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, we'll be fine. Then there is no burning in this game. There's no setting on fire in this. Fine, there's no setting fire that's not hitting the turbo on. Alright, so final lap. Yeah, only 2 laps in this one. Okay, we're almost there. Fine, 4th place, yeah, as long as I'm okay as far as winning, I'm fine with anything. Feasibly, it was also the case that, fine, I'll take top 3 if I can take top 3. Almost. Yeah, where's the end? There, the end. Okay, got it. Okay, so there you go. That is Switzerland done. And with that, we are going to our final destination. The United States of America. We're starting with a night course. Oh boy, Las Vegas. So in this case, let's get a car color that I'm going to be able to see. Yeah, blue will be okay. It's not a deep blue, so at that point, we're running this. Okay, so last hurrah, we got 4 more courses here, this one included, and then we're gonna do these 2 more times, just to show off the endings. Going full way on Top Gear 2, for sure. Alright, so move it. That looks like a boot or a shoe again. I guess, fine. I guess it's like a boot, like a Western boot. Fine. We're outside of Vegas, so the case, like, I don't know. You know, even sometimes like the Western review shows that way, something like that. Yeah, they're. And okay, we have 3 laps. So, like, how many laps do we have on this? Sometimes I have to remind myself because it changes so dynamically. Yeah, my front already is looking pretty battered. Fine, you're also seeing that case, like, fine, the case of the, I guess, the models of the cars being, you know, cut through specifically as far as how it's being torn through as far as how the graphics are concerned. So, like, yeah, I guess I'm showing limitations this way. Yeah, it's lap 2, so alright, let's, we're almost there. I would say that's probably the best place after the lap. Probably the best place to use it. Or there. That's also pretty good too. You do sort of see the Vegas area over there. It's like, yeah, it's a little dim, but yeah, it is there. It's like, yeah. Feasibly, I guess, on our way to Vegas that way, but I guess fine. We're just on the outside, and they're like, fine. We take a brief stop off screen, and then we go somewhere else. So actually, yeah, I mean, I'll say this, going back to other racing games that have, like, the idea of, like, kind of going all over the place in a bunch of different areas. almost like the cruising games a little bit, but fine. Even the cruising games, actually, I don't even know if the cruising games put together have as many courses as this. All 4 of them technically, which would be USA, World, Exotica, and maybe Cruisin' Blast. If you had Cruisin' Blast into the mix, that probably has as many as this maybe. And definitely would be if you count the Fast and Furious port on Wii, which is not Fast and Furious. They said, fine, we're just calling it Cruisin' because of the license. It is a port of that specifically. Alright, we're gonna get through this at least. At this point, yeah, since we're at the end of this, I'm okay using the last boosts. Okay, 4th place, and yeah, we're gonna have our aspect going into Vegas, and then, like, yeah, then we'll stop for like 2 seconds to look at it, and then we'll go. Fine, off screen, we're having that go. So next we're going to LA. Yeah, we made a quick left turn going over. Fine, I guess either left turn or like going all the way over the other end. It's like, fine. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we're gonna have kind of we're gonna make a massive U-turn after this. Now, for this course, yeah, I'm trying to think of what does this even look like as far as the courses. This is fun though. We should do this more when we get racing games. It's like, what does the course look like? Especially one as many as this game does. Okay, it looks almost like a vacuum cleaner, maybe, like, you know, like the handheld vacs, perhaps. Or an upside down gun or something. I don't know, an upside down pistol specifically. So yeah, well, also, where am I as far as the relation to this? Okay, make a left going through here. There's also a 3-lap case, so yeah, we'll just do that. There we go. Whoa. Whoa, yeah, there's definitely some tight ones. Okay, yo, dude, is like, yeah, just screaming at him saying, like, yeah, I'm off. Okay, and I have 3 left. Like, how many of these boosts do I have? Yeah, that's always the thing I'm realizing now. Is like, yeah, where the tensions come from me. Is like, how many boosts do I have? How many laps do I have left? Where am I position-wise? I was like, I haven't even paid attention to the gas aspect, which I guess maybe explains why the Genesis version just got rid of it altogether. I'm trying to remember. No, I think, no, the other ones did have it. It was the Genesis version, the only one that does not have the gas meter. Because the Amiga and the CD32 versions are porting this one. The only one that's basically, fine, the Genesis version is porting this too, but the one for Amiga and CD32 is very much looking like this one. Whereas the Genesis version is mostly the same, kind of, sort of, but also has some differences, particularly the thing with the audio, and then the thing with no fuel. Which I don't know if the case of this game is, I'm okay with that. I mean, the fuel's never really come into factor, saying like, hey, you know, I'm really running out and we're gonna be in trouble. But I probably should show before we end this what happens. We are almost there, though. Yeah, we're making a big U-turn there, because we're going into New York, and now it starts snowing. Alright, so yeah, get our wet tires ready to go in New York, or outside of New York. So fine, I guess it's technically New Jersey, because you think about this, like, hey, you know, New York is an island, or fine, New York City's an island, and this is New York City, we're gonna see that, specifically. As far as on land, it's back right over there, the World Trade Center. That is still here as far as it... But in that case, yeah, so fine, we're on the outskirts, so fine, we are in, we're not, fine, well, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's that part of New York that's like, no. Okay, fine, maybe it's from another angle, maybe we're coming in from Long Island, I don't know, feasibly, if you like, think about the location aspects of this one. Like that. There you go. Okay, as far as this, it looks like... Okay, 2 laps. Only 2 laps on this one. I was initially gonna say this looks like a piece of toast or something with, like, I don't know, jelly in the center of it. But I guess it's more... Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe I could tell if you turn a television on its side and, I don't know, like, see, like, a creature on that or something. Or a circle. I don't know. But, yeah. I'm gonna go with the toast aspect. I don't know. Yeah, this is not gonna be too bad, although honestly, the last one is gonna be a bit of a headache. I think we can do that one. Fine, I know we can do it. I did it as far as my practice. We definitely can do it. If I did it as part of my practice 3 times. I would say, did I fail that last race? I did not, but fine. I'm ready to put my foot in my mouth for the case of this. I hope not, though. Honestly, yeah, New York's not bad as far as how the track is. It's just kind of the part of the beginning when you're going around the curves, but even then, they're easily tighter curves we've had going on with some of the courses beforehand. So a little bit of breather before we're going to have as far as our final aspects. There you go. So there's 4th place around New York. Now, last course. We're going back again, so yeah, talk about this perspective. Went to Vegas, then we went to Los Angeles, then we went all the way across the country to New York, and now we're going all the way back across the country to end in San Francisco, which is in a fog condition. So alright, here we go, this is it. This is the end, so let's do it. Let's bring it home. It looks like a bunny or find a deer, perhaps, lying on the ground as far as the track. So, fog case, let's go. Yeah, there you go. The game's saying it specifically for me. Yeah, getting out ahead on this one is something you want to do this in every course, but especially this one, because like yeah, the curves and the turns on this one are insane. Those they give you money, although here's the weird thing. This is the last race. There's no reason to have money. So I don't know why they give you the money on the last course. Because you can't use it to buy any... Well, fine. Okay, I guess... Fine, okay. I guess if you fail this course and have to start everything in the US all over again, then in that case, it's useful. But I'm going to conserve my boosts. No question, I'm conserving them here. I might feasibly hold them all for the last lap if I have to do that. In fact, I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, I'm that nervous about this. And it's really the fog. In this case, the fog is the worst part, on top of the fact that it is the tightest turns of any course in the game under a fog condition. Fine. The tightest curves that are under a fog condition, I should say. I don't know if they're the tightest curves of anything in this game, but especially with their visibility reduced, yeah, this is not going to be easy. Alright, fine. I'm using that boost because it's there. At this point, yeah, actually, this is probably where you want to use your boost. If you're going to use it anywhere, use it on the bottom there on the course. At that point, you can use that to get around the curve and get towards the end. Alright, final lap. This is it. Got all my boosts ready to go for when it's going to be best to use them. Basically, use them if I get in trouble. That's really what I'm going to do. Honestly, as soon as I get around this curve, that actually is going to be okay. So, there we go. Alright, second, and I went through the bush. Alright, there you go. So that is the end of the game to start. Alright, that's second place. You don't have to win, it's worth pointing out. Also, I don't know why I did that flash, but here we go. That is the end of the game. As far as the nice rainbow look, as far as the credits. On any difficulty, you get the credits. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the other two circuits, and I have the passwords to do them with. You know, that is Top Gear 2, ladies and gentlemen, as far as it, but we will have a little more in a few seconds. Basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna play through those 4 courses you just saw on the higher difficulties and show off the different screen that they give. And then I'll close our look at it. Yeah, it is a great game. It is hard, though. And it's something that, yeah, you gotta be dedicated for it, but yeah, you're gonna be rewarded, no question. There are the 16 names who made this game possible. Alright, so you get great drive. Now try professional level. Okay, we'll try professional level now. We're gonna do an easy way. We're going to continue game, so let's type in the password. So yeah, 22 characters. The password here is deleted off. So hit, by the way, if you enter that password, it's gonna say, oh, it doesn't do anything. So for the pro mode, we're gonna do question mark C, because they do give you parentheses. You gotta be careful of that. 6 left parentheses. Let's see, let's make sure I'm looking at this right. M, right parentheses 3, question mark. Yeah, I was like, yeah, what is this all about? The game's even asking that, so it's 9F, D7, G5, that's a Y and a W. Just want to make sure I took that down right. And then JFD. 44. This is the one I got when I did my practice. I took pictures of every single one. So there we go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do 2 things, actually. I'm going to turn the volume of the game down a little bit. I'm going to turn it down to 24.2. That'll work. As far as speed, it defaults it to kilometers. I'll show it. Why not? Controls are the same. Gears are the same. Player name is held the same way. Race. Okay. So here we are at Las Vegas again. So yeah, we're on the pro mode, the professional mode. There's all the money they have. They also have everything bought. Or, yeah, fine. Because this is a password I took down off of GameFAQs. And a lot of the stuff on that's wrong, but also part of that is the case that because everything's randomly generated, I'm not running the black car. Sorry, we're going back to the blue. That's kind of the reason, I think. Or something like, hey, stuff with the symbols. Alright, so fine. We're going to do this 2 more times as far as these 4 races. And we're going to see all the endings. So in the meantime, yeah, as we go through this once more... Oh, right. Yeah, this is also why I turned down the volume. You're hearing this now. It's, for some reason, insanely loud. As far as this password for the engine in a way that it was not when we played. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I'm running on kilometers or what. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I think there is a password that goes to basically having the car completely prepped up or pepped up completely from the start. I don't know if there's like a remnant of that as far as what they used for that. But that being said, that's why I turned the volume down. Like, well, why the hell turn the volume down? That's why. It's like, no, we're gonna do it that way. Yeah, but I'm gonna do the same case. I don't feel as necessarily stressed, even though this is the harder difficulty. At this point, after I did everything else, like, yeah, fine. Oh, shit, yeah. Ouch, yeah, the understatement, my friend. Or maybe this is, as I said, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's like the remnants of whatever that password for getting the pumped up car. And what they took down is, hey, this is it. Or Okay, I don't know if there's like a random password generator out of this game that I guess takes into account what you have as far as your powers, because I believe that is how the password works and why it's different every time. And why there are tons of passwords on the GameFAQs page for this that are wrong. Like stuff that have like the arrow downs, tons of them. But in this case, I can kind of cut them some slack as far as the people who put out those passwords. Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily trying to deceive people. Sometimes you get that when it comes to something like that. Either they have something totally wrong and you want to point that out for it, or they're like trying to deceive maybe. Either or. But in this case, like, yeah, the way the passwords in this game work, I kind of get the idea of why there would be a difference. But fine. So what I did then is that as part of my practice, I said, fine. I went and looked at some of these passwords. I want to make sure these actually work before I did anything committed to say, hey, we'll show this in the program. But since they do, that's how we're able to show this. At that point, when we do this for all these courses, that'll be on the show. Outside of other games in this franchise, we might need 2 parts for, more than 1 part, I should say. This is going to probably be the longest of any of the Top Gear games, I think, unless 3000 really is that long, and I don't know. Okay, so next we're going back to Los Angeles again. Yeah, it wasn't until a few minutes ago I kind of stopped and thought and said, hey, wait a minute, why are we going, taking a total U-turn across the country and then coming all the way back? And doing feasibly in record time. Same deal as before, I'm basically just going to be as careful as I can be, just making sure that I can just get into a placing position. Winning is not necessarily something that I necessarily need, and yeah, it is weird when you think about this, the idea that, hey, it's a racing game where you technically don't need to win. You just need to be consistent with your placement. So actually, yeah, Top Gear 1 you had to win, but for this one you don't. But honestly, given the way this game operates, I kind of get why they don't have you win. The idea, like, hey, what would the frustration be if you went through 64 courses and then you get to the end, it's like, wait, no. What happens if you don't win? You just go back. I don't know, maybe it treats it as the game over or what. But fine, the game does have some mercy that way. Ugh. Okay. Again, I don't know what's going on with the engine sound, like why it's different this way. I mean, if I can find an answer and edit it in, I'll do it, but it's something I was even questioning when I was doing my practice. Wait, hold on. George, like, am I going crazy on this? No, it didn't sound that way. It sounds totally different now than it did for the past almost 4.5 so hours. Yeah, just kick it in the tunnel and be set. Whoa. Alright, this is the last lap, so fine, let's just use it. Alright, almost there. Admittingly, the differences between the endings is not that massive, but I figured, hey, it is kind of interesting to show that. See the evolution. You see, like, the small picture we saw in the amateur rankings. Then you get a little more on, fine, a little more and a little different in the professional difficulty here, and then the championship difficulty, you get the full case. Is that just another nice drive? Yeah. Alright, yeah. Fine. If I can win, I'll show winning, but fine. It's for the ending, it doesn't matter, because I didn't win for it when I was doing my practice. But you still get the same way. It treats you as if you did win, because man, this has been a marathon. But yeah, in a good way, and I've been having a lot of fun, for sure. Yeah, okay, in that case I saw as far as like how quickly it shifted up between 4th and 5th gear. Like, yeah, that seemed really quick. Okay, there you go. So there's a win at New York, and then one more run of San Francisco. Actually, wait, fine. I just realized, yeah, that does make sense as far as the fog in San Francisco. Also, in case we get to San Francisco Rush, which is insanely foggy, so... Well, fine, you can have it insanely foggy, so actually, yeah, it's fine. I just realized, wait, that was intended. Fine, you can feasibly turn the fog on to be basically almost impossible to see by design in that game. Particularly the Nintendo 64 version of it. I can't remember if you could do that in the arcade version. You might be able to. And with feasibly, we'll show the arcade version, and we can show the N64 version too. When we get to Midway Treasures 3, the arcade version is in that, or the Rush the Rock arcade version is anyway. Yeah, so 3 more laps, and we see what's going on Professional, and then on Championship after that for 4 more races, and then that'll be the end of the night. In that case, I won't show 2-player specifically, because the only thing 2-player does is it basically just splits the screen in half, so it looks kind of like how Top Gear 1 did, but it's kind of splitting this interface the same way. And it's the same as going through the game as it is for it, and so in that case, it's fine. In this case, it is just me doing this, as it makes sense for that. It's picking up more money that we're not going to need. Fine, we wouldn't need it anyway because of how much money this file had. And I don't know, I mean, we'll find this out when we get to Top Gear 3000. I don't know how that Top Racer collection handles saving. I guess it runs saves. I would think so. Okay, so I have 2 more of these. Just want to get a sense of that. Oh, and I got 3 more now that I picked that one up. Almost. Alright, so yeah, there you go. Eat dirt, we win. Okay. So here's what it looks like on championship. No, championship mode is the hardest. Pro is the middle. And the credits are the same. That doesn't change. You do always get the credits each time, so it's not like some of these other games where it seems like it's gonna, you know, ridicule you if you're not going the whole way. But either way, that's gonna be the idea of what it is. Yeah, we'll see the best case of it specifically as we go. Yeah, so yeah, I also gotta say, like for Stu, is like, I give your mother credit as far as this game, because yeah, this is not an easy beast. And I don't know who I don't know what she did it on. She did it on amateur or professional or championship. Either way, yeah, deserve respect for sure on that one for the case of that, because yeah, this game's not easy, but it is a lot of fun. And when we get to the credits for the final thing, yeah, we're having our little shaken case there, like doing our little dance for the championship level. Let's show the championship level, and that'll be the end. And then when we have the credits going on that one, I will go into final thoughts. Of course, chat's all up to you as well, as much as you want to go on final thoughts. In this case, we have to parenthesize a 7 to start. Very weird this way. And put an F. And then hit WG pound or hash. Yeah, let's see. VPN. Yeah, that. Q. Left parentheses J76. And TPN. And a couple of question marks. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna check something. I want to see something. I don't think having it on miles per hour makes a difference on that sound thing. And fine, gears I won't really show. I sort of showed already doing the shift thing when I got caught in the case of that tunnel thing. Fine, one more time at Vegas, one last time. Unless I lose this, I hope not. Because this is the hardest difficulty. We'll see how this goes. Oh shit, I didn't change the car to blue. Alright, fine, we're doing it this way, I don't care. Fine, the sound of the car is the same, regardless of whether you go miles per hour, kilometers per hour. So yeah, I guess that's the idea. Fine, we're running black that way. It's like, yeah, black and blue is the case as far as which you alternate between Electverse. You're the one who asked for this game. That is how we're going to end the game. In that case, since we had blue going the whole way, we're going to go black the whole way, unless I lose this again. I hope the hell I don't lose this. Yeah, they're on the edge. Yeah. Yeah, let me pass, guys. Man, this is what championship mode looks like, or championship difficulty looks like. Fine, it technically is a championship mode, and they call that tend to be in the other games of this franchise. I think Taku 1, I believe, called it that. I know, fine, I know the 20th place aspect, Taku Rally on Nintendo 64 did that as well. But fine, that's a weird one as far as how the races go in that, because it has the 20-car field thing like this does in one of the modes. But they're never bunched up like this, number one. Number two, that's not the only way of going. There's match race where you do it head-to-head. And because it's a rally racing concept, you have it so that it's in case we're going to be pretty much on your own for a lot of things, which makes sense, given the idea of what it is. So yeah, where are we as far as course? Okay, there we go. Right, there's another nitro. That's good, so we can use that for final lap to feasibly get ourselves going through here. Yeah, especially because, yeah, they're catching up on me quite a bit. Make this turn and we'll be okay. Yeah, so far we're doing okay. He's like, alright, and fine. You'd have to go through the whole game this way, but I said, fine, we'll go through the whole game one way and then this way to show all the endings off. Because why not? Because I can do it. I mean, I know we're running into cases where sometimes it's been things where I haven't been able to do that. But since I said, hey, I found there's password to do it on this one, I said, we can do it on this one. Oh shit, no. I hit that little bush that I could barely see because it's night. Yeah, it's dead of the night specifically. It's almost next day. There's 6th place, and then one more. In fact, no, it is next day already. Shit, okay, so fine. So this would be like a 5.5 so hour show, and then we'll finish with the show. Alright, so back to LA one more time. Though given that LA and New York are the easier of the three, or the four I should say. Or at least I'd say they're the easiest of the four here. Yeah, maybe this won't be too bad. Because, yeah, they're bunched together right here, so it's like, yeah, fine. Even on amateur that was happening. So, yeah, the difficulties on them, there's not as much of a distance between them as you might think. Oh, fine, maybe because I have this password that's helping this one. So I am in the middle of the 10th place cutoff more here than I'm comfortable with. But fine, this is the hardest difficulty, so fair enough. And that one is, I was saying, yeah, they don't bounce against me, but like, fine, that gray car there is. Almost. Ugh. How do I have F3? Okay, just want to make sure, can I manage this? Because one thing I don't want to have happen now is that after all this time, I don't get 10th place or better on a race. There's first place. Actually, this might be potentially easy going this way because it's mostly straight away. Fine, but if I don't get first place, I'm not gonna sweat it. Yeah, I'll take second, no problem. Alright, so back to New York with some snow. And then one more run in San Francisco, and we're good. I don't know why I keep forgetting this is only 2 laps, so yeah, I can go a little more crazy with my nitros. But at this point, I'm not going to throw caution completely out the window. In fact, I'm definitely not going to waste time now, though. Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, how I went from 4th to 2nd and then back. So yeah, all right. I'm taking a lot of damage. I guess because of the billboards I hit into, and I guess that does drain your front armor. I guess. I'll look back on the video because I didn't actually look. Got 2 more to use here, so yeah, I'll hold on to these. no. Oh shit, no. I have another one, awesome. Shit, I'm gonna lose this race. Fuck, alright. Crap. It's also one of those things that I don't want to give up yet. Fine, I'll try once more, and if I don't do it, I'll edit in what it looks like. So that'll be a fair compromise. Yeah, I'm surprised it was New York that I lost at, but fine, let's give it another shot. Yeah, I did it on my test. Actually, I did it on my first try on my test. Wait, really? But, yeah, somehow. Because at least I have a better case of being able to swerve between the traffic now. Or find the cars. Fine, traffic is Outrun. Not this game. This kid's just getting through. That's all I want to do. Okay, so I have 3 more. Okay. So I'll take that 3rd place, and then from there, I usually want to do this without having to just edit it in. Only because I'd like to do it live. And at that point, that will be the end of the show. I'll try, because, yeah, I've definitely been at this game a while, so, yeah, that's the idea. I can definitely feel that. Whoa! Now, that's, I guess, kind of the memory of a game like this. Yeah, staying up all night playing games as far as something like this. It's like, yeah, just one more time before I get to it. And we're all about that mentality here, for sure. And also that idea of that memory. We understand it, for sure. Yeah, so I get the sense that on championship mode, just to give you an idea of this, I guess the other cars are feasibly going to try and block your path more, and they'll do it feasibly better, unless you're able to blast past effectively. So I got 2 more, just hold them for the last lap. Okay, so 3rd place for that. Now back to New York, and let's see if I can beat this. So get those wet tires ready. Okay, so yeah, good start so far. But yeah, we're on championship, so yeah, this game's not screwing around anymore. Not that it ever was, but still. Yeah, the good news is only 2 laps, so if we can hold this long enough. Fine, it'd be nice to win, but I don't want to necessarily win. If it means if I can at least get through this, I'm okay with not winning. Yeah, I see you, 7th place person. You're not overtaking me. Yeah, I'm determined now. Okay, so New York is done, so we just have to get through San Francisco and we got this. Alright. So, last race. Been quite a journey. But let's finish this game off. Let's do it. In that case, saying, yeah, not even bothering, just boosting right away, and I get a free nitro from her trouble because it's on the course. was like, excuse my being quiet potentially for this. Like, yeah, he's still alive, right? Fine. The game's still going. But yeah, we're gonna do this, I promise. I said full look at this game, full look at this game. We're doing it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. As soon as I come around that curve, I can use my boost. My final lap, and I get tons of nitros to be ready for this. Just in case something goes catastrophically wrong. That was close. Around the curve, I think we got this. Alright, we got it. We are winning. We'll talk about a perfect way to end. There you go. That is it. That is Top Gear 2, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we're going to see the full ending for Championship Mode. Alright. Or Championship Mode with Champion Level. Here we go. Alright. So that is Top Gear 2, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great enhancement on Top Gear 1 that doesn't completely obsolete Top Gear 1. It has some extra stuff that makes it really interesting. Makes it definitely a bit of a marathon race, for sure, but is a very fun game. Is definitely has some great aspects to itself as far as its design. It's really, really fast. It plays well. It looks good. It holds up better in terms of how it looks and runs than you think it might. And yeah, it's a great time for 1 or 2 players, and it'll keep you busy for a long time. It kept us busy for about 5.5 hours almost, as it is. And when you beat the game on its hardest difficulty, this is what you see. You are the new champion. Alright, there you go. And you got the women coming there to be with you. Okay. So that is the end of Top Gear 2. If you liked what you saw, by the way, it is on Super Nintendo. You can buy this game for about $30-something. It is also on Sega Genesis if you want to get it there. It's cheaper, but from what I've seen, it's an inferior version. It's also on the Amiga and the CD32, but those are European only. The Sega Genesis version is US only. The Super Nintendo version here was in Europe and in the US and everywhere else. And if you have a Switch, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, or PC, the Top Racer Collection. Definitely a good way to play these games. And this one, you get Top Gear 1 and 2. And our next stop in this franchise, we'll come back to it, that being Top Gear 3000 for Super Nintendo, that will be played in the Top Racer Collection for Switch. But yeah, I had a great time playing Top Gear 2. Thank you so much, like, for your request. Thank you for going into all your memories. Thank you to everybody out there in chat tonight. The best channel on Twitch for sure, as far as Gemini96, Dolphin, everybody out there. I had a great time doing the game. And yeah, we did it. And I feel good, and hopefully you're feeling good too. And thank you for joining me for this long show. This actually is one of the longer shows I've done in a while, which I didn't expect to have happen. But that's the idea. Let's go into schedule. I'm going to go brief because it's late. Next week, we're going to be on Friday. We're not going to be on Saturday. I mentioned specifically the reason why, but it's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday. That's going to be on August, yeah, because we're entering August 2nd. At 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're coming back to Pokemon Violet version for Switch for one last time. We're going to take a look at the post-game content because we beat the game already. I went fully blind. I'm going to go sort of fully blind next time, except for the fact that I have write-downs of everything that we need to do for the purpose of what I got for the post-game stuff that's not the DLC. And I'm going to ask point blank to all of you out there in chat next week. I'm going to say, hey, do you want to see the DLC at some point? And that's going to be a speak now or forever hold your peace case, because I've said because of how broken that game is, and we're going to still run at 1.0 for this last part of it, this fully last part of it. I said I'm not spending $35 on that DLC to reward Nintendo, Game Freak, and Pokemon Company for how horribly they treated fans of the game, including Ed Wack, even though I know he loves this franchise and will buy it no matter what. But that being said, like, he deserves a better game, as does Nikki and everybody else, the 25 million poor souls who bought the game and got a game that was not up to the standards that it should have been. But yeah, in that case, if you want to see it, eventually I will get a case of getting it. Show off that DLC, I will feasibly do that one blind as well, but I'll have write-downs for what we're doing next Friday for the purpose of showing off everything we got for the post-game stuff, which means we're getting all the swords, we're fighting the extra fights with the gym leaders again, and doing everything else that is on the sheets that I printed out. That's going to be next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The week after that, we're back on Saturday. We're going to be doing Sonic Mania for the next visit to it. Playing through the Encore mode and Knuckles and Knuckles mode. We're going to use Xbox One's version like we did last time, but on the Series X running that way. Viewer Quest is going to be on August 16th now. No, August 17th, sorry. But August 10th is the Sonic Mania part, 7 p.m. Also 7 p.m. on August 17th, I'm going to have Outrun for the Switch, as I mentioned, running that version, which is a great port. I first wanted to see it, so we're going to keep our driving perspective going for a while, as is for the viewer requests. Then week after that, Nocturne's back for part 4 of Croc Legend of the Gobos. Then end of the month on August 31st, I'm coming back to Game Dev Tycoon. We're going to start getting through that again, specifically to get closer to beating it, or maybe beating on that night. That'll also give me some time to practice it at least over a month, and at that point I will not move that date again. Week after that is going to be September 7th. We're not going to have a show that weekend. Week after that, though, we're then going to be coming back. As far as schedules on some of this stuff, it's going to be a little up in the air on which weekends. I got to talk with Nocturne and some of this stuff. Although I think her case is going to be the third weekend of September for the next part of Croc. Viewer request for September is going to be for Super Hang-On, also another Sega racing game that I first wanted to see. We'll have the last part of Game Dev Tycoon, I guess, if we need it. If not, I'll pull something else out that I want to do. I guess something I can pull out quick. And then we'll get into October month for our Halloween block. We're going to have Twisted Metal on PlayStation, as mentioned earlier in the show. We'll have Scooby-Doo Mystery for Super Nintendo, our next time coming back to the Super Nintendo as a native console case. I'll talk with the Crusader 64. We're still doing the Dark Pictures Anthology, Little Hope, the sequel to Man of Medan. And we'll also do Splatterhouse for the TurboGrafx 16. That'll be our look at the TurboGrafx 16 Mini for the first time as well. And then November, we have a big plate of stuff coming up. We're going to have Tomba for the PlayStation. That's a game that One True L wanted to see. That's going to be a viewer request for November. We're going to also feasibly have another part of Croc Legend of the Gobos if we need it. And we will also have the Donkey Kong Country Portable Showcase celebrating 30 years of the franchise. Donkey Kong Country 1 on the Game Boy Color, and all 3 of them on the Game Boy Advance. And we will also have the Disney, the pre-Thanksgiving Disney game. That's going to be The Lion King for the, Super Nintendo, Genesis, and Game Boy on the Disney Classic Games collection for Switch. And then November 30th is going to be the Delisted Xbox Live Showcase. We've got a lot of good stuff we got curated for that. And in a day from now, as I record this now, and it'll have already happened by the time the upload of this goes up for the edits. Rest in peace, Xbox 360 store. You gave us a lot of great memories, and we're going to make more with you for sure on this program. We're not forgetting, and we're always going to remember. And then December, we're going to have the next part of Tomba. We're going to have feasibly another part of Croc if we need it. If we don't, we'll have this dedicated for that weekend as far as the last look at Super Mario Sunshine for the extra stuff of looking what we did, or what I did for the purpose of the practice before we did the play, and seeing it play with weird accessories. You're not going to want to miss that. And then we'll also have, on the last 2 weekends of the year, The viewer request for December is going to be on December 21st. Dolly Finn's going to be with me for this one. We're going to play Tetris Dr. Mario, also for Super Nintendo. I first wanted to see that. Dolly Finn wanted to see that. A lot of people I know wanted to see that. We will have it for you. At the end of the year, we start Shenmue for the Dreamcast. This is going to be on December 28th as our last show. And on the YouTube site, of course, on December 31st, as it always is. As always is now, at least, starting this annual tradition. Compilation show that's going to be exclusive to the YouTube site. It is the smash cut of every death I had with Super Mario Sunshine for our play of the game and for the extra showcase of it in November. As far as stuff that happened on the practice, and then we hit 2025 running with a lot of other stuff, including the start of Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance for the purpose of 5th anniversary of the program. We come back to a game we've already played before for a purpose. And we'll have another take of it. Maybe if you want to be in when we did it and we weren't here, we'll have that case. Like first, Mega Man 7 is going to be one of those. I guarantee that for sure. Anything else you want to see for it? Other stuff that I said, hey, let's do that. Because either it's been a long time and I want to come back to it for another case with a guest or something like that. Or to fix audio problems we might have had on show. As I said, next time we come back to Top Gear, we'll be with Top Gear 3000 for Super Nintendo. But I had such a wonderful time tonight, a long time. I'm quite drained, but I think everybody out there is as well. But thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for everything put in the program. Everything you put in the program makes me put everything I've got in the program. And I love doing this, and I'm not going to stop. We are not stopping on this program. And thank you so much for joining us on this journey every week. All right. So with that, I'm going to wish you a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I will see you on Friday, August 2nd, for the real finale of Pokemon Violet version 1.0 with the post-game pre-DLC content. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and take care.